Chapter 296. In theory, Anton could have wiped out Berita, the leader of this thug group. She and her thugs probably wouldn't take long to kill, either. It was only a matter of whether or not it would be good for the residents of Arbington like Idalia. It seemed simple on the surface. Berita's presence was negative, a simple drain on the honest workers in the surrounding area. It might even be strictly negative. Many thugs got protection fees, but wouldn't do anything if someone else caused trouble. Those were the cowardly ones, though, who didn't maintain their territory long. If Berita was smart, she would at least keep others from causing the same sort of trouble in the area. Yet it was pretty clear that overall, she was a drain on the area. If she had the intention to actually defend the area, she could become more legitimate somehow. Anton knew that to be true. She was an essence collection cultivator, after all. Early essence collection. But that was still significant. And thus the other problem. Anton could remove her. But what would happen then? It was unlikely that she had no connections of any kind. Whether to sex or other purely criminal cultivators didn't matter, especially if they took issue with her death. What would happen to the people of Arbington then? Maybe Anton could protect them. For a year, even. And then they might be left alone. Or they could be killed the moment he left. Either to return home, or just because his sect called on him. So for the moment she would stay. And meanwhile, he could learn from Idalia and others in the nearby area. Before we begin, I should make something clear. Anton started off his explanation to Idalia. I firmly believe you will be able to have success in cultivation, and that it will make your life better. But it might also become harder at the same time. Even if you have no intent to fight, you could be seen as a threat. You think so, Idalia said? You think someone would threaten to kill me? Because they're already basically doing that. I won't get away with bundles of cheap herbs for long, and eventually I'll have no business. I just wanted to make sure you are aware of the possibilities, Anton said. Enough, she said. And I'd rather at least be able to stand up to a couple thugs. Do you think I could beat them, those three, Anton asked. If you learn to fight a bit? Even the first stage of cultivation will be plenty. They had no cultivation. Though I must warn you that some of Berita's lieutenants do, and she herself is much stronger. Fortunately, Berita controlled a big enough area that she might not notice a few incidents in Arbington. Anton had followed the thugs with his senses until they left town, and later confirmed she and her thugs didn't have permanent residence in any nearby settlement. Then I don't mind. Though it's not a fight I'd like on my own. My earlier promise still stands, Anton said. And I'll be making similar offers to others as well. Unless you plan to keep me occupied for 16 hours per Dalton Y. Surely not. Especially with the speed you came back with that basket of herbs, Idalia gestured. I'd have hardly made it to the edge of the woods. If I didn't know better, I'd thought you prepared it ahead of time. But then you wouldn't have much to learn from me. I do have some knowledge of herbs. I was a farmer and hunter in a rural village for some time, but I will admit not knowing what all of these are for. We'll get started then. You already know that particular healing wort and its side effects. Some of these are to address that. In case those thugs come back with some demands. Whether they know it was my doing or not, I'd best be ready. Idalia picked through until she found one with red flowers. This one's for minor aches and pains. Not as good alone as when properly mixed with some other things. Anton listened carefully as she explained the basics of her profession. He especially focused on some of the physical aspects. How she ground things into powder. At first it seemed an easy motion, as leaves were quite brittle. When they weren't dried, however, some could be quite tough, and repeating the motions was enough to make a person tired quite quickly. Not a proper cultivator, of course, but focusing on those aspects first would make it Alia's life easiest. Even if she chose to give up on achieving a greater level of cultivation, she would be healthy and strong. She was young and healthy now, but when she got older, her joints would thank her for it. Not everyone was as willing to trust Anton as Idalia had been. He knew he could just display his abilities to stun or intimidate them into what he wanted. But he really preferred if they had a desire to learn. He wanted to teach as many people as possible, though without raising too much of a fuss. That sort of thing was difficult, but not impossible, throughout the world. Various people who were not cultivators made use of natural energy in small ways. In theory, people who realized that and focused on it were the first cultivators. Attempting to cultivate without any form of guidance was dangerous and often fatal. After all, it only took a small mistake to damage the brain or the heart or anything important. Such accidents could still happen with proper cultivation techniques, but that was usually due to the impatience of the students. Since Anton wasn't teaching teenagers for the most part, his students had heeded his cautions much more readily than they might have otherwise. Not that they were perfect, but mistakes seemed rarer than what he'd heard was the average. Anton had studied many crafts with others, and thus was able to more readily guide anyone. Given some time, he could come up with some specific starting points for anyone, depending on what they needed. After all, his observations included asking them what they made the most use of. And those who would know best were the ones doing the work. You can use your energy to widen the effective size of the pestle, or focus it on particularly stubborn bits, Anton explained. But I would be cautious. Not only might you damage the tools, injection of natural energy into the herbs themselves might cause unexpected behavior. Generally an increase in short-term potency, from what I know. But that includes bringing out normally inconsequential side effects. Anton shrugged. I have heard you can focus on the particular of what you desire to enhance. But I have not trained in that area. I'd best be cautious then, Idalia replied. Wouldn't want strange things happening. If it helps, you will eventually be able to follow the effects of medicine inside your body, or any foreign substance. For that matter, cultivators have to deal with many bodily impurities, such as poisons. You run into poisons often, Idalia raised an eyebrow. Indeed, that includes the venoms of various beasts, including the sorts that don't usually have them. Some cultivators rely on antidote pills, though the best of them seem to just draw the poisons into them to be expelled later. We can also force it out manually. Seems like most medicines wouldn't be needed much, with that healing ability you talked about. Focusing on one area and all that, there are limits to what the body will do on its own. Though they can be transcended to some extent, Anton shrugged. Some people focus on tempering their bodies far beyond what others find practical. I would never discount bodily strength as an advantage, but I find focusing on using energy as I please much more effective. Having new students was great, and Anton was pleased that he found functional techniques that were suited for everyone. Even if most cultivation techniques had the same general process of tempering the body in always during their initial phase, some had elements they were suited to or specific attributes they focused on. Even the 99 stars, while capable of general effects, lent itself to pure expression of energy and aspects related to fire and light. Even when Anton wasn't planning to teach someone, he thought about what might fit them. Sometimes it was difficult to pick something out. Did a woodcarver need to focus on the strength of their body? Tempered skin would be useful as well. But honing the blade of their tools to be optimally sharp was also a factor. Sometimes it was better to simply have non-reactive styles that avoided unwanted side effects. And sometimes a style fit someone too perfectly. That was especially the case when it was dangerous. Anton had no intention to teach anything like candle wax to others. It wouldn't be terribly helpful for most people, and would just result in them engaging in fights they shouldn't. Focusing on a strong foundation was better. But when a gaunt man walked into town, dragging a shovel behind himself, Anton saw a connection. The man was like himself, if not nearly so old as when he had begun cultivating. But the look on his face and the dirt on his clothes told Anton a story. The story of someone who had buried those they cared about far too early. It was also a story of someone who was lost, looking for direction. But he wasn't quite lost as he marched determinedly towards Anton. Well, likely towards Idalia's store, but they were currently in the same location. The bell rang as he stepped into the store. His shovel got caught on the lip of the door, and instead of picking it up, he let it drop, propping the door open. I heard tales. That cultivation could be learned here. He looked at Idalia, who was immediately obvious, but his gaze also found Anton, standing nearby. Is it you, sir? For what reason do you wish to cultivate? Anton asked seriously. Revenge, the man said. Against who internally, Anton bit his lip. Birita. She made my life like this. But I know she is strong, and only indirectly responsible. Have you heard of the Grey Rock sect? Anton nodded. Yes. They are local to the area. Are they not, in theory? They are stewards of this region. But in practice, they don't have the guts to stand up to Birita and her thugs. Yet they have the gall to charge taxes in the region. Those sorts of words were dangerous, but the man seemed far beyond caring what would happen to himself. Their taxes on land were quite excessive when combined with Birita's additions. My wife commented on the cowardice of their disciples as they came to collect. I tried to protect her from the retaliation, but I got this. The man gestured to his left arm, or lack of it, beneath a bundle of bandages. So I am going to kill him. And the rest of the sect, who won't bother to stand up against worthless thugs. And then Birita. Or you'll die doing it, Anton pointed out. Does it matter? The man asked. It might, Anton said. If you bring troubles upon others, it matters quite a bit. What would you do after? The man shrugged, wincing as he moved what remained of his arm. Does it matter I know it would never happen? You'd be surprised, Anton said. What would you do if I really accomplished all that? The man slowly shook his head. I'd likely seek out others who caused people harm while exerting useless authority. A dangerous ideal. But something Anton could work with. Are you afraid of death? Anton knew the answer, but the man had to say it. What difference would it make if I did? Perhaps it might have been better. The man could be excused some melodrama in his situation. What about something worse, like what pain beyond your imagining? Physical? The man asked. Mostly, Anton said. Don't care. I could always just die. Well then, Anton leaned close. I have something that fits you. But you might end up with powerful enemies. If you have the patience, you might train something else for a bit longer. Oh, and this won't be quick either way. How long? The man asked. For Birita, a decade, if you are lucky, talented, and determined. I don't know the cultivations of the Grey Rock sect, but if they're concerned about her, I'd expect something close to that if you are fighting alone. The man snorted. So long, or perhaps it's short. Short, Anton said. And I do mean you have to be alif those things. But here is a chance. Do you have a name, Hiram? The man said shortly. What should I address you as? Elder. I don't have the honor of that title just yet, Anton commented. But you may call me Anton. Senior Anton, if you insist. But I don't know if you'll have it in mind to be respectful once you learn what plans I have for you. Chapter 297. Before Anton stepped too far, he reconsidered his actions. He looked at Hiram in front of him and tried to compare to his own life. Hiram was like him, but not everything was the same. He had personally witnessed his wife killed and lost his arm in the same incident. He had a known target with a location. He could go attack them at any time, which would of course get himself killed. He came seeking cultivation, but even the long, difficult path Anton offered was the quick method. The man might momentarily be suited to learn the deathly heart technique due to his brush with death. but by Everhart's rather reasonable definitions, it would be a forbidden technique on multiple levels. It had the potential to harm its user as well as others, along with being a risk if any of the Whispering Watchers who considered it their sole property noticed him. Anton didn't think it was necessarily evil, but it was better to leave things be. No matter Hiram's own willingness on the situation. "Come with me," Anton gestured to the man. While Idalia was quite used to Anton's presence, taking advantage of her shop as a place to cultivate was rather unnecessary. Especially when simple isolation might do better, and thus he led them out of town. Anton kept an eye on Hiram's missing arm. Picking a few herbs to stave off any sort of infection. Anton could likely handle anything with his energy. But it was better not to do anything that might disrupt someone he planned to instruct. Eventually, Anton found a nice pair of rocks on which they could sit, and did so one himself, gesturing to the other. I have heard about cultivators, but the stories of meditating in the wilderness I thought were exaggerated. Well now, neither of us have a convenient place other than this. And it's better to avoid distractions. Cultivation is dangerous. You know. I know, Hiram said firmly, but I am prepared to accept the consequences. That's good, Anton said. But if I were teaching you how to wield a sword, which I might, at some point, we wouldn't throw caution out the window just because it's meant to cause harm. It's much better to direct all of it to your enemies. Hiram nodded gruffly. It was clear he wasn't in a talkative mood. But Anton could hardly expect him to be. First, you have to feel natural energy. For that, I find it's helpful to focus on a particular aspect that could draw it to you. Anton began with the technique of the glorious flame palace. He had permission to teach the basic form to whoever he pleased. And like other fire techniques, it focused on a passionate drive. Hiram had that, and so Anton hoped to catch on to it. The results were much less than expected. At a certain level, cultivators could sense affinity of others for cultivation, their talent. Anton was willing to admit that his first impression could have been wrong. When Hiram failed to connect with natural energy for a period of several days, Anton thought should have the talent. The way he'd felt it swirling about him when he arrived, an unconscious disturbance. But perhaps a coincidence that wouldn't be repeated. Yet Hiram continued to have effects without conscious control or even awareness. Anton tried a few other methods. Guessing what the man had been suited for was all well and good. But he didn't have a plethora of techniques to choose from just for fun. People were all different and expressed themselves in different ways. But nothing worked. Even the 99 stars which Anton found was easy for most with any tiny spark of talent to begin. Though not always immediately. After 2 weeks, during which Anton would come to him every few hours to check on his progress. Nothing happened. Perhaps he truly had no talent for cultivation. Anton had gone through everything in his arsenal. except the deathly heart technique. It was only after much consideration, including repeated thoughts during that 2-week period, that Anton decided it was worth the risk. He had promised him cultivation, and he could see in Hiram's eyes that if he couldn't even big in the path, he would lose himself. Perhaps he would simply die or get himself killed in a misguided attack on the Grey Rock sect. But he could also do something crazy. Anton didn't know what, but innocent people might get hurt. Anton would be able to stop him, but it would likely still result in Hiram's ultimate death. "I am sorry I haven't been able to find anything suited for you," Anton said truthfully. "I have one more option, but it's more dangerous than any of the others. In fact, I could say it's quite problematic. I need you to swear something." "What?" Hiram asked. "Do you want me to swear I won't kill anyone with it? Because you know I can't do that." "Of course not," Anton said. "I am not a hypocrite. Or at least I try not to be. But I do need you to swear to only use it righteously. And yes, that can mean killing. You just have to make sure it's the right people." "Fine. I swear it." "I know you mean it, but that's not sufficient. We have some oaths in my order. Loyalty to us doesn't apply to you, but the basic principles are the same. Swear to only kill oppressors of the innocent and those who are filled with evil, who harm others simply for their own benefit and have no consideration for the good of the world. To leave the world better than it was with your actions." Anton could have come up with something longer and more flowery, but that was what he needed. As for whether Hiram's ideas agreed with his own on the subject, Anton fully intended to have conversations with him about what he meant as they trained, if it even worked. Hiram took a moment to speak, clearly taking some actual time to consider Anton's words. "Very well. I swear to only harm those who oppress the innocent, those who are filled with evil. I swear to leave the world better for having me act upon it." Anton could tell he meant it, in more than a transitory fashion. And he would certainly reinforce that in the coming days. "Good," Anton nodded. "For this, you must focus first upon the concept of death." Anton explained the very basics of the deathly heart technique. Even as he did so, Anton partly hoped it wouldn't work, despite his assurances that he would teach Hiram to cultivate. But only a short time later, within an hour, Hiram opened his eyes from meditation. "I felt it," Hiram proclaimed, though Anton was already aware of that fact. Now that he had connected to natural energy, Anton might be able to guide him on another path, but it would hardly be the most effective route. Even while he was focusing on his passion of teaching, Anton wasn't neglecting his other purpose. He was mostly serving as a go-between for messages traveling through the area, a stable point of contact for the others. But it wasn't nothing. That said, he didn't spend all his time with the people in the local area, much as he would like to. Each individual could only handle so much disruption to their daily lives, as they all had jobs to uphold, except for Hiram. Anton considered bringing him along, But Anton could go and return before Hiram would have made it anywhere. A journey of a few days for Anton might be weeks or more for a normal human, or one just beginning cultivation. The equivalent of the first star. It had been a shade more than a month since first teaching him the deathly heart technique. And he was advancing disturbingly quickly. Whenever Anton took a trip to spar with someone who needed to test their anti-ascension techniques, he worried for the man. There was a significant risk placed on the Hiram just for using the technique. But even after Anton explained in detail, the deathly heart technique still suited Hiram, and the consequences had been accepted. At some point, Hiram would either have to kill someone or start accumulating the side effects of the technique. Killing an arbitrary person was absolutely unacceptable, but Hiram's dark temperament didn't show signs of losing morality. There were plenty of targets nearby. And Anton had even convinced the man to think about the circumstances that forced those working under Burita to do so. If they enjoyed suppressing the local populace or openly killed people like the Grey Rock sect, that was one thing. But some might have been intimidated into joining to protect themselves. That didn't excuse their actions. But it did mean that nobody should slaughter their way through the ranks of either groups without thought. That included Anton. But Idalia seemed content not to call him on that promise just yet. In a perfect world, something like the deathly heart technique should not exist. It would be completely unnecessary. And nobody would have the drive to need a technique of that sort to begin with. But the world wasn't perfect. And that had to be dealt with. Elsewhere, Grand Elder Konea had her eyes on the Whispering Watchers. Concerning news had reached her ears. Someone was looking for news on her favorite disciple. And it didn't seem like the friendly sort of inquiries, either. The rumors said that a disciple of Elder Nahid of the Whispering Watchers had died at Anton's hand. Sinia had no doubt that it was true. But the acceptance of that fact also indicated that they had accepted the presence of the Twin Soul sect among their ranks. Whether it was openly or simply by not choosing to eradicate them, Sinia didn't care. Both were equally concerning. She had traveled a long distance to get her eyes on this Elder Nahid. But the territory of the Whispering Watchers was significant. Someone of Sinia's power might be able to get away with cutting across the corner of the territory, but actually crossing dividing lines or walls was another thing, and thus Elder Nahid remained unseen. But probably not unsensed. There were only a few among the group that could be her. As there weren't an excess of life transformation cultivators in the world. The Whispering Watchers had 3 such cultivators that were on the boundary between early and midlife transformation. One was a man, and another was a bit more on the far side of the gap. From what Sinaya knew that led her to the final option, a woman with cultivation somewhat greater than herself. That did make it rather hard to act on the situation immediately. Not that even Sinaya was crazy enough to storm a sect like the Whispering Watchers herself. Even if she cold shoot at them from outside their territory, Having taken note of the elder in question, or at least a representative sample of the practitioners of the same cultivation technique, Sanaya was satisfied for the moment. But she was absolutely going to be talking to the other elders about what actions they might take against the sect. And not just for Anton's sake, but also for his sake. For some reason, Sanaya felt he was important. That could have been personal bias because he was an excellent archer. But if nothing else, he was one of the members of the order with the potential to reach life transformation. If he hadn't started cultivation at such an advanced age, she might have even picked him out for ascension. But he had. And he was quite deep in Everhart's fleeting youth. Kania herself had dabbled in it. But she couldn't convince herself to take the leap to actually practicing it, knowing it would cut off her chance at ascension. Slim as it was looking, simply didn't sit well with her. That was another thing about Anton. His abnormal background made him different than many others, as he had easily given up that potential, with full knowledge he was one of the geniuses who might make it. The reason hadn't been just for temporary power boosts either, but because of a desire to protect people. He reminded her of Vandali, in fact, in a much different way than the man's grandson. A stalwart guardian of the sect. Though Anton wasn't at the level of power to do such just yet. But if he could make it past the bottleneck of life transformation, he might surpass Sanaya herself in a mere 30 or 40 years. Chapter 298. It was common knowledge that cultivators were only good for causing trouble. Idalia knew that. But she'd still fallen for grandiose promises offered by a stranger. It only made things worse that so far he'd kept his word. After an initial period of difficulty, she was starting to get the hang of cultivation. It really did make things easier. The tasks she did every day, carrying bundles of herbs to be dried or mixing and grinding powders, no longer felt like hard work. Making use of natural energy to find things in the nearby forest was also much better than just using her knowledge and eyes. She could even pick out herbs buried under piles of leaves or tangled among other plants. In return, she talked to the old man, Anton, instructing him on various herbs as well as the secondary requirements of her profession. People came to her as a healer in general. And when stitching and binding wounds was sufficient, she could save poor families quite a bit of money. She could even afford to wrap up some pain-killing herbs with the others due to how much Anton brought back from the forest. "I hope you are not wiping the place clean," Idalia remarked on one occasion. "I need there to be some next season as well." She could grow a small amount of the most useful herbs in her personal garden, but the forest's bounty was much greater than anything she could manage. "Don't worry," Anton replied. "I only take a portion from each area. I just cover a wide range." That was one of the things hardest to pin down about the old cultivator. He seemed to walk around like a healthy young man. But she never saw him move so quickly that he could scour the forest in the time he was gone. But unless he could magically produce bundles of herbs with dirt on the roots, that was what he had to be doing. She was getting the hang of using natural energy, but when she tried to get a sense of the man, she felt herself blinded, as if dozens of bright lights shone on her. Even if her actual eyes were fine, her senses overloaded quickly. She wasn't sure if it was some sort of retaliation for snooping, or if he was just like that. He'd indicated he was strong enough to kill Berita, but Idalia didn't intend to rely on that promise. On the occasions where he trained her to fight, it was obvious he had an abundance of experience. The initial phases of instruction were foreign armed combat and staves, which suited Idalia just fine since she wasn't planning to suddenly carry around a spear wherever she went. He would demonstrate attacks, but when he used them in their spars, she couldn't make heads or tails of the movement. "It's not fair," she complained. "You are too fast." Anton asked. His tone clearly indicated that he disagreed. "Keep a close watch, because this," Anton's fist was in front of her face in a moment, "is no different from this." He stepped back and threw a simple punch forward. "I find that hard to believe," Idalia responded. Those were her true thoughts, but it was also true that he would have no reason to deceive her about that. Unless he just wanted to show off, but in that case he could find someone other than a herbalist to outclass in melee combat. The more she interacted with him using the same moves, the more she realized he was right. Of course he was. But she couldn't believe how big the difference was between watching something from afar and having to react to it. And if she messed up, she would get hit by a fist that could shatter ribs at minimum. Not that it ever actually did shatter her ribs. Anton didn't seem to be the sort of teacher that found pain to be a useful teacher. His attacks always connected, but they would seldom leave anything more than a bruise that would last until the evening. Granted, some of those were seriously painful, but it also let her know that her body was recovering more quickly. Idalia wasn't alone as Anton's student. Though he spent as much time as possible teaching everyone personally, he was only one man. On regular occasions, usually a weekend when most people were off of work, he would organize group training sessions. There was a short amount of exercises, but they would usually lead into sparring shortly. "Your bodies will grow best by performing the actual movements," Anton explained. "Which is why I have you all focus on training yourselves while at work in your daily lives. Your body will naturally develop what it needs. And while perhaps you might not need to fight, should the occasion arise you will regret not knowing how." Most of them were matched against each other for the spars. Anton would sometimes just watch, and other times he would spar against them individually, and then very occasionally as a group. At this time, you might not have need of fighting together against a much stronger opponent, but it's important that you know how different it would be. Even when they used staves to extend their reach, Anton was always able to step in and strike them wherever he pleased. It should also be noted that I could simply block all of your attacks without dodging. In fact, I could beat all of you without moving an inch or making a single attack. Idalia wasn't the combative sort. but a statement like that irked her. But Hiram was more easily drawn in by it. "Prove it!" Hiram angled his staff towards Anton. Enshrouded with the uncomfortable energy he cultivated. He never used it against any of the others. But Idalia could tell how dangerous it was. "Very well," Anton said. He stepped towards the group, stopping right in front of Hiram. "Come at me, all of you." He settled into a relaxed stance with his arms at his sides. "I won't move from here. Come at me whenever you are ready." Perhaps Hiram had been waiting for those words. Or perhaps he had merely been psyching himself up. Either way, a moment later his energy flowed down his staff towards the end as he swung it over his head, bringing it down on Anton's skull with a resounding crack. There was a cry of pain, and Idalia briefly wondered if Anton had overestimated himself. But of course, that wasn't the case. What had broken was not his skull, it was Hiram's staff, and perhaps one of his fingers. The injured hands didn't stop him from continuing to attack, spinning around in a series of kicks aimed at the old man's sides. Every impact had a heavy sound, but it was like Hiram was hitting a brick wall. Except he might actually chip a brick wall with those attacks, not wanting to be embarrassed. Idalia joined in but was more conservative with her attacks. Only a few of them stepped forward at once. Since they had long learned that to many people attacking in an uncoordinated manner just tripped each other up. 3 people was close to the limit, because with 4 surrounding someone, some were directly across from each other, which led to awkward situations when the target dodged. With 5 or more, it just grew uncomfortably cramped, even when nobody was directly opposing each other. Each blow of Idalia's staff made her realize the gap between her and Anton, or any powerful cultivator. When they sparred, Anton held himself down to their level, which even included things like his defenses. Thus, attacks that normally would feel like that had a real impact simply bounced off. And with nowhere else to go, all of the force of the blow rebounded into the attackers. Still, there were more than a handful of them. His defenses had to break eventually. That was the thought some of them had, and they put it to the test. But soon enough everyone was collapsed on the ground, unable to move. "I don't want to give you all the wrong impression," Anton said gently. "Yes, you are weak. For now. To reach my level requires something on the order of decades of training. But instead of a looming fear, think of it as a caution of knowing your limits. And also what you can achieve given time. After everyone has had some time to recover, we will be doing some tangible tests of strength, so you can see your progress in the upcoming months." She sensed them coming before they entered her shop. There was something about the way Burrita's thugs walked, like they owned the city. Which they kind of did. And this pair stood out because they were cultivators, mid-body tempering if her senses were correct. That meant their reserves of energy were at least double or triple her own, and their bodies tougher. With one of them, the latter was obvious. Sasho filled the entire doorway as he stepped inside. And the very first thing he did was knock over a rack of supplies. He stepped forward, bending low, but Idalia just yelled at him. "Just stop it." He froze in place. "But I knocked it over." The second figure stepped around him, patting him on the shoulder, which was as high as she could reach. "Don't worry about it, Sasho. I'm sure she can clean it up." "Okay, Trix." Idalia sighed as she looked at the two of them. "What do you want? I already paid this month's protection taxes. If you try to get more, you'll just bleed me dry and I'll have nothing." That wasn't quite true. Since with Anton's help her stores had significantly improved. But she wasn't willing to give up more than she had to. Especially with half of a ruined shelf. The worst part was that Sasho didn't even do it on purpose, as far as she could tell. He just bumped into things, which was why she had stopped him from reaching to pick it back up. Things would only get worse if he continued moving. Orders from the boss, the thin woman known as Trix, shrugged. "You are the best herbalist around, and she's got a special order. She wants you to get this." Trix pulled out a rolled-up sheet of paper. "Tree thistle. Says it needs someone who knows what they're doing to harvest it." "Then why come to me? I've never even heard of it." "I wouldn't know how." Idalia knew there might be consequences for refusal. But if she couldn't do it, things should be all right. "Too bad," Trix shook her head, "because we come with instructions." She tossed over the roll of paper. And Idalia reluctantly unfolded it. It seemed to have been a page ripped out of a book. It hurt to look at, especially with the various holes in it. "Let's see here. Deep forest. Only grows where corpses lay." Idalia shook her head. "What the hell sort of thing is this? I can't do this. I'll be devoured alive." "And then you won't get it." "You sure about that?" Trix said, stepping forward. "Because I notice you've taken up cultivation." "Buet. It is true you don't seem that strong yet, which is what we're here for. We're to escort you. Look, you are not getting out of this. The boss lady was very particular about having this thing." "Fine." Idalia looked back down at the paper, continuing to read. "Must be uprooted whole and prepared on site by smoking the leaves and pulping the stem and flowers. Mind the spikes. Dimensions." 3 to 5 meters. Idalia's voice cracked at that. "Here is no way." "That's what Sasho here is for." Trix patted him on the side. "We've got a big wheelbarrow, too. So if you know where this all is and how to deal with it." "Why involve me? You think we know how to do any of that mashing and stuff?" Trix shook her head. "No way. And we also don't know how to dig up stuff while keeping the roots intact. That seemed to be important for some reason." Idalia grimaced. If only Anton was in town. But he wasn't. And even if he was, she wasn't sure if it would be good for him to show up next to Birita, even if he really could take her out. Idalia knew that someone else could easily take over. And they might be even worse. Fine. "Where is it then?" In the deep forest, write Trick's gesture to the paper. In the shadows, or whatever it says there. Wait so. You haven't actually seen it? No, but it has to be there somewhere. Idalia frowned as she looked at the paper. It really didn't have to be anywhere. The sketch on the page indicated it looked just like a milk thistle. But at several meters tall, she would have noticed it had she gotten anywhere close. Not that she ventured into the deep woods, but just because something cultive in the environment didn't mean it did. And the thing about corpses. What was she getting dragged into? Chapter 99. There was a thought in Idalia's mind that she was being brought out into the woods to be killed. Maybe Shualdi. But she didn't think that Birita's thugs would go through such trouble when they could just kill her in public. Plus, if they were going to do that, it probably would have by end if errant people. The great size of Sasho contributed to his ability to casually destroy things, including on accident. But those big bones of his were also the least subtle bones Idalia knew. He seemed completely incapable of deception, unless he was secretly amazing at it and everything was an act. But that just seemed too improbable. On the other hand, Trix might be capable of killing people maliciously. But she was generally better at solving things without violence. Idalia had seen her shake down some people and make them almost happy for the privilege. It was people like her that kept Birita's hold on the area from completely devolving into chaos. Idalia wasn't sure whether or not to appreciate that. Since it would be bad for both sides if things turned into a straight conflict, when Idalia saw a patch of blood clot moss on a large stone, she stopped to scrape some of it off. "What are you doing?" Trix demanded. "We need to keep moving." "And in to stay in business?" Idalia retorted. "If I am going to be away from my shop for an entire day, I at least need to get what I can." That was all true. But she was also trying to delay things so she could think of a way to protect herself. Unfortunately, she was coming up blank, as either of the two could take her out. Maybe she could outrun them. But even if she did, they would know exactly where she was going. It might be better if they died to something in the forest. But in that case, Birita might notice them gone. In the end, Idalia found herself with little choice but to go along with them into the deeper parts of the forest. After quite a few hours of walking, Trix stopped and looked around. "All right, should be far enough." "So where is it? Where is what?" Idalia asked. "The tree thistle. That's the whole reason we're here." "Remember, how am I supposed to know? You are the herbalist. Just look at the paper." Idalia grumbled, but looked it over. The information only said deep forest in the shadows. That meant the thickest areas. Which of course ended up with the most problematic beasts. Idalia didn't know that much about them, except to stay away. Even if she was a cultivator now, it didn't suddenly become safe just because she was a bit stronger. It might be this way, I suppose. She was already inside the region she wanted to stay away from, but she had some idea where the worst parts were. Up until that point, they had managed to avoid encounters with unfriendly beasts. But they soon stumbled into the territory of a large bear. Idalia swallowed nervously. Sparring with people was basically nothing like real combat, and despite how strong Sheikh Nawantan to be, he wasn't as terrifying as the several-meter-tall bear, mostly because he wasn't reeing to hurt her. When the creature stood upon its hind legs and roared, all hope of backing away went out of Idalia's head. She clutched her walking staff tightly in her hand. At least she'd remembered to bring the thing with her. It was useful enough as a weapon, and for extending her reach, before she could truly bring herself to act. Sasho was already charging the great beast, his wheelbarrow left behind. She felt its sharp claws whistle through the air as it roared, with the man also yelling back at it as he pulled a large axe off his back and chopped at it. The results were immediate and bloody. A line of claws drew across Sasho's chest. But the majority of the spray came from the bear, coating him in from head to toe. And that was it, the whole fight. Resolved in an instant. It was kind of terrifying, but also almost assuring. While she wasn't sure about killing the bear in a single attack, Idalia felt that she could have dodged either the bear's swipe or Sasho's wild chop, so she probably wouldn't die instantly. If it came down to it, Sasho, you big lug, Trix strode over next to him. You need to wait for me to fight. Don't want anyone to get hurt, he said simply. You got hurt, though, she said in an exasperated manner. It's okay. I'll heal. Eventually, Sasho nodded with complete assurance. Seeing the wounds on his chest, Idalia wasn't sure if that was true. She was certain that even with a cultivator's ability to recover their wounds quickly, since he didn't seem to be actively closing them, he might just bleed to death before it came down to it. I don't think you will, she said as she approached. Let me patch you up. In the short term, it might be better for her to let him bleed to death. But if Trix made her continue into the deep forest without him, her life would be at greater risk. And they could hardly transport back the tree thistle without his bulk. She was able to lift quite a bit more than she had before she began cultivating. But even if it was rather light, anything a few meters in height would be pretty tough to carry or even drag. She took some of the blood clot moss, some bandages, and a few minor herbs she was already carrying on her when they started the journey, applying them to his wounds. It wouldn't let him recover much faster, but at least nothing would get worse. I'd try not to move too much after that, Idalia said professionally. Can't fight without moving, Sasho responded. Can't do anything. Just try not to strain it. She shook her head. Trix looked at her suspiciously, but let her work. But Idalia wasn't so crazy as to poison someone right in front of her. Cultivators could detect some of that. And again, she needed them to survive this. For her own survival. Or maybe she could just run away. It was a shame to leave her hometown, but with Birita lording over the area, she probably should have gone away long before. As they got deeper in the forest, Idalia wished she had refined her eyes more. It wasn't as dark as night, but it got rather difficult to see. On the other hand, she was able to pick out a number of medicinal plants just by her energy senses. Some of them stood out, in fact, as they contained natural energy within them. She wasn't completely sure what they all did, but she could study them later, and perhaps get her hands on some relevant books, though she was ostensibly leading the way. Idalia was just wandering and hoping that they would run into something, until a gust of wind almost knocked her out with a putrid scent. She almost immediately led them away from the area towards somewhere else, but then realized that might be what they were looking for. She wasn't sure what about corpses would make a tree thistle grow around them, since the soil usually had nutrients that were easier to access for most forms of plant life. "That way," she gestured. "That's our best bet, at least." She didn't want to sound too confident, because if they didn't find something, she would be at fault, even if she'd never seen the thing before. As they approached the area, Idalia began to get a bad feeling. More than she already had, of course. The flow of natural energy didn't seem right, and she was beginning to sense a number of moving sources of it. "Looks like we're about to run into some trouble," Trix said, confirming her suspicion. "Sasho, don't run out ahead." "You need to stick with us so we can all fight them together," all of us, Idalia asked nervously. "Obviously," Trix said, drawing a curved blade. "We don't have the leeway to keep you completely safe. Besides, what's the point of cultivating if you don't fight? Idalia could have told her plenty of reasons to do it. Better health. More efficient work." But she figured it would fall on deaf ears at the moment. She clutched her staff as a loud buzzing became apparent, and the approaching blobs of energy resolved themselves into the forms of individual creatures, specifically wasps, each as long as a forearm with stingers nearly half that length. Idalia took a deep breath as they approached. Her position in the back seemed safe, but the way the swarm of dozens was spreading out, they could very easily find their way around to her. Despite the cautions from Trix, Sasho charged forward to meet them when they got close. His first swing sliced a few limbs off of one of them and chopped straight through another. But their wicked stingers pierced into him, his defensive energy only sufficient to keep their attacks from digging as deep as they otherwise might have. Trix moved up close behind Sasho, nimble swinging her curved blade while keeping herself from being in the midst of them. Idalia wasn't far behind her, though she couldn't be as close as she liked for worry of interfering with the others, or being cut apart by their attacks. When a wasp's form resolved itself in her vision, her body moved almost on its own. Instead of an incoming attack with a human-made weapon, it was the attack, but her instinctive parry turned into a decent sweep, catching the creature's wing and sending it veering off course where it slammed into the dirt. She didn't have time to pay attention to it beyond that, as there were more moving in fast. Her staff spun around her, weaving a barrier of combined defense and attack Anything getting close would find itself whacked by the solid wood of her weapon, plus some natural energy augmenting it. Anytime her staff struck a wing or one of the creature's limbs, the target crumpled. But if she didn't the right angle, the creatures kept coming, their momentum carrying them to her with their nasty stingers. Some of them scraped against her defensive energy as she barely dodged, but one lodged itself into her left shoulder. She grabbed the creature and flung it away, yanking it out, but the pain remained, along with something else. She had to make a snap decision about whether or not to try to deal with the venom during the battle, and decided Sheria didn't want to know what the full effects would be. While it was all still in her wound, she began coaxing and squeezing it out, unfortunately also with some of her blood. But blood would recover on its own. Doing that while fighting at the same time was one of the hardest things she'd ever done. Much harder than precisely measuring ingredients to be mixed into a salve. The swarm of wasps was slightly less numerous at that point. But she still had a few more close calls, including one with a particularly big wasp, which looked intent to impale her through the heart. Her staff struck it right in the body, which was unfortunately only enough to shove it back a meter or two before it was coming right back at her. She clenched up and tried to keep her eyes open, even as her instincts told her to cover her face, despite the fact it wasn't attacking there. She wasn't sure if she imagined a dull blob of energy washing over the thing, but her next overhead swing smacked it down to the dirt below. She continued to beat the thing with her staff until it no longer resembled a nasty, flying bug. She probably should have been focusing on the other wasps, but it seemed they were either defeated or beginning to retreat. Sasho and Trix clobbered the last few around them before taking a look around. "Hey, you survived," Trix said. "Looks like you could use a bit of a patch up, though." "Same with you," Idalia commented. Sasho had more than a handful of visible holes, slowly leaking blood, and Trix was clearly not unharmed. Both of them were pretty low on energy, too. If she wanted to take them out, this might be her best chance. But of course, she was pretty exhausted herself. Instead of doing that, she treated all of their wounds to the best of her ability. The two of them appeared a bit woozy, and Sasho seemed to be in significant pain. But all she could do was relieve some of the symptoms. Back at her shop, she had treatments for normal wasp stings, but those were mostly relief for the pain and swelling. These things could have entirely different properties. The wind switching directions once more reminded her of the task, and how awful the area ahead smelled. The group continued forward until they saw the bodies of various beasts lying in a pile. There were weird grubs, or maybe they were larvae, wriggling around in the bodies. A short distance away was their target, the tree thistle, just as pictured and described. It was basically a milk thistle but several meters tall, with all of its other attributes scaled up as well. That included the spikes along the giant stalk and various leafy offshoots. They were supposed to carry that back. Idalia looked down at the little hand shovel she'd brought to dig up herbs and shook her head. It was quite inadequate for the job. At least they had the wheelbarrow. But even that was looking rather small if they had to dig up the whole thing. Was this what cultivators always had to deal with? Chapter 300. All right, so Trix looked at the tree thistle. Do we just yank it out? No, Idalia unintentionally yelled. What is wrong with you? Didn't you read the page? She waved it towards Trix. Sure I did. It just said to uproot it whole. Stop! Idalia called out to Sasho, who had his arms wrapped around the plant. You'll just tear it in half if you do that. And put holes in your arms, if you grab it tight. Sasho looked down at his arms, which already had some wasp stings. Ouch! Idalia sighed. Okay, look, the roots should go pretty much straight down. Apparently, we need to keep this thing encased in dirt, so we have to dig. Maybe a meter on each side. That's so much dirt, though, it'll more than fill that wheelbarrow. It's all we have, Trix said helpfully. Why did Birita send you? Idalia shook her head. Believe it or not, I am one of the careful ones. And Sasho. I am here to lift it, he flexed. I am strong. I know, Idalia sighed. And I am here because you knew enough to have proper caution. Birita must have known that. Or wanted someone to blame for screwing it up. Same could be said for you two, Idalia grumbled. Why do you work for her anyway? Trix looked over at Sasho, who looked back. Because Trix does? Sasho nodded. It's complicated, Trix frowned. Yeah, well, you're complicated us making things awful for the rest of us. Idalia had gotten her confidence back after the battle. That wasn't her forte. But chastising unruly customers and working with herbs was. These two were kind of both. Even if they were also much stronger than her. But she'd dealt with people who could physically overpower her before. It just so happened that both she and her foes were stronger at the current moment. She jabbed her trowel into the ground. Drawing out a line. We'll dig down from here, as deep as arm's length. That'll have to be good enough. Going straight from a battle to physical labor was difficult. Idalia thought that maybe she was becoming too reliant on natural energy. But even her body was stronger, and she was just trying to do more than a normal person would. This was the sort of project that should really take a long afternoon with proper shovels. Whereas they were using their hands and her trowel and Sasho's axe as improvised digging implements. It was foolish of her to assume they had something when she had seen what they were carrying. And they really didn't want to be here for long, because there could be more wasps. More equally dangerous beasts. As Sasho's axe chopped through the dirt, Idalia sincerely hoped the sound of roots being cut were nearby trees and not their quarry. Or that the author of the scant page she had was incorrect about the required intact nature of the herb tree. It was frustrating enough that all of the effects seemed to have been intentionally removed. What was Birita going to get out of this? It seemed fairly potent to Idalia. But would it be enough to empower Birita? If so. Should she make sure that didn't happen? Some people seem to find the idea of sacrificing themselves simple. Either they had nothing to live for, or they thought that thing would do just fine without them. Personally, Idalia had a lot of life ahead of her still left to live and wasn't planning to die out in the woods. But she'd been getting a better idea of how to use her natural energy to sense the effects of herbs without anyone ingesting them. She carefully avoided the spiky leaves, navigating her hand to a place with the least spikes so she could hold her palm against it. Then she circulated her energy out and through the plant. "I hope you are not doing something stupid," Trix commented. "Just checking its potency. You'd want it to work, right?" "Yeah," Trix nodded. "We'd get in trouble if it didn't." Adalia just nodded, keeping her focus on the plant. Aside from being full of natural energy and freakishly huge, it felt just like milk thistle. Just more of it. Maybe it was the same. Or maybe she simply couldn't pick out what made it different. Approximately an hour later, though a quite exhausting one, Idalia and the others stood around the plant, having dug up beneath it as far as they could. "Okay," Idalia guided. "The two of us will hold the dirt in place and help lift. But Sasho has to do the majority of the pulling. But we want to yank out the deep roots, not tear them apart, so try to maintain a steady strength." Perhaps it was pointless to hope that Sasho could do things precisely, but she still had the hope. On the count of 3. 1, 2. They all lifted at slightly different times. At first, nothing happened. The main roots were buried too deep. Then Sasho roared, tugging with all of his might. Edalia and Trix barely managed to hold the dirt around the roots. But there was a snapping sound as roots tore off down below, and the upper half of the plant flopped over. Sasho plopped the plant into the large wheelbarrow, his face dotted with prickles from the spines on the plant. Caused even with his natural energy and tempered body. "There, done. Aga." Idalia looked at the thing. With snapped roots and milky white goop leaking where the top broke apart, she hopped up into the wheelbarrow. "Okay, I'll hold this together. Just get us back to town," she grimaced. In the worst case, they could just find another. Right. It wasn't as if Burrito needed something so big on short notice. She doesn't need this today, right? By sundown, Trix commented. Idalia looked at the afternoon sun. Why, nobody had an answer for her, of course. But Sasho started pushing. Every bump threatened to knock over the tree thistle or impale Idalia on its spikes. Or simply snap off the top. Idalia was doing her very best to hold it together and keep all of it inside itself. While Trix tried to somewhat clear the way, chopping high branches that might cause them trouble. It was miraculous that they made it back to town with some time left, but they weren't quite done. Idalia still needed to process the plant. It wasn't terribly difficult as herbalism tasks went, except for the size of the thing. "We'll go in the back," Idalia commented. "My workstation is right in there." She'd assumed that Sasho knew that meant to stop outside the door. But when she crashed through, sending the teetering upper half toppling on herself and Sasho, she knew she should have been specific. But at least they were inside. Okay, we have to work quick. Sasho, I need you to grind up the seeds with this mortar and pestle. He looked at the less than palm-sized bowl in his hands. Too small, he commented. Just squash them in your hand, but drop the dust in this bowl. She picked out one of the largest vessels she had, though she would need more. Trix, go buy me some big jars. We need to store all this crap. On it? Trix ran out, following orders easily. Everyone wanted to succeed, at least. From the flower to the milky sap, from the stem to the roots to the seeds. Pretty much every part except the thorny leaves were being used in the recipe. There were a few stabilizing agents that Idalia was fortunate to have plenty of as she began throwing things into pots. Mixing with a frenzy, though she didn't notice it at the time as she was exhausted. She actually worked above and beyond her capabilities. Cultivators under pressure could draw upon more natural energy than normal. As well as those working on something, they found a connection too. It was both for Idalia. Though she mostly felt panic until later, when Trix came back with a dozen large pots balanced all over her. Idalia started her on some of the simple mixing. Sasho, this needs to be crushed smaller. Really grind it to a fine powder? As Idalia was working. She looked at some of the herbs she'd brought from the forest and what she already had in her shop. It would be trivial to add a little bit of something special. Burita probably wouldn't notice until it was too late. And the two with her wouldn't understand it didn't belong. It might not be enough to kill Burita. But chances were her wrath would be taken out on the two of them. Maybe things would find their way back to Idalia. But for the mere opportunity to take down the woman. But despite the fact that Sasho and Trix were working for her, they weren't really like the others. Sure, Trix was snarky about things and absolutely collected the taxes for Burita. But whenever it happened to Idalia, she didn't feel so bad about it when it was her. And Sasho was big and clumsy, but probably didn't really get that he was doing something wrong, even if she could guarantee she wouldn't receive a backlash. The fact that they probably would stop her, and she had no guarantee that only Burita would be ingesting this concoction. Actually, it seemed insane to think one woman would need all of this. Maybe she was planning to sell it. But if so, she really should have taken her time with this. Idalia shoved aside all thoughts of poisoning Burita, directly or indirectly. Until later, at least. If she could guarantee some actual damage, and that only Burita would be harmed. Or at least only her and her worst cronies. When Sasho and Trix hurried off, just as the sun was beginning to set, Idalia collapsed in a pile, specifically into the dirt. There was far too much of it in her workshop, as well as various dirtied and broken things. Her door was useless, too. But She'd survived the ordeal. Hopefully. Unless too much potency had been lost and Birita decided to kill her anyway. Need some help? A voice asked. She turned her head, realizing there had been footprints approaching. Oh. Hiram. She closed her eyes for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, I need to clean up. It took a few moments for something to come back to her. In the forest. Was that you taking out that wasp? It was, he nodded. I happened to be approaching your shop at the same time as these two. I followed after you at a significant distance. They radiated quite a bit of power. So my own ability to hide myself wasn't that important. I decided in that battle the risk was acceptable, with everyone seeming quite distracted. Thanks, I needed it. I would have liked to do more, he said as he began sweeping around her, pushing things out the back door. I also would have liked to take out those two. We shouldn't, Idalia said quickly. I know. It would just draw the wrath of stronger people. But those two didn't feel too far out of our reach. Yeah, but it's not just that. Those two are fine people. They smashed up your shop and almost got you killed, Hiram pointed out. Yeah, but it wasn't really their fault. They're good people at heart, I think. Just forced into working for Birita somehow. I think it would be better to get them on our side. Hiram contemplated for a while as he continued to sweep. I hadn't considered that. So far, my encounters with Birita's group have only solidified their status as thus, and the Grey Rock sect remains cowardly bullies. Maybe not all of them, though Idalia pointed out. Some people might just be biding their time, like us, even those working for Birita. They have to be getting something from it. If they can grow stronger, maybe they can do something. I almost wish you'd taken up Panton's offer, Hiram said. Then we could be done with it. But perhaps instead of just taking the easy way, we should work towards something more sustainable. I agree, Idalia said. I wouldn't ask you to try to hold your temper around the Grey Rock sect. But I or some of the others could look into them more closely. And maybe we can ask Trix about others. Sasho. Probably doesn't need to hear any of this, though. He seems like the kind that would be bad at keeping secrets. Absolutely, Hiram agreed. And when Anton returns, we might ask for some help spying on people. I am under the impression that he can sense things from a significant distance, several kilometers away. Anton Half grinned to himself. It seemed things were going fine without his constant watch. But the issues still might outlast his stay in the area. Chapter 301. Anton walked into Idalia's shop and pulled a stack of books out of his storage bag. She looked at him curiously and asked, "What's all that?" "This is a selection of verbalist manuals covering the most common herbs useful for people in body tempering," Anton explained. "I have more for spirit building, but those are rather valuable." Knowing cultivators, I doubt I could afford the others anyway. Business is up, but not that much. Anton set them down on the counter in front of her. I am not planning to sell them to you. I am just giving them to you. I'll do the same with the others. But they're a bit too much of a temptation for others to steal with your current cultivation. Anton flipped one of them open. In exchange, I need your experience in the field. I am still missing some key experience to understand some parts of these. You've already read them? Then you might know more than me. For a short time? Perhaps I might know more about these things in particular. And I'll admit to having studied some of them before. Anton shrugged. But it's a matter of access to knowledge for you. And when you reach spirit building, you can look forward to some significant increases in mental processing. I don't even know why you'd want to learn from me. When Cultivator seems to already know everything, Idalia frowned. That's simple, Anton explained. Cultivators don't always think about what they're doing. They don't make medicines for headaches and common fevers. And they are likely to miss plants that are not imbued with natural energy even if they have valuable properties. Like those not used for fighting or recovering from a fight. Yet you seem to be trying to make everyone a cultivator, Idalia countered. Everyone needs to enjoy the benefits of using natural energy and enhanced bodies and minds. Personally, I also think everyone should know at least the basics of combat so they can band together to deal with problems. Beyond that, however, I find that non-cultivators tend to do a better job making a sustainable living, or rather, I work with the people who do. Anton nodded to himself. Most people fail to see the benefits of everyone cultivating, only thinking what it might cost them in the short term, even if that short term is a mere decade. Which shouldn't matter to serious cultivators. Idalia nodded seriously. And how long have you been cultivating? 15 years. Anton grinned widely. Yeah, sure. Me too. Anton didn't bother with correcting her thoughts at the moment. It was well known that cultivators took a long time to reach significant power, and that only the young were suited to start cultivating. Though Anton had already recruited some of the less young throughout Urbington. Need help with that door? Anton asked. Don't worry about it. Already called in someone to replace the door frame and the rest. Idalia frowned. Now I am worried about how easy it is for cultivators to break in, though. I'd suggest a secret basement, Anton gestured downward. If it's deep enough, nobody will notice anything important in it. Put it below a regular basement so that nobody bothers to get close or wonder why you head downstairs. Or protect it with formations, but you need the strength to back that up. Same with storage bags that you carry on you at all times. Anton patted the bag at his waist. Seems problematic. That's the issue with having valuables, Anton shrugged. And nobody properly enforcing the laws. Don't remind me. Too late, Anton grinned. But this place is well on its way. Just needs a few years. And then what? We mob Birita never underestimate a mob with pitchforks. Or proper spears. Arbington wasn't the only town under Birita's shadow that Anton was spending time in, but it was the most promising. Other places had fewer people willing to put in the effort to cultivate, even though it would ultimately yield them more productivity than the time they lost. Some people had little leeway to make ends meet, though Anton was willing to help with that, while others simply didn't accept Anton's words that it was worthwhile. He still kept coming back, though. At the entrance to one of them, Timberville, he saw a pair of cultivators waiting. They were just newbies in body tempering, but he knew they worked for Birita. They weren't stopping anyone passing through. Though, just watching them, he could have gone around them easily enough, but he also had no worries about approaching them. If they couldn't discern who to cause trouble with or not, it would be a favor to Birita to take them out. Though he'd rather not implicate the town if he could help it. "Hey, you are Senior Anton." "Correct." The tone of the woman leaning against the gate switched between unaccustomed rudeness and very unpracticed politeness. "I might be. Who's asking?" "Birita wants to. Has requested to see you. In person." "Did she say that?" Anton asked. "Or did she say go grab that old bastard and bring him to me?" "I don't recall her exact words. The way the woman was sweating indicated he'd gotten surprisingly close. Though Anton could keep a general sense of where the strongest sources of energy were in a wide area, his senses weren't so amazing that he could track every conversation, even of the important people. So he'd approximated from how Birita usually talked. "I see. But you didn't answer my first question." "Who are you?" The woman tried to step back. "Trix, Senior." The man across the way stomped up to Anton, his lips tightly pursed. Anton had the feeling he'd been told not to say anything, but was finding it difficult. "You'd be Sasho then," he said to the man. "Well, I won't cause the two of you any further trouble. You can bring me to her." "Ah." Trix looked around nervously. "Right now." "That's your job, isn't it? Seems like you should do it." "Right. Sure. Obviously. I just thought. Cultivators like you were busy." "I am," Anton half lied. "But that's why I am going now. If she wants to talk, we'll talk. And I am sure she'll appreciate the two of you bringing me over." "Yeah, right. It's, this way." Trix kept nervously looking over her shoulder at Anton, which seemed completely unnecessary since he knew it wasn't what he looked like that was intimidating. Her natural energy kept trying to feel him out, then recoiling when it got close. And Anton wasn't a vendo in Junning to cause that. "Is it true that you are an essence collection cultivator?" "That's right," Anton confirmed. "So you are." "Pretty strong." "Right? That's right. Birita is strong too. Just so you know." "I know," Anton said clearly. "And if you are nervous about Birita having eyes and ears everywhere, it's likely much more limited than you think." They were heading out of town into the forest, walking at a fairly brisk pace. For example, I know neither she nor anyone else is close enough to hear anything if you were going to say that this was a trap of some kind. Or that she's been especially testy lately. But you also don't need to say those things. His words didn't actually make Trix relax any, but Sasho seemed relieved. Oh, good, he nodded happily. Now neither of us have to say it. Trix sighed, but she knew the damage was already done. As they walked along, Anton took stock of the little settlement up ahead. It was mostly a number of log cabins of various size and quality. The largest one, of course, contained Birita. The place was far enough from the nearby towns that she wouldn't be easily discovered. But Anton had known for some time. He hadn't gotten this close before, though. The palisade wall around the place was nearly pointless, though that was only if one considered Birita and not the others, who were much lower in cultivation on average. With mostly body-tempering people and a small handful of spirit-building cultivators, the walls could at least be of some use against opponents relevant to them. There were guards on towers flanking the gate. A pair of archers matched with spear, shielding counterparts below. Halt! Who goes there? It's us. Trix and Sasho. We brought the one Birita asked to meet. Anton. This is him. Anton looked up at the two guards, who were not only far too close for what he would have considered their optimal range, but almost close enough he could leap to them to engage in melee before they could get a shot off. Right. We heard about that. You can pass, but we'll be watching you. They would certainly try. But the poor arrangement of buildings meant they wouldn't have a shot at Anton. Maybe it was intentional to not have a straight path to their leader's home. But the defenses didn't seem quite that intentionally arranged. As they drew close, Anton could sense Birita's chaotic energy. It was normally chaotic, but today it was especially so. A few more people challenged them. And in the end, Anton walked up to Birita's cabin with a number of followers trailing along to see what would happen. Trix cautiously knocked on the door. "What?" a voice shouted from the other side. "I told you not to bother me." At your request, Trix carefully left her name out. We've brought the cultivator, Anton. A string of unintelligible profanity poured out of the cabin before some useful words. Fine. Send him in. Anton stepped inside, scoping out the place. Even if he hadn't learned from Katerina, the formations in the area would have been obvious. Inside was a woman with several scars on her face and arms, sitting in a wide stance on a wooden bench. Two jugs were laid out in front of her. She took a swig from one, grimaced, then a drink from the other. "You, Aunt, I hear you've been causing trouble round here. Teaching people things they don't need to know." She waved her arms broadly as she did so. "Pretty stupid." "What do you mean?" Anton asked. He wasn't trying that hard to actually fool her. But drunk as she was, he didn't know if it would even matter. Drunk essence collection cultivators might still be dangerous and perceptive, but it certainly lowered their capabilities. "They're cultivatin'?" She frowned and sloshed one of the jugs towards him with her gesture. "Can't have that." Why, Anton asked. Are you afraid? He let his voice carry, loud enough that those outside might overhear. Course not, she spat. Just don't like trouble. And you are trouble. I don't like trouble either. Good. Hey. Wait a minute. Did you just imply that I am trouble, huh? What do you think? Anton asked. I think you are asking for it. She stood up angrily and stomped her foot. The gesture wasn't just one of annoyance, but seemed to activate the formations. Men! Get him! Anton stood still for a couple seconds. Then he smiled. Barrier formations also keep people out, he explained. Fine. I'll take care of you myself. She reached for a large sword on her back. Before she had it drawn, Anton kicked the jug of alcohol towards her. He immediately followed up with 3 arrows, simply shot from his energy bows instead of drawing his actual weapon. One of the arrows was made of flame. Shooting through the extremely alcoholic beverage, splashing it over her and lighting it on fire at the same time. The other 2 struck to different points in the formation. Anton wasn't a formation master by any means. But whoever set this one up was several steps further away. There you go. Now they can get in. Anton walked calmly towards the door as several people burst through. He simply slipped past them as they attempted to swing their weapons, smashing up some of the adjacent furniture. Pardon me. I am quite busy, so I'll be on my way. His movement replicated Vincent's from when he had first watched the man, striding along uneven ground like he was floating along a river, a swift one. Anton had almost surpassed the man in cultivation now, but his example had been a guiding light for a time. Though he seemed unhurried, Anton was not particularly interested in staying in the gang settlement to be attacked from all sides. He was just one man after all, and his purposes were better suited by not fighting much. If he were simply interested in killing Berita, attacking while she was drunk might be best, but Anton had the feeling that was something of a constant these days. The burning alcohol wouldn't have really damaged her, but it would make her look back in front of her subordinates. That was more valuable than anything else. At the entrance of the camp, completely ignoring the 2 archers shooting down at him, Anton turned. Oh yes, but I almost forgot. He drew his actual bow, gathering ascension energy to make his shot have the most possible impact. He could have fired over the buildings to hit his target, but he thought it would make a better point if there were shattered walls in between. Don't assume Tahir is nobody stronger than you. A meter-wide hole opened up in a straight line in between Anton and Birita. It was a complete waste of energy, damaging the buildings like that instead of having a tiny hole, but it was more theatrical. The woman was just managing to realize that the fire didn't matter when his arrow struck her hand, sending her sword flying out of her grasp. Remember that, and the rest of you. Think long and hard about if this is what you want to do. Anton glared up at the archers, who had launched a handful of arrows into the ground near him. Accuracy wasn't a problem. But their inability to break through his defensive energy meant they flopped uselessly to the ground. The archers grinned sheepishly and dropped their bows. Then Anton walked away before the impact wore off, and anyone realized that Birita was basically uninjured, including her. Hemi twinned that fight with Birita drunk, but the extra people could eventually become a problem. If he was going to kill all of her followers, he could have just done it from several kilometers away, one at a time. Instead, he'd hopefully cause some damage to morale. And he'd also gained some useful intel regarding the second non-alcoholic jug she was chugging. Chapter 302. After he knew Birita was aware of his efforts, Anton took some more precautions to protect people. It was already known that he was teaching people to cultivate. But she hadn't taken action about that just yet. Showing too much favoritism for one individual might be a problem, though. They could be singled out and made an example. While such information might already be known, Anton avoided approaching people when there were watchers. He was becoming increasingly unsure of his policy to let things continue as they were. But the budding cultivations of his students and the information he now possessed brought a little confidence. Birita's thugs had better things to do than stand around all day watching for Anton, and they would soon learn that when they realized he never got within eyesight of them. But while they were wasting a week or two assuming they would notice him getting close, he was continuing to go about his business. This tree thistle, Anton discussed with Idalia. It shares the same properties as the milk thistle, except increased in magnitude significantly. I think so, Idalia nodded. Among other things, it's supposed to be good for the liver. Perhaps good for heavy drinkers. She shook her head. Good for them. Probably not. Used by them. Sometimes. But it's better for them to stop. The side effects aren't great. After Anton explained Birita's actions, Idalia shook her head. That's stupid. While it should theoretically help recover the damage to her liver to some extent, that's only in moderation. Taking that much of anything is just going to act more like a poison. And taking it while drinking is just asking to magnify the stomach issues it can cause. She has to constantly be feeling sick. She appears to be quite irritable, Anton concurred. It's not normal, the sort of thing that I'd say is potentially fatal. But huge swigs of the stuff I made, Idalia grimaced. Just how good are the bodies of cultivators? Not hat good, Anton offered. I didn't feel her taking steps to filter it either. So, maybe she drinks herself to death or bloats herself to death. Either might take a while. Then someone else takes over and continues everything. Probably, Anton agreed. But in the course of those months, you and the others grow stronger, a step or two at a time. I didn't observe any sort of proper training going on in their camp, and that's reflected in their lower-ranking members. They're not even trying to teach the ground-level thugs how to cultivate. You and the others already can deal with them. Sort of, yeah. But even if we take them out, All it would take is her flipping out to kill us all. So, Anton asked, "What do you want me to do?" It was a sincere question, not some sort of deflection. I don't know. Killing her now actually invites retaliation. If we can wait until she offs herself somehow, it might lead to a violent transfer of power that would weaken their position. If you could take out the right people. Or we could sway some to be reasonable. It might work out. Idalia sighed. Because I do believe you are right that someone else would probably just move in afterwards. And despite the expenses, at least people aren't getting killed. Mostly, the Grey Rock sect wouldn't be a good replacement for her. Though they might end up about the same. Anton nodded. That all sounds about right. If you are right, and we could have spirit-building people within a year. If we can just hang on that long, we could control our own destinies. If she dies, either we can have you do it or wait for the inevitable. Her doing it to herself or pissing off some other cultivators. Idalia frowned. But if she's going through that medicine so quickly, if it doesn't bring her down, she'll run out. And then I'll have to find more. Once was hard enough, and I think I got lucky. If to hear is more, I could really use your help locating it. Absolutely, Anton nodded. I am quite happy to provide information. And protection where it's necessary. If there isn't more. I kept some seeds, Idalia replied. I could grow some. But I have no idea how long it takes, and it would either seem suspicious or be too expensive or both. That also sounds right. If it really needs to grow on deep forests around corpses, I could also set that up. I wish you could just stay here forever. It would be nice, but to here is more to the world than here. I'd prefer if every part of it was improved as much as I could. And of course, I don't have forever. Anton clarified, I'll be returning to my home with the others soon enough. We never planned to be here any longer than 2 years at most, and we're past 6 months. I understand, Idalia nodded. Just make sure to let us know before you go, so we can be ready. If I can, I will. At the very least, I can get a message to you. I can't believe they didn't let us participate in the tournament, Alva complained. It was for the purpose of empowering local juniors, Annalie explained. Prizes going to outsiders would defeat the purpose. But why wouldn't they let us participate just to fight? It would complicate things, Anish surmised. And while you might be reasonable enough to actually mean you don't care about the rewards, they have no assurance of that. And why wouldn't they fight us outside of the tournament? Alva complained. It's not like I am Cheeker. I don't cut people in half, or kill them at all, when I don't mean to. Annalie shrugged. Technically, neither does she. It's just more often her intent, and her presence has stirred up some of the sects here in the East. Something about their swords going missing. And of course there was the whole thing with Vienne. But she Waceville, Alva grumbled. Her sect refused to believe that. They claimed the corpse was tampered with. I bet they're in on it, Alva declared. Or just trying to save face, Anish shrugged. When Alva glared at him, he sighed. Well, it's true. Some sects are quite adamant that none of them were traitorous members of the Twin Soul sect, despite proof to the contrary. I thought a bunch of the old fogies here were supposed to have learned stuff from Everhart. But everyone's so stubborn, Alva shook her head. It just gets worse with age. Agreed, Annalise said. Our grandfather is still planting seeds of cultivation in the commoners here, even though he won't be around to guide them for long. I doubt the world will be as good to them without him around. Anish frowned. That's up to them, isn't it? At least they'll have a chance to fight for a real position in the world. Yeah, Alva said. It sucks to be weak and unable to fight back. I know, but... Annalise shook her head. Not everyone's as lucky as us. To have the talent and proper teachers. Halfway cultivating might just feel worse. Anish took his chance to speak. The elders of my sect would disagree. Even if they weren't all able to reach the heights they imagined, merely having the capability to act with confidence to work towards their desires was enough. And I suppose the rest of us are part of making the world a better place for such people to live. But enough of all that. What was the mission again, Marauders? Reported by the Blue River Gardens, Annalie replied. Isn't this close to where your grandfather is, Anish asked. Do you think they're the same ones? No. We're still significantly north of that. It's just that the Blue River Gardens lost a few of their members in mysterious circumstances. They recovered the bodies of one group, but the others. That's a bit concerning, Alva admitted. Yes. One among them was an Essence Collection elder. The two of us should be weaker and Anish. Not much stronger. This is primarily a scouting mission. Do you think we should go ask for his help? Anish asked. It's only a few days out of our way. And then a few days back? And we've spent a week not looking for some people who could be alive. And letting the trail get colder, Annalie pointed out. No. You are right. It's just I am not great at stealth. It'll be fine, Alva assured him. I'll sense people way ahead. You've also gotten better lately, Annalie commented. Much more than most of the members of Glorious Flame Palace. What can I say? He shrugged. Nobody likes dimming their fires. We're trained to be extremely open about things. Though it's not always as easy as it seems. One day later, Alva stopped them. I found something. Or someone. She looked around, her energy mimicking the movement of her eyes to some extent. Or what used to be someone. I don't sense anyone nearby, but we should circle around just in case. If they're hiding on the far side, I wouldn't necessarily pick them out before we were visible. Alva bent down towards a broken branch, looking closely. Then she sniffed. But I don't think anyone's been through here in a while. The three of them kept their energy restrained as they circled around. Alva in the lead with an ish one step behind to support her if something came up. He was the strongest of them, after all. a guardian of sorts, for the sake of improving the relationships between sects. Eventually, they found their way through the hills, until they came upon what Alva had sensed. A desiccated corpse. "Disgusting," Alva said, sniffing. "But it doesn't smell bad. It hasn't started properly decaying. It just looks like this." "Is there any chance this is the work of a beast?" Anish asked. "No way. Beasts don't rob people of their equipment." "Why not bury it?" Annalie asked. "No respect for the dead," Anish commented. "Sure. But they had to know people would be looking for them, and it would be harder if they were buried, I think." "Because they weren't planning to stay in the area?" Alva decreed. "The first group was further north. This is more recent." Alva turned her head, surveying the land around them. They were just passing through, and any delay in their presence being reported was enough. "What does that mean?" Anish asked. "It means we need to hurry," Alva grimaced, "because this should be someone from the Whispering Watchers." Heading almost directly towards Grandpa, she started sprinting down the hill to the south. "How many?" Anish asked as he caught up to her. "Just one, but one might be enough." The lingering energy doesn't make it clear, but based on that elder, life transformation, Anish commented. Wekna, one of them, had it out for him. "I can't believe they'd just, Annalie shook her head as she ran along with the others. "Maybe they want a war. Sending an elder to kill him, and all." Anish deliberately slowed his pace to subconsciously draw Alva back to a pace they could all sustain for what would likely be every long day of running. They might have assumed Thathius also an elder, given some of his characteristics. It wouldn't be such a political issue that way. If this is Elder Nahid, avenging a student would seem quite reasonable. Or perhaps they didn't care if it was reasonable. "What about killing the people who saw them?" Annalie asked. "That seems like they didn't want to be known to be present." "A good point," Anish agreed. "We can take a short break to recharge when we get close to a significantly sized city and send out some messages, including to the Blue River Gardens, for what little good it will do them." Alva almost seemed as if she would insist that they run without stopping. But she knew that they could actually get there just as fast with the right brakes. And they would arrive more while more effective. The messages also might be critical. Just in case things took the worst possible turn. Chapter 303. Ever since he had begun cultivating, Hiram had grown used to feeling the presence of people more powerful than himself around. It wasn't as if there were suddenly more cultivators, with the possible exception of Anton. He was simply more aware of them. His recent growth had been enough that at least he felt the gap closing with some of the locals who had been cultivating before himself. Most were in body tempering, some spirit building. And then there was Anton in Essence collection. Hiram considered himself lucky to never have been close to Burita, even if she had apparently grown more unhinged recently. She had always been petty and evil. Dealing with her goons had been bad enough, which led to his wife sparking the conflict with the Greystone sect. They still had their coming, too. It would be a while. But he could feel he would make it. He just had to believe and put in the work. It wouldn't be easy. But he could devote himself to the task fully. Over time, he'd gotten used to the feelings of different cultivation styles around him. The handful that Anton was teaching to his various students as well as the others. But he suddenly felt one that he'd never felt before. At least, not from anyone else. Death. That was the feeling of the energy, and what he thought would happen to him as it approached him. He didn't even get to fully consider running away before the suddenly detected presence was on top of him, looking him in the eyes, and then it was too late. You are not a member of the Whispering Watchers. The voice was raspy and indistinct, but more or less directed at him. Or perhaps simply not excluded from his ears. You are coming with me. Hiram had no ability to respond in any capacity as her energy wrapped around him, as if he were simply a bundle of sticks and not a person. He recalled Anton's warnings. A deep part of him was filled with regret, while another part of him was filled with hope. That was just the way humans functioned, because even though Heknu would die, if he didn't, he might look forward to being as strong as the woman in front of him. It was only a very short time later that he found himself bound in heavy chains, inside a room at an inn on the edge of town where he'd once rented a room. The stupid part of him deep inside thought to blame them for that, when it hardly mattered to his current situation, and they would be just as helpless as he was. But the rest of his brain was hardly coming up with any solutions to his predicament either, even if he wasn't being watched. He had the feeling he couldn't break out of the chains binding him. I am only going to ask this once, the woman said. Whereas Anton Krantz Hiram felt death wash over him, it wasn't just her energy, but something deeper. He felt her true intentions, in a way that let him set his resolve. Since he was going to die anyway, he wasn't going to die being a traitor to someone who he'd chosen to involve himself with. Anton never heard of him. Hiram felt his life being torn out of him. It was much the same as natural energy flowing through him, but without any of the care for his own safety, or the promise of anything more to come afterwards. But right before the final bit left him, the flow stopped. The woman clicked her tongue. No, better keep him alive for the moment. He might come look for him that way. It didn't encourage Hiram that she'd changed her mind. By any reasonable measure, he wasn't alive anyway, nor would he be for long. And now he was being used as bait. He could only hope that Anton would understand the situation and let him die, since it would happen anyway. The first flare of power could have been Anton's imagination. It was brief and indistinct, as well as incredibly far off, 10 kilometers at a minimum. But as he focused his attention in that direction, he felt it once again. much more clearly. It was hard to mistake. He'd felt the cultivation technique before. And Hiram had been doing an excellent job practicing it. But the magnitude was many times different. Even if all of Arbington was composed of body-tempering cultivators, they wouldn't be able to put a scratch on a life transformation cultivator. Anton carefully extended his senses, doing his best not to allow his target to feel back towards himself. If she did, he knew he couldn't escape. Soon enough, he'd verified all he needed to know. He couldn't guarantee that the woman was Elder Nahid. But names didn't matter in the current circumstance. She had Hiram. Beyond that, though Anton couldn't tell his exact state, he was just as sure as Hiram himself that the man would die. The logical choice was just to leave him. And when she killed everyone else he'd come into contact with, and perhaps all of Arbington and the surrounding towns and villages, it was simply inevitable. Nothing he could do about it. But Anton wasn't that kind of man. If he couldn't protect those he'd chosen to make a part of his life, what was the point? But Anton also had people who cared about him, and for their sakes he couldn't die pointlessly. So he stood, watching, waiting, thinking. Where were the nearest people he could call upon as allies? It was unfortunate. But obviously Arbington didn't have much of anything that could help, nor anywhere within a day's travel in most directions, and that was by cultivator standards. Grand Elder Sania had warned him of the woman, but simply in general, not that she was actually approaching. She had been watching the sect, related to the suspicions that they were related to the Twin Soul sect. Proof was inconclusive. And all that was certain was that they had at least a few as members and hadn't removed them. If he could somehow get a message to Grand Elder Kanya, she might arrive within a day. Perhaps two. If she were a bit further. After all, the Spida cultivator traveled in normal circumstances and emergencies were entirely different. Just because as a young man heckled run to town without issue didn't mean headed run into town. He walked like a normal, sane person. The same was true with cultivators, even if they walked much more quickly. If he'd simply been directly attacked, Anton would have found the decision-making process easier. As it was, he had too many options. And none of them seemed to lead to anything good. He'd never spent so long planning a shot before. Especially not without knowing if he could even take the shot. Physically, he was capable. But would it do any good? That was something else entirely. How long would it be before she moved from Hiram to someone else? He couldn't be saved anymore. But anyone following him, Anton was still able to protect. Taking the shot now should result in the minimal number of deaths. He found himself at the top of a tree. There were plenty of similar size in the deep woods, where he'd been tending to the third batch of tree thistles. Atop his perch, he wouldn't be fighting against the curvature of the planet quite so much. A nice 20-meter tall tree tripled the proper distance to the horizon, with his target at 10 kilometers. He even had some extra room to breathe on the far end. His fingers fiddled with his quiver. Getting his hands on a copy of the deathly heart technique had allowed some flaws to be discerned, mostly by the life transformation elders traveling with those from the other continent. But Anton noticed one independently, before it was explained more clearly by others, as a technique associated with death. Its practitioners were also highly sensitive to killing intent. Killing intent was one of those hard-to-quantify things, and normally paired with the ability to sense danger in general. But in this particular case, it was truly that specific. The truer the risk of death, the more they would be able to anticipate an incoming attack. But if an attack was not deadly, their senses might be muted to it. Just slightly, but that might be enough. Anton's fingers settled on a black arrow. He only had one. And he only came into possession of it because of favoritism from Sanaya, a black-thorned arrow. It came from a very obscure plant that had the slight issue of not growing anywhere with natural energy, and in very specific climates to boot. So far, it hadn't been artificially cultivated. But from Anton's perspective, it felt like a distant relative of the Western creeper. In short, its thorns almost completely ignored energy defenses. And if it hit just the right spot, it could disrupt a cultivator's energy flow until they yanked it out, potentially causing more damage than when it struck them. She'd used one arrow during the execution, greatly hindering one of their opponents. Anton doubted he could achieve a perfect shot. But with what he hoped was the element of surprise, he would certainly try. He wouldn't aim for the head or neck, nor would he aim for the heart. The capacity of something that ignored energy to strike the dantian in its metaphysical location below the stomach was not something Anton knew. But if it did, it might also be a fatal blow. So he was aiming for a kidney, something below the ribcage and important, but also one that could be done without. A normal person might go into shock and die from having a kidney destroyed. But a cultivator would be able to handle it somewhat, and hopefully, it would not be sensed the same way. He hesitated, not because he was unsure about whether he should take the shot, but when he should, exchanging his own life for Hiram. Even he wasn't so selfless. It was likely too late for him regardless. But Elder Nahid hadn't gone anywhere in the several long minutes Anton had been watching. If she remained where she was, nobody else would die. Hopefully. So he was waiting for something to make the choice for him. Then he felt it. Something unexpected but sufficient for him to decide off to the north. Something that Elder Nahid would absolutely notice soon. His fingers pulled the arrow from his quiver. He raised his bow and knocked it on the string, pulling it back in one smooth motion. No special energy adorned the arrow, and what was there simply existed to propel it straight and true. The power of ascension, and that from beyond death could both signal more than he was willing to give away. His fingers released. The string snapped. Then the arrow was in flight. Normally, Anton would have had another 2 or 3 at least on their way by the time it arrived, but his first one needed to strike. And the additional attacks might provide some semblance of warning. Normally, Anton would fly with his arrow. But in this case, his connection to the arrow was shaky due to its materials. Even so, he felt it was perfectly on target. Flying towards Elder Nahid, intending to slip just below her ribs on the right side. Her moving a single pace to the side required only the minutest adjustment in its trajectory. Then he lost all sense of the arrow. And Elder Nahid's power flared up like a fire, a cruel fire, ravaging a city not because of carelessness or storm, but because someone wanted to see it burn, to watch people die. A foul energy, and hopefully, a slightly diminished one. But it certainly charged towards him with enough speed for him to know his shot was far from fatal. Chapter 304. That felt like Grandpa, Alva exclaimed. Why couldn't he have waited just a little bit? We were almost there. The trio of cultivators picked up their pace. From running at a sustainable speed to sprinting their fastest, the landscape flying by. Do you think he noticed us? Sanish asked. Probably, Alva admitted. He was taking a shot at something further away than we are. In that case, he could be expecting our arrival. We should focus on speed instead of talking, Annalie pointed out. The difference in speed a cultivator could produce when talking or not was almost negligible. But sometimes a single step out of a kilometer would make a difference in a battle between cultivators. They were still a handful of kilometers north of Anton, whereas his target had been to the west. Both parties seemed to be coming in at a right-angle collision course. Though none of those present were specialists in long-distance sensing, the powerful energy of Anton's target became clear. They had the same deathly energy as the bodies they had found. At least they didn't have to warn him about the Whispering Watchers, since he clearly already knew. Alva's grumbles about not having fuzz to make her faster were only internal. Even so, she made a vow not to leave him behind, even if it was awkward to take him along. When the arrow struck the woman in front of Hiram, he almost felt his heart stop. The attack and the reaction were both overwhelming. The old woman's deathly energy unconsciously lashing out against the danger. Then she was gone, moving directly through the window and the portion of wall that got in her way. Hiram could sense her moving, or at least where she had been from the tremendous energy she radiated. But he couldn't track her at all. Nor had he noticed Anton's arrow before it struck. But it had to be his. He'd felt the man when he sparred with them. It was the same, but 1,000 times more serious. Anton training with them had been like a soldier training infants. How frustrating. And here he was, nearly dead and chained up, and at least partially responsible for Anton's upcoming death. There had been training to conceal his energy, and he knew he should take it seriously. but he just thought it was to blind the locals from knowing how much he was growing. He hadn't expected one of the Whispering Watchers to arrive. Hiram struggled against his chains, but he could barely move. Even at his best, he couldn't have broken the chains. He could only stare out the window, and now open wall, helpless. Then a face poked itself over the edge. Hiram Midalia asked cautiously, "What's going on?" "Anton's in trouble." Hiram kept his explanation as short as possible. Even talking was hard. "Anton's in trouble. You are in trouble." She pulled herself up. "You look like you are about to die." "I likely am." He nodded. "Cultivators are vicious." A rattling sound made Hiram realize Idalia was trying to undo his chains. "Don't bother. Here is no way. We could break them." "You are really in a bad state." Havidalia shook her head. "Eat this." She placed something in Hiram's mouth. But he couldn't even swallow it properly, and she had to shove it down his throat with energy. When she did, he felt a little bit of vitality beginning to flow through him. That's a basic vitality pill. Just learned it. Might be some side effects, but... She shrugged. "Now let's get you out of here." She yanked on him, but he didn't move. "Oh, damn. These are heavy." She yanked once more, and he hit the ground with a loud clanking sound. Was all he could manage as the air was knocked out of him. "Sorry," she said. "Maybe I could roll you." "No. Stairs might be too much, and this ledge will definitely be too much." Idalia shook her head. "You just wait right here. I'll go get the smith." Hiram would have told her not to bother, but he didn't have the capacity to speak or the belief it would stop her. She came back later, throwing a man up to the broken opening instead of coming through the door. She soon followed after. "Yeah." The dark-skinned smith known as Bongani shook his head. "Here is no way I can break whatever the heck these chains are. Even if we were at my forge." "Crap! What do we do then?" Idalia asked. "Well, they're a tiny bit loose. We can just wiggle him out. Hope he's flexible." Hiram's flexibility had increased greatly in recent times, but he was currently feeling not very flexible. The chains had been overly tight, but he had wasted away instantly because of the woman's energy, just enough for them to start getting him out a little at a time. It took a lot of effort, shifting chains and even twisting individual links to make the slightest gaps. But there were no manacles clamping onto him. It was more than just wrapping his arms tight to his torso. But with some twisting, they finally got one arm out. With that loose, the entire chain had enough slack for them to gradually begin unentangling him. "I want this chain," Bongani said. "But I also don't want whoever owns it to come back and murder me for it. Should just leave me." Hiram said. "No way." "We almost have you out now," Idalia chastised. "And it wasn't long before he really weighs it. Now we have to get you somewhere you can rest." "Take me to Anton," Hiram blurted out. What? Idalia raised an eyebrow. Nothing. Just a stupid instinct. Upon reflection, there was no way anything good could come of that. Could it help, Anton? Don't think so? Hiram tried to shake his head and managed a little wiggle. Just a dumb thought. For if he won... You think he won't win? Did you feel her? It's hard to imagine anyone who could. Bongani hefted Hiramo onto his shoulder. So where are we going to a bed? Or after that, Anton focused his next dozen arrows directly at Elder Nahid's kidney, or rather the arrow still sticking out of the area. He didn't think it would do anything except anger her, but that might be good enough. He was also hoping she might strain the area with violent movements, but she wasn't interested in dodging. Instead, she plowed through his shots, which was actually good enough since she wasted energy inefficiently blocking his attacks. A single arrow was filled with reincarnation energy, but instead of its normal effects of partially ignoring defensive energy, his spirit arrow exploded. Unfortunately, the explosion wasn't concentrated in any point enough to cause damage. It wasn't going to be long before the woman reached him. His reinforcements wouldn't arrive for at least half a minute after that. It seemed like a short time, but in a battle with a life transformation expert, Anton wasn't going to count on it. He leapt out of his tree, taking off at an angle to the northeast. That should lead the groups to intersect earlier and keep him from being caught quite as soon. As he ran, Anton gathered ascension energy for his first shot of about 5. It was aimed the same as everything else, but with a little trick. If Nahid didn't notice in time, he might actually get something done. The arrow flew, and with it a portion of Anton's consciousness. The gap between them was less than half of what it had been, though the arrow wasn't as swift. Its target was coming towards Anton, however, so the effective velocity was rather significant. Nahid's defensive energy awkwardly extended around the tail of the black-thorned arrow, hindered by its particular properties, but it wasn't so long that she couldn't just extend her energy around it without touching it. When the arrow impacted her defensive energy, it collapsed from back to front. It didn't fizzle into nothingness, but condensed into a blunt mass striking her defensive energy and forcing it inward, smashing into the arrow. It pushed it just a tiny bit deeper, but it got the results Anton wanted. Specifically, she ripped the black-thorned arrow out of her wound, causing blood to pour out as the thorny barbs tore into her flesh. A few more volleys of arrows, and she was basically on top of him, at a few hundred meters behind him. She began gathering her energy into spheres which she lobbed, much like the other members of the Whispering Watchers. Her accuracy was much better, and the stability of her attacks as well. Anton had been able to pop the spheres of the Essence Collection members with a single arrow, but now he was taking 2 or 3. It was quite difficult to outpace Elder Nahid, but he kept it up until she reached him in melee. Anton was quick. but not quick enough to continuously dodge the grasping hands of a life transformation cultivator. Even when slightly injured and irrational, she attacked without a weapon, her fingers serving like claws with deathly energy reaching beyond them. Little sickles, even attempting to reap his life. A simple scrape on his cheek or something out of him with the fleeting contact. A more direct hit or prolonged contact might be the end of him. He didn't have that much life left to spare. That gave him an idea. But it wasn't one he was going takusa to make use of. He had to slow her down for just a moment, and so he formed his energy bows around himself, peppering her with arrows. Some were flashes of light aimed at her eyes. Disruptive whether or not they caused any damage. Others aimed for whatever seemed like a weak point at the time. The wrist just below her gathered energy claws, a leg as it stepped forward. And of course, her abdomen, where she was injured and her energy still wasn't entirely stable. Then more arrows joined the battle, not from Anton's hands. He breathed a sigh of relief. Even as she lunged forward at him and grabbed his arm. So be it then, he was going to try something stupid. At the same time as life energy was draining from him, he knew it was still his. And though he hadn't specifically targeted any portion of it before, he was able to ignite it with candle wax. If he failed to target the correct portion, he would hopefully at least get the temporary boost from burning his lifespan. Instead, it seemed his instincts were good. Nahid was grinning wildly as she grasped onto his arm, until her face twitched and she screamed in rage. Me what? Anton taunted. Me? The one who isn't a traitor to the world like your students or me? The one who won't let you absorb my life force Nahid had pulled back, her arm pulsing with black veins. Feh! I'll just kill that one then. Her arm smacked away Alva's arrows as she turned. Anton was truly surprised at her actions. It was like she didn't even notice the other two. Masses of fire and ice impacted around her at the same time. Instead of negating each other like would have been expected, frost began to form on one of her sides while the other had flickering fire. Both were being held back by her defensive energy. But having to deal with two opposite energies at the same time divided her concentration further. It didn't help that Alva and Anton were shooting at her from the other two sides. She only hesitated for a moment, though, and turned to follow through on her promise of attacking Alva. Anish and Anna Lee were charging from either side, with Anish having circled around to the south, but Anton was having none of it. His own power wasn't enough to stand up to a life transformation cultivator, but a quarter-off one. Now that was a different story. To be fair, Alva and Annalie were earlier in Essence Collection than himself. But Anish had a couple more years of training under his belt and was the prime genius of the glorious Flame Palace. Either way, it was close enough. It would only take the woman a couple seconds to close the gap between herself and Annalie, whose range was only a few hundred meters. At the very least, she would soon be lobbing orbs of death. Anton gathered as much ascension energy as he could handle. And then a little bit more. It hurt his hands just to hold his bow, but he didn't care. He simply focused the power around his bow and into the arrow. Then let it fly. His target hadn't changed one bit, and though Elder Nahid finally made an attempt to dodge to the side, the twin powers of the fire and ice restricted her movements enough that he was basically accurate. Anton's arrow struck her in the small of her back, an uninjured location. On that side. But it pierced through the defensive energy and skin and muscle to find very little, except some already torn up flesh. It flew out of her front. But the arrow was not yet done. It circled around to strike her chest at the same time as another shot was charged to hit her in the spine. She made the correct choice to focus her energy on protecting her spine, but that left her open to a small hole in her sternum. Sadly, it didn't pierce into her heart, but it had already done more than could reasonably be expected. Alva was fleeing perpendicular to Nahid's path, moving vaguely towards a niche. That was sensible, because he would be the most able to protect her in melee, even if it meant getting somewhat within range of the Elder. But getting to her wasn't so easy. Fire and ice crashed around her, its power multiplying as the two cultivators got into melee range. Instead of wide spreads of heat and cold, there was only a small area of fire and ice around the two cultivators. Both struck out, leaving behind remnants of their elements that clung to Nahid's energy, trying to seep through it. She gave up on her chase of Alva, instead swiping her arms to either side, black claws extended. She managed to cleave through some of their defensive energy, but facing two at once, she wasn't quite able to get a solid blow that would drain some of their life. But while her attitude upon first charging at Anton had been enraged, she had been almost casual about his subsequent attacks. Now she knew to take them all seriously, and they would find it harder to achieve subsequent injuries. Her destroyed kidney and the bleeding area around it might slow her down, but that just put it in the realm of their possible victory. Chapter 305. Though it was theoretically possible to concentrate defensive energy on the location of an incoming attack, that method left people vulnerable to attacks which were easily able to change trajectories. Many cultivators preferred to concentrate on a particular point that could be moved. That could be a weapon used to parry or a shield like Timothy had. Doing the same with reinforced armor on the torso was possible, but limited their other mobility options. Elder Nahid had large enough stores and a quick enough outflow of energy to be able to coat her whole body in a layer that would protect against the widespread fire and ice being used against her, while still having the freedom to make attacks or concentrate energy on her arms to negate specific attacks. There was practically no angle she couldn't reach. But Anton experimented with different shots to try to find the optimal one. Targeting her legs was no good. It was too simple for her to pull away at the last moment. Currently, she was preventing further damage to her torso with her defensive moves. But even if Anton couldn't directly impact her, he still had a plan. Any attack that caused her to move far enough to strain the muscles in her abdomen was what he preferred. That way she would worsen the injuries around her kidney and the hole that now went all the way through her. Anton wished he could have targeted a more immediately fatal organ. But he was still of the belief his attack would not have been successful in that case. Even just having to contend with bones would have severely hampered the attack. Elder Nahid spun in a circle, a ring of power spreading out from her. It was formed of the same deathly energy as the orbs she threw. Anish and Annalie were forced to duck down to avoid touching it. And both of them threw themselves further back when it dropped down towards them, even as it continued to expand. It forced them back to the 20-meter mark, which was likely close to the maximum Saznahid could sustain. Anton wouldn't put it past her to be able to expand just a bit further than that in a way that would be used when people got used to her attacks. But he didn't know for sure. His arrows targeted the ring for a short duration. But Anton found it was much more stable than the orbs she lobbed. At best, he was directly facing off against her energy, which made his attacks basically useless. At least the ring didn't seem quick enough to be a good defensive measure against the ranged attacks of himself and Alva. For one thing, it retained its shape, which meant it couldn't block things at different heights or at a further radius. But it did make it hard for Anesh and Annalie to get close to Nahid. That allowed her the freedom to move closer. Within the range, she was able to accurately lob her deathly orbs. She seemed quite intent on taking out Alva, who had circled around her. Perhaps because she seemed to be one of the weaker ones present, in addition to forming around her hands. They came out of the ring as it began to spin. Not all of the attacks were aimed at Alva. And even Anton, who was the furthest away, found himself forced to shoot down as many coming towards himself as he could while dodging the others, trying to avoid them as they burst. With Nahid's attacks focused on Alva, the young archer found herself in the hardest position. Anton was trying to aid her with extra shots. But even with his energy bows, he simply couldn't produce enough spirit arrows to stop the myriad of attacks. It only took one to reach Alva, forcing her to desperately parry it with her bow. It knocked her backwards, sending her to the ground, her energy in disarray. At no point in the battle had Anton been holding back. But desperation pushed him a bit further, though there was always the lingering thought of using candle wax. That might simply knock him out of the battle early. And life? Though such was of secondary concern when his allies and family were on the line. Perhaps he should have been willing to sacrifice a few to avoid the trouble. If he had fled towards them, he might have convinced them to leave with him instead of fighting. He had no doubts they were coming to him for a reason. After all. But that would have likely resulted in the deaths of everyone Anton had been training in Arbington and them being chased as they fled, resulting in the same battle eventually. Anton had continued to make use of ascension energy as he found openings. And as Alva lay on the ground, her energy fading slightly, he made use of the last of it to draw Nahid's attention once more. Even as he moved closer, he hoped to make a tempting target. the flame and ice bombarding the life transformation cultivator from either side began to wrap around the ring, restricting its motion long enough for the two others to run in towards the woman. That placed them inside the ring, a dangerous location. But it was also clear she wasn't focused in melee combat, able to hold her own. Certainly. But it wasn't her specialty. Anton made note that she didn't launch any orbs from the inner part of the ring towards them. So they were actually safer until it began to contract. Flames so bright it hurt Anton's eyes ignited not only the leaves on the ground, but the dirt and rocks several meters deep, at the center of which was an Ish. He managed to reach Nahid and grab onto one of her arms, which was already slightly crispy. From the other side, Annalie grabbed her other arm, coating it in a block of ice. Anton's arrows tried to find purchase where they could, but it wasn't quite enough. He could feel a buildup of energy from Elder Nahid, something that would be just as dangerous as the contracting ring. Then, without ceremony, a single arrow pierced to knuckles deep into Elder Nahid's abdomen. Anton didn't even notice it had been fired, as it hadn't registered to his brain as important. But that was exactly why Alva had circled around her, towards the mostly intact black thorn arrow. As the arrow cut into her flesh, it punctured close to the metaphysical location of her dantian, the core of where energy was stored. Whether or not it directly damaged that, it did disrupt the buildup of energy. A large portion of it focused on the arrow, not completely immune to the effects of energy. The arrow itself disintegrated, while the rest of the rising energy shot out from Nahid in a much less controlled manner than it might have otherwise. Thus, less than a third of the total energy ended up impacting the pair grabbing onto her. The power of it forced them back, but that just indicated that their defenses held somewhat, absorbing the momentum. The ring surrounding them shattered before they reached it. But as the wave of energy washed over him, Anton knew nobody was walking away uninjured. Everything seemed to stop for a moment. Alva stood across from Anton, face pale and bloody at the same time. To either side were Anish and Annalie, both still holding on to Nahid's arms, though Anish's soon dissolved into a pile of ash. As for the woman herself, blood spurted from her torso wherever had not been cauterized by heat or frozen over. But she wasn't dead yet, and her immediate movement was towards Anton. She reached out for him, weakly pulling at his life force. Even without a physical touch, it seemed she was still somewhat effective, and she still had significant power. Even after everything she'd been through, enough to threaten Anton if she simply tried to kill him with no notion of defense. As she drew closer, arrows pierced her torso but didn't stop her, and the pull grew stronger. Before the two on the sides could reach her, Anton knew she would get to him, so he gave in to the pull. But only a little bit. It seemed she hadn't learned her lesson from before, as she greedily absorbed the chunk of life force he sent towards her, where it lit her on fire from inside. She exploded, a sphere of gray-black energy expanding outward and leaving behind only a desiccated body. Anton dropped to his knees, nearly devoid of energy and at least a few years lost. A small price to pay. If the woman was actually dead, it could have been a single instant or an hour. Time stretched on as if nothing would ever happen again. But then Anton heard familiar voices in the distance. "That was terrifying," one of them said in something approaching a whisper. "Get me closer," called the other. His eyes drifted over to the figures that were still several hundred meters off. So his ears did still work. There was simply nothing making noise. Even the breaths of his 3 compatriots were quiet. Closer fine. Anton watched as Idalia ran forward, carrying Hiram in her arms. Soon enough, she stepped from healthy forest into the dead zone around where the fight had taken place. A realm of scorched and frozen trees, which had been subsequently drained of life. "Is this good enough?" Idalia asked. "Need to touch her, I think." Hiram gestured towards the fallen body of Elder Nahid. I don't feel good about this." Anton would have cautioned them against it as well, but as they stepped forward, he felt Hiram's energy working, driving away the deathly energy permeating the area, and even drawing a small bit of it into himself. Hiram twisted in Idalia's arms and flopped out of her grip, but he seemed unperturbed at landing next to the corpse. His arm stretched out and touched it. "I am taking this back." "You psychopath." Though Anton couldn't sense it before he began his efforts, a small string of life force made its way into Hiram, who subsequently pushed himself up to his knees, shakily standing to his feet. "The rest of you, come closer, I think. I can slightly reduce the after effects." Anton happily approached. He trusted Hiram to try his best at least. And if he failed, what was a bit more damage to his life force? As it turned out, it really was just a slight effect. Even though he felt Hiram's cultivation had leapt forward a step, there was only so much he could improve at once. A single step in body tempering was nearly insignificant compared to life transformation. But he also had the use of stores of lingering, ownerless energy. Anton felt a bit better after Hiram's energy gently worked on him. It was little better than pouring water back into a cracked cup, but the effort was at least sincere. Anton imagined some of his wrinkles had deepened again, but the others appeared to be healthy enough, momentarily drained. But they had plenty of life force to spare. They would all need rest, though. After they returned to town and simply sat for a while, Anton looked at the others. Specifically, the 3 in Essence collection. "Just to make sure we're on the same page. You were coming to see me for a reason. Right, hopefully Tahir is not some third disaster on the horizon." "We were nearby," Annalie explained. "And we caught signs of her. So no, Tahir is nothing else. That we know about. Would have been nice if she stayed more intact." Anton frowned. "Not that it really matters. Those who will believe the connection to the Twin Soul sect likely did before the attack. The others, well, this attack will make it hard for them to openly support her. Though I imagine they'll twist it to say that we were responsible, even though she snuck her way out here to kill me. Anton flicked his eyes towards Hiram. Or him. Hiram shook his head. She seemed surprised to see me. Good, I think. I hadn't thought the danger to you would be quite this high. Anton frowned. Unfortunately, it seems things aren't quite over. We're to have a guest, Huidalia said, panicked. Wait, is it Birita? Is she coming here? Unfortunately, Anton said. With backup? Perhaps he should have killed her before. Now he would find it much more difficult. Even with several exhausted companions, Idalia raced for the door, pulling it open. But instead of fleeing, she pulled a tiny pouch off of her waist, loosening the drawstrings and placing it atop the door, which was left just barely ajar. That's all I can do. Sorry. She shuffled over to the rear of the room. Should we just jump out the rear window? They were currently seated in the common area of the inn Hiram had been abducted to. It was convenient. On the edge of town, and empty. Nobody was going to come back to where cultivators trashed a place within a couple hours of the event. I think running won't do us much good, Anton remarked. We'll have to face them honestly. Normally. With the three at his side, he would have found a single essence collection cultivator and a dozen or so spirit-building followers. A trivial group of enemies. But exhausted and half dead, he was less sure. Unless the rest of you have other ideas, they all shook their heads. And Idalia shrugged. I already did what I could. I suppose it's too late for us to sneak into other rooms. The walls are sturdy enough, Anton smiled. Just go into the kitchen. You'll be safer from accidents there at least. Right. Idalia stood up and grabbed Hiram's arm. Come on. He let her drag him towards the kitchen, but he was strong enough to stand on his own. And he kept eyeing the door. Chapter 306. Outside of the common room, Birita stopped for a moment to plan her actions and scan the threats. Anton was significantly weakened, and though there were a few others with them, Birita felt she could handle them. Alone might be difficult, but she brought her lieutenants with her for a reason. She grimaced as her stomach turned and took a swig from her jug. She was almost out of the stuff. Then she kicked open the door. A bag of powder fell to the floor, and Birita waved aside the dust. Well, what do we have here? She sneezed, doubling over momentarily from the force of the movement. When she straightened, she did her best to gloss over the undignified act. Just a short time ago you were all high and mighty, she said, referring to Anton. But here you are, weak as a kitten, having to resort to a low-quality trap to think you have a chance. She sniffed, her nose itching. A tiny application of energy brushed it to relieve the urge. And to cowards hiding in the back, tell you what. The rest of you can run off as long as you leave those two and the old man behind." "Like hell we will!" One of the women drew her bow. We'd never abandon our grandpa. Now that Birita thought of it, she saw the resemblance. Vaguely. Interesting. A trio of grandchildren come to visit. An opportunity that's hard to pass up. If the old man begs me for forgiveness, I might spare you. I am not related to them, Anish pointed out. We're just from allied sects. Fine, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is, you are in me territory now. You have to. The itching was growing stronger. She couldn't stop it. You have to follow my rules. She focused on breathing through her mouth, but that didn't help the constant nausea she'd been hit with lately. Or the headaches. A swig of booze helped with that, extremely briefly. Finally, Anton spoke. "This is who you follow." Anton looked to those behind her, standing half in and half outside the door, blocking various escape routes. Interesting that she was not brave enough to come alone. How dare, Birita was going to say something more, but she sneezed once more. It caused her to stagger backwards, stepping on the pouch of powder and spraying it around the area. Birita managed to keep most of it away from herself, but the others around her began to sneeze. Her eyes focused on the kitchen. "You little worm?" Two bows fired arrows towards her, while the other two began to move forward. But they stopped when a pair burst from the back room. One was a woman that should have been a local herbalist. She was the one who prepared the tree thistle, but Birita was about ready to make an example of her, especially when she grabbed a handful of powder from a pouch and blew it in her face. Something about the circumstances made her instinctively draw a breath, which was exactly the wrong move. Her energish old have been able to filter out all of the particles of powder trying to enter her lungs. But everything had been off recently. She realized she hadn't drawn her weapon. But she wouldn't need that to kill a couple body-tempering cultivators. Except it was a pain to get to them, as every step she took forward forced her back to, with arrows threatening to impale her. She was just about to order her subordinates to handle them when the nausea peaked. She suppressed the urge to vomit, but her concentration was screwed up enough to allow the man in front of her a moment to attack. It was a strange form of energy. But nothing should have stopped her from blocking it completely. She slapped it away with her hand. The fact that it caused her to tingle was concerning. Boss? What should we do about them? Birita eyed the man who threw the strange gray orb, as well as monitoring the two archers. Kill them, of course. All of them, the man asked, somewhat nervously. At that point, Birita noticed that there were more people present than she had thought. The two archers, and the fire and ice bear threatening to cut her off from her subordinates, but also at least a dozen others approaching. A bunch of early buddy tempering cultivator shouldn't be a problem, but some of the others didn't belong. "Hey, a boss," Trix called from the pack, which included Sarto and some others who nominally followed her. "Looks like you are busy." but some of us were thinking we'd discuss a change in leadership. You are a bad leader? Sarto commented. You make us do bad things. And you keep all the best cultivation stuff and booze for yourself, Trix pointed out, looking meaningfully at the handful of spirit-building cultivators supporting her the entire time. The two archers weren't making it easy for Birita to engage in conversation. She was dancing around to avoid their attacks. Wary of fighting for Essence Collection cultivators at once, even weakened from battle and wounds, and her backup wasn't helping. And the half-dead guy with the spooky energy wasn't helping. You know, the herbalist said, you really should be careful with what you are putting into your body. That's not, Birita sneezed violently, any of your business. It is actually. You are the one who forced me to get literal bucket loads of medicine to counteract your failing liver. And then didn't stop binge drinking. And you didn't ask about the side effects. How's the nausea much worse? With all of the arrow dodging she was having to keep up. If she didn't know any better, she would have thought people were keeping her talking exactly so that, at exactly that moment, she could no longer control herself. It only took a second of spewing her guts for her to be peppered with arrows from the side, piercing all down her side. How were they still so strong? They just barely survived a fight with a life transformation cultivator. Birita was so afraid to even get close to that battle. But when they came back nearly dead, she thought. Her last thoughts came when she realized her defensive energy had dropped entirely, and the chilling deathly energy reached into her and began to pull her apart. Hiram stepped forward, deepening his connection with the dying Birita. He was under no illusions that he was the cause of her death. But if she were going to die anyway, he might as well make it worth it. While his cultivation couldn't grow anymore at the moment, absorbing strands of her life energy would suffice to not worry about side effects of his cultivation technique for a long time. And though she wasn't the sole cause of his trouble, the Greystone sect was responsible for more personal grief. He still enjoyed seeing her die. He wasn't sure if that was his natural inclination of something sparked by the deathly heart technique, but he was glad to feel something gully uplifting. He glared at the group of spirit-building cultivators that had followed her in. But they were already trying to slip out, the pair of fire and ice cultivators in front of them probably had a lot to do with it. The local villagers stepped back to let them pass. It was a shame to let them go. But they could probably kill a few people on the way out if they were desperate, even with Anton and the others. They still radiated the power of Essence Collection, but he felt the hollowness behind it. They personally weren't in much danger, but also were basically tapped out. Besides, this was a local problem, and they should take care of it if they could. Birita was out of their league, but honestly Adalia was surprisingly effective. He decided to ask her about that. How did you know that would work? She shrugged. Everyone knows sneezing makes other things difficult. Anton's information about her health status made me a bit more confident. And some of that stuff magnifies the side effects of that thistle medicine she was vastly overusing. Yeah. Trix wandered in and joined the conversation. She's been a mess lately. Lots of throwing things at people if they even mentioned she seemed a bit sick, which kind of eased this whole split. She waved to Sasho and the other former members of Birita's gang. Then she was stupid enough to come attack Anton. Pretty decent timing on her part, Anton admitted as he sat back down. Except that I am not alone, and I would never let her hurt my cute granddaughters. These two are your granddaughters, Trix asked. Well, damn, no wonder they're so strong. Younger than me, too. Where did you get your cultivation technique from? Anton asked. A dusty worm-eaten scroll buried in the ground. Trix grimaced. He wasn't actually too far off, though the details weren't right. I don't mean to disparage your efforts, Anton clarified, but it feels like it's incomplete and not of particularly high quality. It's kind of all I could get, Trix admitted. And I needed this guy to help me through some of it. She pat Sasho on the shoulder. This one is probably leagues better, Alva said, pulling something out of Birita's bag. At least it's complete through the end of spirit building. She said she didn't have anything she could share with us. Trix frowned. She didn't want people to be a threat to her position, Annalie guessed. But if she had focused on empowering her subordinates, she might have created something more lasting. If that one is no good, Anton said, I've a small collection I can teach you from. You'd really do that? Trix asked. For us, we're kinda some of the bad guys. I suppose I should consulted Aaliyah at least, though she seemed to be slightly fond of you. Look, Idalia shrugged. Trix helped enforce Birita's taxes and all that. But she kind of made us feel like it wasn't so bad. She shook her head. And Sasho broke half my shop, but he never meant to. I am sorry, Sasho said. I thought we were doing something good. Most people wouldn't complain around me, I suppose. They were scared. Based on the state of your encampment when I was there, Anton said. I doubt Tahir has much left to give back to the villages around here. We spent it all immediately. Trix shook her head. Or rather, Birita did. Importing expensive booze from far away mostly. Doubt she even tasted most of it. I think Tahir is a fairly simple solution here, Anton said. I doubt those standing outside will be fully capable of just forgiving you immediately. But if you help them earn back some of their losses and provide some safety, I am sure they can agree to let bygones be bygones. Anton's voice was loud enough for those outside to know he was more or less declaring it. Not that they wanted to fight against a group that was currently stronger than themselves. Anyway, does that mean we have to? Work. You were doing work for Birita, you know? Anton pointed out. Better to do something practical. And you'll find your cultivations benefit you in various avenues of physical labor. You'll really teach us how to fix our cultivation issues, Trix asked. I can teach you personally for a short while. And leave notes for after. I am afraid I can't stay here indefinitely. Given the circumstances that lead to my companions and I being like this. I felt the fight, Trix said. Just a tiny bit. Like watching hawks fight on the horizon. It was terrifying. You should go check out the battlefield. From a distance? Because it honestly might kill you if you stepped on it. Should have stayed a pickpocket, Trix grumbled. Cultivation is way too dangerous. Chapter 307. Though he truly wished to stay around Arbington. Anton knew it was dangerous for both himself and the locals. Thus, after a short few weeks, he was on his way to meet up with larger groups from their alliance. The trio that had come to help him reported back to the Blue River Gardens, alerting them about the results of the mission that had put them in the area. Upon learning that the Whispering Watchers were responsible for what happened, their response was somewhat subdued. The person directly responsible had been killed, but they couldn't strike back against the sect responsible, not alone. But perhaps they might contribute towards a larger movement against them. That was Anton's current goal. If he had done something inappropriate to provoke the attack, it would be a different story. But this was a direct result of killing disciples of theirs that were part of the Twin Soul sect. It was just one more indication of the Whispering Watchers' close relation. Anton traveled with the other three, cautious for further attacks. Even though Anton believed that the Whispering Watchers wanted to kill Anton, he somehow doubted that Elder Nahid's actions were officially authorized. Or perhaps they were, on the condition that she kill anyone who noticed her. But either one indicated they weren't willing to openly declare war. That might have worked if Anton had died, but it would be hard for them to weasel out of responsibility for the attack. Which was why the group was staying cautious, as further members might want to kill them to silence them. They'd sent word through various messengers, but had no way to know if their messages had arrived yet. And of course, none of them wanted to die. Even Anton, who had accepted as an inevitability, a single step closer now. After the conflict with Elder Nahid, still didn't want to die, especially for nothing. Their destination was Prophis. It was still a reasonable distance from the Whispering Watchers' land, but generally in the same region. Not too close, but a decent base for staging any future actions. Anton had not been there. But from the size of the city and its location, it was simple to recognize it when he got close. Plus, he began to sense familiar sources of natural energy. Friendly ones. "We'll be fine now," Anton said. Their travel wasn't particularly difficult. For essence collection, cultivators could go pretty much anywhere except traipsing through the lands controlled by higher-ranking sects. "Are you sure?" Anish asked. "We should still be 20 or 30 kilometers away from our destination." "That's plenty of distance for an ambush." "Well, I suppose if they sent more than a pair of life transformation cultivators." or one mid-stage one who was willing to die to take us out. That's not just confidence in our fighting ability. Right, Anish asked. Given that we only came out slightly ahead against an early stage one. Well, it's not just the four of us who would be fighting, Anton pointed out, since we're within Sinia's range. Ah! I'd heard about that. Anish shook his head. I suppose I should have expected it, given that you began that battle from. Somewhere around 10 kilometers, I believe. And if Elder Sarka is here, it would only take a few minutes for her to arrive. That's life transformation cultivators for you, Anton shrugged. Another large step ahead of us still. Just to reach the beginning. It was strange to think that a distance that would have taken Anton half a day of travel to cross in his youth was only a matter of minutes to some. To be fair, that wasn't a casual stride, but an all-out sprint that even life transformation cultivators couldn't sustain for long periods of time. The place where the meetings were taking place was a nice wide room. Elder Sarka sat on one side, Adelina on the other. They glared at each other, at the members of their sects who walked in with each other, and back at each other. Given how many people are here, Anton said, I am going to assume you received the messages we sent ahead. Unless here is some emergency meeting that we are interrupting? No, Adelina said simply. We have been anticipating your arrival, and Sinaya called us to convene when she sensed your approach. You said you killed Elder Nahid. Do you have her body? What, Sark equipped? You don't believe him. We even had suspicions about her. That is not the case, Adelina calmly retorted. Anton has proven himself quite reliable, along with our disciples. I was merely hoping we would be able to make use of it for something. Here it is, Anton said. He was not fond of carrying corpses, and Elder Nahid was wrapped in preserving cloth. Her body had been kept chilled as well. Nearly frozen, but even so, its state was rather pathetic. One arm was missing, the one that Anish had destroyed, while the other had broken off. The body was full of burns and cracks from where it had frozen and rapidly heated. Unfortunately, her energy has completely dissipated now. Even if we had come directly, it only lingered for less than a day. At least, the most important parts. Our investigation immediately following the event determined that Shuasa practitioner of the Twin Soul Sect score cultivation technique. But all we have now is this, Anton gestured. Chi-Chi? Sarka clicked her tongue. They get away with something else. Well, almost. This time it cost them a life transformation cultivator. Not to disparage the four of you, but I am amazed you pulled that off. The black-thorned arrow supplied by Grand Elder Kania was a major contributor. And the fact that I was able to begin the battle with a not insignificant blow? Anton explained the situation in more detail than his message, including, of course, that she was likely to kill innocents. I know that in a way it is my fault, but... Screw that! Sarka slammed her palm on the table. This isn't a trial. Every one of those bastards deserves to be incinerated. Your actions merely changed the form their evil took. Nobody here has an ounce of sympathy for them. That was probably the nicest thing she'd ever said about Adelina. Though of course they avoided looking at each other. That's right, Adelina nodded. We're just here to determine how we retaliate. How do we feel about killing their disciples? Kania asked. When everyone looked at her, she shrugged. What they were planning to do the same to us. And someone just stepped out of their territory. I could take the shot. I suggest we delay that thought for the moment, Adelina cautioned. At least to keep the element of surprise. And much as I hate to admit it, Sarka commented, we're not enough to defeat them on our own. If our full sex were here, it would be a different story, but with justice. A shame that Swordmaster Rahayu is no longer around, Sinaya commented. But he chose the path best for himself. His strength would have been useful, but it was not as if he turned and fled. The Whispering Watchers are a dominant force here, Sarka complained. No local sects can match them. It will take some time to recruit those from further. And since they didn't jump at the opportunity when we first told them to investigate, Adelina brought up another point. It will also be dangerous to remain close if they catch word of us preparing an attack. If they are determined, they could wipe us out solely with their life transformation cultivators. Though that would likely be seen as a sign of culpability, I don't imagine any of us intend to be martyrs. There must be some who were on the fence, though, Anton pointed out. And don't forget that Elder Nahid is not only another point of aggression, but also a life transformation cultivator they do not have. Good point, Sarka nodded. That's actually a significant blow to their sect, which also means they're likely aware of her death. Or will be soon. The problem seems to be nobody wishes to lead the charge, Adelina explained. Everyone would very much like to not have traitors in their midst when the invasion comes. But nobody wants to be the one to risk their own remaining experts. So I propose we send them an ultimatum. They can either join us now, where they had our cultivators, or we leave immediately and let them deal with the rest of the consequences. I agree, Sarka grimaced as she said those words. It's not our job to handle the affairs of another continent. We're just here to make sure they have fair warning. That's been done, so we can just leave. Though I'd much rather stomp out this sect before we go. Elder Tola from Infinite Wisdom Forest added her contribution. I agree with the idea. As for implementing it, I do believe we can go with Sinia's suggestion. As well as implying that the others will likely have already agreed. And that there won't be any spoils left if they arrive too late. Of course, Adelina nodded. I had not considered playing up the benefits. It is difficult for people to think of removing a problem as a positive, but if their stores of cultivation resources get filled, they will weight it against their potential losses in members. Along with the other reasons, it should be sufficient. And we do not have to fight them in their territory, Elder Tola explained. Because once we have some backup, Sanaya can make life very difficult for them if they do not come attack us. Even if we have to step onto their territory, it won't be an issue once other sects are in agreement. Anton added some comments. We should also include others, like the Rising Waterfall sect, and even marvelous Rabbit Mountain. Even Blue River Gardens from the south should contribute something. The larger our forces, the less risk to anyone. At a certain point, the rewards will be small but not an important factor. That might take weeks, Adelina said. Even with fast messengers and them hurrying. I am not saying it is a bad idea, but we must begin quickly. Elder Nahid's absence should be growing more obvious by the day. Even this gathering could be noticed. Agreed, Tola nodded. We should split up into delegations and travel with haste. Those from our alliance who have not gathered yet should also be found if we can. I am staying here, Sanaya said. They tried to kill my favorite disciple. I warned them about that. The range of your attacks will be of little help if you are alone, Adelina pointed out. It would be a waste. Don't worry. I won't start shooting. Yet. Kanya grinned widely. I'll just be scouting around. Picking out targets. That seems reasonable, Elder Tola replied. If we are planning offensive action, respecting their borders is no longer necessary. Do be careful, though. Of course, Xenia tilted up her head. I am planning to be around for the invasion, too. I promised that old guy I'd take care of the order. Instead of finding his way to a sect, Anton was given another task. Along with Alva, Hoyt and Velvet were present to bring along. Getting as many sects as they could involved was good. But one member of their alliance with significant power was not present. Not a life transformation cultivator, but on the border of late essence collection. Also both difficult and very easy to find. Okay. So, Velvet pointed to some marks on a map in front of the group. There were conflicts here, and here. Given the time frame, it seems she's heading southeast, most likely towards this point. What's there? Hoyt asked. That would be Million Sword Vault. They're a sect, and their focus is pretty easily guessed from the name. And no, I have no idea if it's fully accurate. Velvet shook her head, but Waria leaned to catch up to her before she gets there. Absolutely, Alva agreed. Would Million Sword Vault be interested in joining our cause? Anton asked. Maybe, Velvet said. But that's kinda. Well, it's probably them or Chiker, if you know what I mean. Though I would probably place their entire sect above her in terms of combat capabilities. Anton frowned. I would rather have our frequent companion live. So I suppose we should get moving. Chapter 308. As it turned out, Million Sword Vault didn't make it easy to find them. It wasn't surprising, since they were said to be quite wealthy and had many enemies. But while their exact location was unknown, It had been narrowed down to a particular region of desert. Anton thought it was a small enough area that they would be able to find them from there. But the plan was to catch up to Chiker before she got there, and ended up in some sort of deadly conflict. If they were lucky, she'd be stuck wandering the desert for a while. But Anton was willing to bet she had a way to sniff out the swords when she got close. The desert in question was the scorching Mirror Desert, even as they approached from more tolerable terrain nearby. The reason for its name was obvious. It was no surprise that a desert at its location would be hot. But the other aspect was obviously uncommon. Each grain of sand reflected light, scattering it all around and making it nearly impossible to see the ground, or much of anything with light constantly glinting in your eyes. "This is annoying," Alva commented after only a short distance on the sands. "It will probably only get worse," Anton shook his head. "And the heat of the sun is magnified by it reflecting back on us." The actual sands themselves were rather cool, but the air was supernaturally hot. As they were traveling quickly, they breathed more heavily and consumed water more quickly. They had brought significant quantities with them in storage bags, but they would still need to refill in oases along the way. So they could manage the area around the Million Sword Vault, where there weren't any known sources of water. Sweating all day wasn't pleasant, but not sweating would have been worse. At least, they had to disperse the heat away from themselves somehow. Constant use of energy could make them more comfortable, but was a great exertion than just letting their bodies handle it. Of great help were full body coverings they had, keeping their skin from being scorched by the sun. They were made from expensive silks that were extremely breathable. That was one comfort, at least. At night, the desert changed. From an oppressive heat and blinding light, it was briefly a tolerable temperature. They also witnessed something wonderful. The reflective sands also reflected starlight and moonlight, creating a much less harsh light as they traveled. Then the temperature dropped, but they stayed warm enough by continuing to move. Keeping up a good jog for 4 hours or more wasn't impossible for Essence Collection cultivators. If they were closer and knew exactly where their goal was, they could get there more quickly. But instead, they ran through the night and into the next day. Then, as the heat reached its highest point, they put up large tents and rested. The tents themselves were made to not absorb the heat, while staying open to relatively cool ground beneath that allowed tolerable temperatures for them to rest in. The pace that they traveled kept most of the desert creatures from causing trouble for them. They were able to sense them ahead of time and go around, and anything that tried to chase after them was inevitably left behind. Except, of course, the strongest and fastest of them. "I thought it would have given up by now," Anton said as he ducked and rolled to the side as a creature known as a twirl horned antelope charged at him. It was a large specimen, easily 10 feet tall before its antlers were involved, corkscrewing things that nearly doubled its height. "I heard they're extremely territorial," Velvet said. "Shouldn't we be out of its territory now?" though Anton asked. the horns angled back towards him, coming to a fine point that could pierce through him several times over. Without as much momentum, he had to kick the side of one to get himself fully out of the way. "It seems they fixate on a target once they discover it," Velvet shrugged. "Should we kill it?" She held up her daggers. "I didn't want to," Anton shook his head. "But it's not leaving us much choice. I don't know if we can outrun it. At least, not without risking ending up exhausted near something else." Anton drew his bow. "Sorry about this, fellow." As he took his shot, Anton supposed that the creature should have either leapt out of the way, though he was prepared to curve his shot, or concentrated its energy to defend its neck where he was shooting. Instead, it lowered its head, placing its horns between it and himself. A reasonable move if he wasn't shooting an arrow. Instead, it was trivial to avoid the curling horns by flying directly between them. Yet, without even touching the horns coated in natural energy, his arrow dissipated. "Well," Anton said, "that's troublesome." Something about the horns created something that disrupted his energy, making the shot impossible. But he wasn't alone. So Anton continued to make the attacks to keep the creature's attention. It seemed that Alva's attacks from the side and rear were able to cause some damage to the creature. Though its hide was tougher than steel, Hoyt charged in with his axe at the ready, but found himself contending with its rear hooves kicking at him. The creature was able to maintain its defenses with its horns on the front and hooves in the back, without unbalancing itself like it seemed it should. It even shifted around, rotating its body while only placing its front hooves on the ground, sometimes only one at a time as it twisted. When Hoyt moved in to attack its side, it twitched into a full spin, rear hooves nearly missing him and its horns only barely blocked by his axe, sending him flying back. The trails of fire he left behind near it seemed to not affect the creature with short white fur. But Hoyt's attack allowed Anton to sneak a good shot in before it returned to focusing on him. He had also backed away, so he was out of easy charging distance. The battle was decided when it lunged towards Hoyt once more and Velvet popped out of the sand, slicing the tendons on one of its front legs. It maintained a valiant effort to defeat them even afterwards, and never chose to turn and run, but it was unable to cause serious harm to any of them. They took a short break after the battle. Anton sighed. "It's a shame to just leave it here for scavengers to eat. But those horns won't easily fit in a storage bag. And we don't have time to properly skin it." "Agreed," Hoyt said. "If it was someone other than Chiker, I might not be worried about a couple minutes here and there. But she may have already gotten herself killed. Or seriously injured. Or will soon." It was nighttime when they approached the last oasis on their planned journey. Anton pondered before they got close. "Looks like there might be some trouble." "What kind?" Alva asked. "The worst kind. Other people." "Maybe they'll be friendly," Alva said hopefully. "They could be, but for them to be here." Anton shook his head. "I doubt it." Velvet? I'd suggest hiding yourself as we approach. She probably would anyway. But communicating his intentions was the easiest way to make sure she would. Do we know anything about them? Hoyt asked. We will soon. I should be able to see some sort of symbols, or intentional lack of them, Anton supposed. They're all practicing the same technique. I have some unfounded guesses. Such as Hoyt asked. The sand blade. Tribe, Anton said cautiously. More people called them the sand blade bandits. But they weren't necessarily much worse than most cultivators. They're one of the groups that had conflicts with Chiker. As they approached closer and Anton got a clear look at their curved swords, there wasn't any more doubt about who they were. But he still hoped to avoid conflict, if nothing else because of the time it wasted, so they approached closer instead of immediately attacking. As they were noticed, the group formed up into loose ranks, with one figure standing out front. "Hello there, travelers." It was not a friendly greeting, but neither was it openly hostile. Yet knowing who they were, Anton found it suspicious. "Hello," Anton said. "We're just passing through." "Of course, you may do so," the man said. "But if you wish to make use of our oasis, we will have to charge you. The oasis wasn't theirs, of course." While oases in common travel routes were all claimed in some legitimate manner, it was obvious that they were simply passing by as well. Even so, if they weren't unreasonable, it might be easier to pay them off. "Is that so?" Anton asked. "How much?" He was also taking a measure of the man. "Early essence collection." As well as two behind him. But they also had another 10 cultivators in mid to late spirit building. So they weren't completely crazy for making such a challenge. 3 golden coins per barrel, the man said. The price was both excessive and reasonable. Excessive because the local golden coins were rather large, and even the most taxed oases were less than half of one of the coins for the same amount of water, but cheap because, by cultivator prices, it was nearly irrelevant. "That is quite reasonable," Anton said. Reaching into his storage bag to pull out some coins. Then he finally picked out what he was looking for. "So that was it." He plopped a pouch of coins into Hoyt's hand. "That should cover it," he said. Hoyt took the hint and walked forward with the payment, while Anton didn't break his stride. Moving off to the side of the group towards the water, Hoyt plopped the pouch into the leader's outstretched hand, and he instantly scanned it with his energy. "Filling up a lot, huh? Well, that's fine." Anton approached the oasis and reached into his storage bag, pulling out the first of a handful of barrels he personally was carrying. Half were still full, but they'd skipped the previous stop. "Excuse me," Anton gestured towards the leader. "Young man." "Is this the right size?" "Yeah, it's fine," the man shrugged. "Are you sure? Come look." "It might be too big?" The man grimaced, but approached. "What looks normal to me?" "Oh, you might be right," Anton nodded. "Perhaps I was thinking of another." He bent forward towards the barrel and the man, then grabbed his wrist. The man immediately raised his defensive energy. But that didn't stop Anton from yanking him forward into the oasis. A dozen swords were drawn simultaneously. But before anything else could happen, even before the man hit the surface of the water, there was an eruption. Water sprayed into the sky. And half of the oasis was gone. At least, the water was, and in its place was a massive maw, chomping down on the leader of the sand blades. Anton might have thought of some quips about rudeness, but was too busy forming as many bows as he could to bother with one. He fired a round of shots towards the weaker opponents before the oasis chomper finished closing its jaws and splashed back into the waters. Hoyt had known better than to step into the middle of the group, and found himself facing off against the two remaining Essence Collection members. Meanwhile, Anton and Alva bombarded them from both sides. The fight was short and bloody, but the sand blades simply hadn't expected their ruse to be seen through. Yet the distance they had been standing away from the oasis and the sand on their skin had given away they weren't willing to approach. That hesitation came against them once more when the battle started. When Hoyt was looking pressured by two curved blades continuously slicing towards him, brightly sparkling sand swirling about in the air to blind him. Velvet appeared behind one of them, and he was dead a moment later. Bandits was a reasonable moniker for them. And Anton could see how they would have ended up in a conflict with Chiker regardless. Then the water exploded once more, and a very angry leader leapt out. Unfortunately, the partially digested man was no match for all of them. Especially not after cutting his way out of the oasis chomper. Well, Velvet commented, now the oasis is blood-filled. It will settle, Anton said, but we should help it along. I am not particularly fond of trying oasis chomper blood. He looked down through what appeared to be clear water towards the barely visible form of the creature that was mostly a giant mouth and stomach. Their bodies refracted light in the same way as water did, and their organs and even teeth were nearly clear. Much of their structure was said to be made from similar materials as the mirror sands. It was a good thing Anton tried to learn what he could about potential predators in areas he was going into. He might not have sensed the thing at all and just counted on his eyes. They filled up as quick as they could and looked out into the desert. I hope she's still alive, Velvet said. But I was also hoping we'd have caught up to her by now. Anton nodded. There was a small chance they'd missed her. But if they'd gotten within 10 or 15 kilometers, he should have noticed her. Which meant she was likely still out ahead of them. And closer to the Million Sword Vault, where a bunch of sword fanatics would inevitably end up in conflict with her and kill her. She was good. But they were an entire sect on their home turf. Chapter 309. The headquarters of the Million Sword Vault was hidden among the swirling sands of an exceptionally barren part of the scorching Mirror Desert. The positive effects of that was that there were few wild beasts to be concerned with. But that also meant there were even fewer landmarks to navigate by. If they knew the precise location they were heading to, it still would not have been a problem with a well-trained sense of direction augmented with natural energy. Unfortunately, they only had an approximate region, and even if they found the right place, they might not be met with open arms. More likely drawn swords, which was why they were hoping to find Chiker first. If they got close enough, they might find tracks of hers, but the winds covered up any tracks within a few hours. Anton, Hoyt, Velvet, and Alva tried to keep up their pace in hopes of minimizing the time they had to spend in the area. If they simply wanted to cover the entire region, they could have separated and covered something like a quarter. But it was more important to stay together for safety. There, Velvet pointed. Tracks. Anton nodded. He didn't have any sense of whether or not they were Chikers in particular. An individual cultivator's natural energy shifted away with the sands just as easily as footprints, but it was the best they'd found. Heading that way. Either we'll follow after Chiker or one of the disciples of the Million Sword Vault. The only question is whether or not the latter would be heading towards or away from their headquarters. But we might as well follow it and see if it remains in the region. While the entire area they were traversing could technically be considered Million Sword Vault's territory, nobody came to intercept them. That would give up the whole secrecy thing, after all. Though as they got closer, it would be a different story. More than that, the reception had a high probability of leading to violence, so they truly hoped to catch Chiker. While steering her away from an abundance of swords might be difficult, Shedded have a sense of loyalty to her friends and would almost certainly be glad to assist them. The heat of midday beat down on the travelers who were pushing through it so as to not waste any time. While continuously pushing themselves would be dangerous, when they were so close to their goal it was a necessity. The tracks they were following were scattered far and wide, but becoming more regular and substantial. That meant they were catching up, and hopefully they were after the right quarry. Though even if they found a disciple of the Million Sword Vault, they might be able to get them to lead towards where they wanted. One way or another, several more hours of travel finally graced Anton's senses with something other than endless sand. A structure barely distinguishable from its surroundings. They were in fact less than a handful of kilometers away. Far closer than Anton would have liked. It was only at that point that he began to feel out cultivators. And they were a mere 2.5 kilometers away before he sensed fighting within the walls of the compound. The feeling of Chiker's attacks was unmistakable, but he was unable to get a clear enough sense to tell more than that she was fighting with vigor against multiple opponents. Anton was tempted to launch an attack, but giving them away too soon might make it impossible to access the structure, or draw the ire of people they did not wish to face. Even making it to what they could only presume was the headquarters of the Million Sword Vault was further than they wanted to go. Halt! Who goes there? A figure barely visible against the gates, half revealed and half hidden by the blinding sun. reflecting off of the sand and the structure itself, held one hand on his sword. Finally sensing the group, there were more guards nearby as well. That was the point that it might have been most advantageous to attack, or a moment sooner. But Anton stayed his hand, and the others followed his lead. We are travelers, looking for a companion of ours. He continued forward, so as to allow Velvet and Hoyt to be at more optimal range should a battle begin. Of course, the same would be true of the sword cultivators. "Does this person have a name?" the guard asked. Something told Anton that subterfuge wouldn't do them much good. Either they would fight now, or they wouldn't. Chiker! Some of the tension eased from the surrounding guards. Oh, she didn't say she was expecting anyone else. Wait where you are. The group kept their senses open for anyone coming to flank them or other signs of trouble. But it was only a few moments later before the battle around Chiker stopped, and she began to approach the front gates. Oh! Anton! Chiker waved her arms as she saw them, still holding a sword in her hand with others floating around her. How did you guys find me also? Though she was surrounded by a dozen members of the Million Sword Vault. They seemed more like an honor guard than menacing captors. That feeling was enhanced by the fact that more of them were more wounded than Chiker. That was to say, everyone was cut up, but Chiker a bit less than the others, we thought. That you might get into trouble, Anton smiled broadly. But of course, if we were looking for you because of that, we'd have to constantly stay together. Yeah, Chiker agreed unabashedly. But you guys insist on spending a lot of time on boring stuff, so I went to find something to do. Do you need me for something? Well, yes. The troubles with the Whispering Watchers have escalated. Anton observed the other sword cultivators for their reaction, which was mainly to tighten their grips on their weapons. Oh yeah, screw those guys. Chiker flicked her sword, cleaning it of blood. She sheathed it along with all of the rest of the swords around her, and the escorting disciples did the same. Though they kept one hand at their waist, I don't know if I can contribute that much against a sect, though. Unless they were all sword cultivators, Chiker grinned. Sometimes I have trouble with unfamiliar enemies. We need every essence collection cultivator we can get, Anton commented. That includes you. Anton looked around at the others. So, how have things been here? I expected. More people to be dead, Chiker asked. That's the norm for you when interacting with other sword cultivators. Anton didn't think he should have to point it out, but he did anyway. Oh. But I only do that when they're awful or try to kill me. These guys are great. The one who had been guarding at the gate, some sort of senior disciple by his higher cultivation, took a chance to speak. We would not harm the disciple of Swordmaster Rahayu without reason, nor do we wish harm upon any who share our passions. But those who are unworthy of swords, they will find much trouble with us. Ah, I see. Truth be told, There is not much information about your sect available to outsiders. The rumors about them weren't good. But if he compared them to what was likely circulating about Chiker, it actually made perfect sense. They were at least similar in spirit. "Do we need to go now?" Chiker asked. "Because I just got here yesterday." "Leaving sooner would be better," Anton said. "But having found you, we are not in such a rush. We can stay as long as our stores of water hold." "That's not a problem," said the senior disciple. "We have sufficient stores here, and will gladly share freely with friends of aspiring swordmaster Chiker." As it turned out, their stores were an entire underground reservoir, which actually led to learning some other things about the compound. Though there was a structure on the surface, most of it had been built down into the sands and even dug into the rock below. For the most part, they were given free rein to go wherever they pleased, with the notable exception of the disciples' personal quarters and the areas reserved for elders. Of note was that the vault wasn't forbid unto them. Vast hallways led to a myriad of rooms filled with swords of all sorts. Though at one end were the stores of things that were not swords, with a buffer area of things that might be considered swords. Daggers, for example, found themselves in the no man's land, though they were allowed to wander as they pleased through the area. They were watched by the senses of one of the sect's elders. Just because everything was available for inspection did not mean they were allowed to walk off with it. That applied to everyone. And the scrutiny on them was no harsher than on the disciples of the Million Sword Vault itself. Despite their vast stores, the Million Sword Vault was not hoarding its resources. Everything was on display, and everything had a method to acquire it. Much of that was similar to how the Order of 99 Stars did things, with a system of contribution points being used to purchase them. But there were also other methods. It appeared that they had interrupted Chiker while she was attempting one of those things. It was a trial that straightforwardly required her to face 20 early Essence Collection disciples 3 at a time and defeat them. After they were welcomed back in, Chiker and the others smoothly returned to that attempt, which resulted in Chiker's victory. Her talent for swords, at least, was nearly unrivaled. "Yes, I got a new number 2. Chiker grinned as she held up her new sword. It was still a considerable amount short of her bust sword. But swords such as that weren't so simple to obtain. Of course, from the number of times attacks had gotten within millimeters of the scars on her neck, it wasn't as if her battle was exactly trivial. She just always rode the edge of victory and defeat. Though he wasn't particularly interested in swords, Anton still found himself browsing through the vault. It was there that he came across a supreme oddity. It resided in the no man's land of things that might or might not be swords. And Anton honestly couldn't tell what he thought it was. But something told him it was a bow. He stepped closer, looking at the piece that was clearly to swords sticking opposite directions out of a single hilt. A double-bladed sword, generally considered too impractical for use compared to simply having 2 individual weapons. Even for cultivators, it rarely came into use. But this one was one step better, as the blades were flat, of equal width. About 2 fingers wide its whole length. Even the ends were flat, unable to be used to stab. The holes in them didn't seem to be for weight distribution, but to go along with the string that sat nearby. Anton was tempted to pick it up and test it, but he could barely wrap his head around it. From the way it looked, the blades would have to bend widthwise to function as a bow, which couldn't be the most optimal. "Could it archery contest?" said a voice next to him. Anton turned to see the elder in charge of the area, who he hadn't noticed because his energy pervaded everything around to begin with. Was he challenging Antonor? "That's how you can get that. You just need to hit a target at, let's see, with your cultivation, 5,000 meters. Anton blinked. Was that all seemed simple enough, though he didn't know if he would even want to use it. Oh, yes. You must make use of that bow, and not cut off any of your fingers in the process. That was a very ominous condition. Anton didn't even need a new bow, really. He just turned to walk away, but found himself coming back a few moments later. "How many tries do I get?" "Each attempt is a single shot from a position we designate to a target you must find," the elder said simply. "Should you find yourself with any fingers or portions thereof sliced off, our medics are very capable of stitching you back together, good as new." That would explain why their sparring was so intense, though Anton really didn't want to have to find out if it really was good as new. As he considered picking up the string, though, he realized how sharp it was, as if it was also meant to cut people. Were there even arrows that could withstand the pressure of that string that wasn't normally a factor? But this particular thing that might be a bow seemed to have many unusual features. Chapter 310. There was absolutely no need for Anton to get a new bow. He had a perfectly serviceable bow suited for someone at Essence Collection. And even the old bone bow that was slightly less of a pain to use now, but inefficient. He didn't need another bow. Especially not one that was basically 2 or 3 swords strapped together. Depending on whether you counted the razor, sharp string as another one. He didn't need another one. But he just had to know if it was any good as a weapon. Since the easiest way to test it out was to take the trial, that was what he did. He was allowed to take some practice shots at the empty desert while they set up. There were several important factors at play. First, only the center grip of the bow wasn't sharp. That one was fairly obvious. But it was still important to remember. The string itself was razor thin, which at first made him treat it delicately, but then he realized it simply wasn't using excess materials. Whatever sort of metal it was made out of was many times stronger than the black steel string of his first cultivator bow. That didn't mean it needed to be so thin. But perhaps it lost its spring, or the draw weight wouldn't match the rest of the weapon if it was thicker. Or the creator of the bow simply wanted another cutting surface. like the two blades that made up the majority of the bow shaft, weren't enough. There was no information about the bow's origin. Million Sword Vault had simply obtained it in some conflict long in the past. Apparently, some had tried to use it as a sword. But it didn't hold its shape well unless it was strung, and that got in the way of more traditional sword techniques. As for actually firing the bow, Anton ran into a couple of problems that almost caused him to fail the trial before it started. His first arrow managed to pull back the string just a little bit, before it was sliced apart and the string snapped forward. The second, he focused too much on durability of the arrow and not his aim. On the third attempt, he actually got an arrow to go where he wanted. But he could tell that the difference in power would be rather fiddly based on exact draw length. The administrator of Anton's test was another elder, separate from the one guarding the vaults. Elder Ward returned to Anton shortly after he was just getting used to firing the bow. The trial is ready. Any further shots will be counted against it. Come with me. She walked ahead of him, the swirling sands making vision pretty much impossible. The windiness of the area around Million Sword Vault seemed to be another reason it could stay hidden. Though Anton suspected that a portion of it was simply killing whoever they didn't want to know. He now knew they were a reasonable sect by some definitions, but it had likely been foolish to approach. Even in pursuit of a friend, Elder Ward brought Anton to a seemingly random point. "Here," she said, pointing to the ground. "You must seek the target." "Is there a time limit?" Anton asked. He got no answer. Well, it probably didn't matter. He stood in the spot she indicated and spread out his senses. What he was looking for was anything that wasn't sand. Then he found it, close to 5 kilometers away as indicated. He knew it was one of the targets. Because at one part of the test, though other unspoken factors could be. He took a deep breath, the coverings over his mouth and face keeping the sand away as he did so. He drew back the string while forming a spirit arrow and fired. His consciousness traveled through the mirrored sands until he struck the target, right in the middle of the bullseye. "Done," Anton said. "Wait here," Elder Warda said. She wandered off towards the target, picking it up, then returned. Another. This way. So they went to another. Anton keeping his senses mostly constrained to where they were in case finding the targets ahead of time was some violation. He didn't think the Million Sword Vault intended to fail him from something he didn't know. But they likely had some assumptions about how things should work that he wasn't familiar with. After the second target, she looked somewhat disappointed. Anton wasn't sure why. As it had only taken him a short time to find the target and hit the bullseye, even by Grand Elder Kania's high standards. He didn't think there was much improvement to be made at his current cultivation level. Anton found himself beginning to fatigue simply from remaining out in the desert heat. There was a not insignificant distance between each point, and Anton wasn't sure he could find his way back to the Million Sword Vault after wandering through so much featureless, swirling sand. They arrived at the location of the third target, or rather once more 5 kilometers away from it. Target is that way, Elder Ward pointed. Immediately Anton's senses stretched out the 5,000 meters, finding the target. But instead of shooting, he hesitated. She hadn't pointed out the other ones. He spread his senses, looking further. There was nothing else in that direction, but he searched around to the sides and behind himself. There it was. The same distance in the opposite direction. It wouldn't be a problem to shoot it, but he had the feeling there was something important. Is it 1 shot per target or 1 shot per location? Anton asked. Once more. Elder Ward remained silent, letting him draw his own conclusions. Well, he could theoretically take the trial again. Or just give up. He did need another bow, and so far it was just appearing to be a rather difficult to shoot oddity. Not something exceptional. Anton decided to go with the assumption that it was 1 shot per location. If not, he was going to look like he was showing off. Which might not be terrible. But he really didn't want to fail a test that wasn't even that difficult. He focused, aligning his flow of energy with the bow, gathering more power to take the shot. While both targets were 5 kilometers away, this was actually a shot that would push him to his limits because they were in opposite directions. Not only was the end goal 15 kilometers away in essence, but it involved a 180-degree turn. Either one of those factors was easy enough, but Anton had to take this more seriously to get both, even for still targets. Immediately after he released the arrow, Anton felt something was different. He was moving forward with the arrow as usual. But instead of slipping through the sands, he was slicing a path. Somehow, his attack had widened without doing it consciously. Impacting a few extra grains of sand wouldn't matter, but over such a distance it was building up. He thought to narrow the attack again, but realized this was a feature of the bow he couldn't have imagined. How at waist really supposed to work? When he reached the first target, he sliced it cleanly in half at a diagonal angle. He was used to arrows being more or less a symmetric point, but now that he was a wide blade, he had to think about the rotation. But first, he had to loop the arrow back around. The arrow flew for only a short moment before it was facing towards himself. But in that time, it flew another kilometer. Fortunately, the extra distance wasn't as big of a problem as it could have been. Total travel distance mattered, but so did absolute distance from himself for the ability to keep control of his energy. Soon enough, he was flying past himself, with enough distance to avoid the cutting edge he now had. He reached the other target with enough force to pierce into it, slicing halfway through before his power faded. Puncturing both targets would have been easy, but he had to impart significantly more total force to cut them in half, and the drag from the sands really added up. Anton breathed out slowly. Well, that was it. Elder Ward silently went to collect the targets. When she returned, she had only a hint of a smile on her face. You pass. The weapon is yours. As they walked back towards the sect, Anton wondered how she knew her way. There had to be some trick, but he didn't know if he should ask. There was something else he was more curious about, though, and it seemed innocent enough. "Do any of your elders practice archery?" Anton asked. "I feel like the trial couldn't have been designed by an amateur." He could have easily kept shooting the bow with only the minimal amount of force to hit the target. But the third phase made him impart more energy, and thus discover the hidden feature of the weapon. "Many of our members dabble in weapons other than the sword," Elder Warda explained. "One of our grand elders designed this particular trial some time ago." "Would it be possible for me to meet with them?" Anton asked. "No," Elder Warda said curtly. "She's dead." "I am sorry to hear that," Anton replied. "Everyone dies eventually," Elder Warda replied. Anton knew that, but that didn't mean people who survived felt good about it. But he decided not to press the issue any further. "Look here." Chicker spun a sword almost uncomfortably close to Anton's face. "My new second best weapon." "I still say it seems kind of rude to call it that," Hoyt said from nearby. Waichakar said, "That's what it is." "It's very good, but not the best one I have." "I do agree with him," Anton pointed out. "Many of these disciples would be very envious of that sword, and yet you have another." "But I have tons of swords," Chicker pointed out, "and I use all of the best ones." It's not like it's going to be collecting rust. And they all had the opportunity to complete that trial before I got here. "That won't stop jealousy," Anton pointed out, even though he said that. It seemed the attitude towards Chicker of most of the disciples, and all of the elders that Anton had seen, was quite positive. Whether it was due to very briefly being Swordmaster Rahayu's disciple, or simply because Chiker was Chiker, he wasn't quite sure. But she fit in with them. One of the disciples approached. "Aspiring Swordmaster Chikor, I humbly request a spar." "Sorry," she said. "Schedule is full." "Oh, I had heard there might be one more position." "There was?" Chiker admitted. But now Anton's in that spot. Having not heard of that, Anton raised an eyebrow. "Am I?" "Of course." "You can't carry around a sword and not expect me to want to fight you." Chiker's eyes twinkled. "So." It seemed they were on opposite sides of the sword, bow divide with regards to Anton's new weapon. Or perhaps it was simply that it was both, though Anton had no real plans to use it as a melee weapon if he could help it. He would still train for it anyway. Because obviously, if all battles went to plan, he'd instantly kill his opponents with a single arrow. "I suppose that could be good for both of us," Anton admitted. He didn't think much of his chances of winning such a spar. Given that Chiker had a few extra years of training, that still kept a gap in cultivation between them. However, it had been quite some time since they'd had a serious match, and he could learn a lot from it. If nothing else, he would get some practice not dying against 15 or so swords attacking simultaneously. He just needed to make sure neither of them got any injuries that would take months to recover from. Because they had a goal to get to. Chapter 311. With the addition of his new bow, Anton's limit for one's form of energy was a half dozen. His arrows had no rotation that was important prior to his new acquisition, but now he had to get used to how they might cut and focus on providing enough power to make actual use of the effect. Since it widened the area of attack and made it somewhat like a sword, Anton was fairly certain that it would be a suboptimal weapon against Chiker. However, that also filled him with confidence to go all out in that regard. He could experiment without much worry of anyone getting hurt. If the battle had started at Anton's maximum range, he might have stood a real chance. However, the battle began at only a few hundred meters, which meant he only had a few volleys of shots before Chiker got close to him. His arrows flew together, but not in anything that could be called an organized pattern. That would simply be easier to defend against, and Anton wanted Chiker to have to work for her success. She had somewhere close to 20 swords under her control at the moment, counting the one she held with her actual hands. But Anton suspected Sheckled Have more if necessary. That said, the space around her was quite crowded with blades already. The many swords were able to cover attacks from all angles, as well as multiple simultaneous attacks. But though Anton had a disadvantage in number of weapons, he was able to fire multiple volleys to be in the air at the same time, and by changing their velocity mid-flight, they could all arrive simultaneously. Most of his arrows were peridor sliced apart, but one of them came within a millimeter of impacting Chiker's shoulder, slicing through her defensive energy. Yet he didn't think that he was actually that close to inflicting a wound on her. Her style was simply to allow attacks as close to her as she could afford without taking debilitating injuries, so that she could then focus on defeating her opponents. As he expected, the sword, bow he held in his hands only created wider area attacks that were easier for Chiker to predict and deflect. But on occasion, the power forced her to use 3 or even 5 swords simultaneously to block his attacks. Anton didn't leather close into melee, but he couldn't exactly stay away from her. He might be able to match her speed if he did nothing else but retreat, but he couldn't attack then. Instead, he did his best to keep Chiker from chopping through his energy bows, her swords widening their spread to reach for them as they shot nearly point blank at her. As expected, he was able to use the bow to parry some of her attacks. And despite how difficult it seemed, he was still able to continue firing it while he did so. It was well made, even if its purpose was rather odd. But in the end, Anton didn't have the necessary experience to overcome Chiker's melee expertise, and he soon found himself with 3 swords impaled in his chest. Chiker had kindly avoided stabbing into any organs, but didn't stop before piercing through him so as to make it very clear to all present that Sheckled Have. "You win?" Anton admitted without difficulty. She was still ahead of him in cultivation, and her combat capability was her only focus. "I would like to discuss wielding multiple weapons at some point." Though their methods were different, he imagined he could learn something from her. He wouldn't mind carrying around additional physical bows if it would be more effective than energy bows. Though there would doubtless be some practical limits there, bows took up a bit more space than swords. And Chiker was honestly hard to find under the various weapons she had at this point. Despite what had initially been heard about the Million Sword Vault, they were reasonable folk. Anton and the others were sworn to secrecy about the precise location, but they didn't actually seem too concerned about whether or not they were found. Though if Anton and the others had come with ill intent, he doubted they would be walking away. A new sect to train with for a while would be beneficial to them all, but they had limited time. It might not happen immediately. But the conflict with the Whispering Watchers was inevitable. The mission had been to come find Chiker and keep her from getting killed. And while the second had miraculously not been necessary, they had completed what they had to do. And what's more, Million Sword Vault was willing to participate in the upcoming battles. It was a strange mix of official and unofficial support. There wasn't anything so formal as an organized draft where they sent a specified amount of their disciples to help. Instead, they simply made an announcement asking for volunteers, of which there were many. That was how they ended up with several hundred people following them out of the scorching mirror desert. Close to 50 of which were in Essence collection, along with a single life transformation elder. It wasn't clear how many of them were coming because they were battle maniacs compared to how many were coming to support Chiker, with the intent of sparring with her at a later time. In fact, Anton supposed they might all be interested in both options. But either way, the outpouring of support was more than expected. It wasn't expected to actually get them to join, as information on them had been vague, but they were quite eager to take out some traitors. Anton vaguely recognized the elder who approached him, not from at the Million Sword Vault, but before that. It seemed Elder Vasu had the same idea as the relatively youthful man spoke. "You were at Everhart's tomb. Were you not the one regarding ascension?" "That's right," Anton inclined his head. "I was there, if I am not wrong. I saw you in the final chambers, the ones that required passing somewhat arbitrary insights about ascension. I think it was designed for everyone to make the choice that fit themselves," Anton said. "To an extent," Elder Vasu admitted. "But many failed to pass. I took note of you because of your low cultivation, which has improved significantly in the last 7 or 8 years. Has it not? I was able to make the step into Mid-Essence collection." "Yes," Anton admitted. "Unfortunately, whatever insights I have into ascension are meaningless for myself, since I can't." "Is that so?" the man asked. "I would judge that we are actually rather similar in age, around a century. The barrier of life transformation is great, but for one with your insights, I would expect it to be less onerous, regardless of what speed you advance through ranks. Even if I were suddenly to find myself at the peak of life transformation, that step is impossible for me. I know that for certain." "Is that so?" Vasu asked. Why, though his words were polite, his manner was also quite straightforward. Not that Anton found that to be a bad thing. A forbidden technique, Anton admitted. Besides, I have too many attachments to the world to just leave it behind for a little bit of power. Vasu laughed. Just a little, huh? He shook his head. That may be so, but about the Whispering Watchers. You are sure they are traitors. Their impropriety deserves retribution regardless, but it would be good to know. Absolutely, Anton said. You should be able to confirm it yourself. But in case you do not have access to any of the necessary techniques, I can teach them. Vasu nodded. Some of the other elders. Did a thorough sweep of the sect after our return. I personally focused more on the anti-Ascension techniques, though they're rather difficult to practice without a target. Ah, I may have neglected mentioning something in my haste, Anton admitted. That forbidden technique allows me to use ascension energy. To some extent. While I can't say I am a worthy opponent, I am certain you could adjust your power output to determine if it works. I see. I assume it's related to Everhart. The man was fond of. Weighing the present against the future for maximum benefits. Though I can't say I understand the mechanics of that. That's basically it, Anton admitted. As far as I understand. Too bad, Vasu admitted. If you are well versed in the technique. Does that not mean you almost certainly would have ascended? Anton shook his head. Number I'd be dead. And people I care about as well. Perhaps. But there was at least some path. Maybe, Anton admitted. The projection of Everhart present on the moon had spoken to him personally, indicating he would likely have reached ascension as well. Do you think there are other paths? Anton asked. Elder Vasu frowned. I hadn't even considered it, and I find myself somewhat doubtful. Have you found something that indicates otherwise? Not really. Just something Everhart said. His projection, I mean. I am nowhere near old enough to have met the real man. Even the one on the moon admitted to not being the real one. After all, he shouldn't still be around, but instead ascended. Or dead, most likely both by his own admission. Well, I certainly have no idea, Vasu admitted. But I would never call anything impossible. A pause. He talked to you. Just his projections. I was fortunate to get some of his techniques early on. And that made further projections amicable towards me. As much as Everhart ever can be, at least. My interactions with his tombs indicated he was a difficult man to be around. But he knew his stuff. About this ascension energy. We'll have to find a time to practice. Perhaps once out of the desert, Anton said. My usage here would be suboptimal. As it turned out, nobody was willing to cause trouble for an army with the strength of a moderate sect or a good portion of a powerful one. The journey took a few turns to avoid directly imposing on any sect's land so that they would not feel compelled to respond. But they arrived in good time. The approach to Prophis made it clear that more forces had been gathered from many places. As they approached, Grand Elder Kania rode out to meet them. "Welcome back, Anton. I see you were successful in your mission." She looked over the army of million sword vault cultivators. "I presume you are allies." "We are," Elder Vasu nodded. "I am Vasu. Sinaya. I am a Grand Elder of the Order of 99 Stars. I assume your position is much the same." "Similar," Vasu admitted. "Though until I attain the level of Swordmaster, I simply retain the title of Elder." "It doesn't matter, as long as you are willing to fight with us. I trust my disciple Anton explained everything enough." Whispering Watchers harbor members of the Twin Soul sect? Maybe more than that. And they sent a life transformation elder to kill him after he killed some of their disciples in the conflict with Swordmaster Rahayu. Vasu grinned. "Which is extremely disrespectful. They need to learn to take one on the chin. Though I'll settle for cutting a few in half." "They get along with Chiker very well," Anton said as a manner of explanation. They leapt at the opportunity to help. "You mean fight?" Vasu laughed. "But joining a friend in battle is good as well. And the indirect disrespect for Rahayu won't be tolerated. Just because he's not here to chop them up doesn't mean everyone will tolerate it." Vasu harumphed. "You speak as if he is dead," Kania frowned. "Not at all. If he was dead. As long as no foul play would be involved, we would accept it. But he ascended, and they choose to disrespect his legacy. Plus, here is that whole thing about betraying us to invaders. But that hasn't happened yet, so we'll get 'em later." "No matter the reason," Sinaya said. "As long as you are willing to fight alongside others, we are glad to have you." "Alongside, in front of—" "We'll fight wherever," Vasu grinned widely. "We might just carve a trail of blood alongside that one," he gestured to Chiker. "But I am sure you'll find us quite effective whatever we do." Chapter 312. The elders of various sects gathered in Prophis, discussing their strategy. There were many from both continents, representing a wide variety of interests. Gathering all the forces they could had made them formidable, but their actions weren't able to be kept fully secret. The Whispering Watchers had an opportunity to gather some allies of their own. "How shall we go about doing this?" Elder Adelina of the Frost Mirror sect asked. "Why debate?" Elder Sarka of the Glorious Flame Palace complained. "We should just go in and crush them." "A straightforward attack suits us as well," Elder Vasu of Million Sword Vault confirmed. "I am not fond of the idea of having to deal with their formations," Sinaya grimaced. "I think we should start by sending them a message." "Good point," Sarka agreed. "Have to let them know why they're getting destroyed." "And who would we send?" Adelina asked. "Who?" "That would not end up a sacrifice. I have a solution that should please you both well enough." "I'll be the messenger," Sinaya said, one hand tapping her bow. "You'll kill one of them." Then a younger man from one of the local sects asked, "We intend to stand and fight?" But we only intend to take out the traitors, and their elders are all holed up." "They're all traitors?" Kanya declared. "And I can prove it easily enough. They sent an elder to kill my disciple first. So there shouldn't be any complaints if I start killing their disciples. For a righteous sect, that position is a bit extreme," a much older man commented. "Here is no point in letting an open sore like this grow and fester," Sinaya said. "And you can all observe my technique. I've been working on it. I find it's much too slow to verify someone's status as a twin soul and then shoot them." "What does that mean?" Elder Sarka asked. The Whispering Watchers had some idea about Sinaya's existence. She had not been inactive since coming to the continent, after all. But even so, they weren't fully aware of her capabilities. If they had been, they wouldn't have let anyone step a single foot outside of the bounds of the defensive formations surrounding their core. The time from the spirit arrow being shot to when it pierced through the chest of the targeted disciple was insignificant. At least for those who were not at late Ascent's collection at the minimum and able to sense it from far off. Thus, by the time the first arrow had arrived, several more were on their way. "Well, looks like someone got lucky," Kanya commented. The first disciple to be pierced through the chest looked down, knowing he just had a surge of energy go through him. But he looked to see no wound. Yet nearly simultaneous arrows struck his companions, half of which perished. Even Kania couldn't track the expressions on the faces of people at that distance. But it should be fear and confusion. The other elders remained next to Sania. "I see," Sarka commented. "That's a good one." "Only damaging people from the Twin Soul sect? You should have shared that earlier." "I know enough about myself that most wouldn't understand my methods. And there are some drawbacks. The attacks are weak." "Right," Adelina commented. "But it reveals them at the same time. It's quite hard to deny. Not that we had doubts anyway." "I don't see the point in sparing the others," Vasu said. "They are of the same sect, after all." Konya shook her head. "Some might not know any better, but there won't be any mercy for those who join them in the coming battle. It is impossible for them to not at least have heard rumors about the truth of the Twin Soul sect." Even as she spoke, her hands moved, targeting any of those associated with the Whispering Watchers and the allies they had along with them. One Essence Collection Cultivator from the Infinite Gate Society managed to block the attack. Suffering a wound to his arm as he turned to flee, but the physical damage was not as important as the other. His true cultivation being revealed underneath. Though the strongest elders could pick up what was happening, Sinaya summarized for some of the others. "Looks like the Infinite Gate Society has more Twin Soul members among them. Beyond Sword Master Vian, of course." It was to be expected by anyone willing to stand by the side of the Whispering Watchers in the current time. Since they had been discovered, they had to band together to survive. At least, that seemed to be the most sensible reasoning. Soon enough, there were no more targets for Sinaya. Her targets either lay dead or were uninjured and given a second chance. Even the dullest of cultivators could recognize a pattern so simply laid out before them, though it was likely that excuses would be made to any allies who were not completely in bed with them. If there were any? Strange, Sinaya commented. I would have thought that nobody would step out, but here come a few. She flexed her fingers, grip tightening on her bow. But given their makeup, I think we can reasonably assume this is some sort of negotiation delegation. I bet I could still kill one, though. Konia coughed. When they inevitably make the wrong decision. That will just solidify any who are on the fence, Adelina pointed out. We can quickly discuss when they are on the way back. Even though the delegation seemed to be made primarily of life transformation cultivators, it still took them a significant time to approach. Of course, they were most likely interested in conserving their energy in case there was an attack, in which case they could make the 30-minute journey in a fraction of the time. Only having to deal with Cineas attacks? Infinite Gate Society, Hungry Rat Cult. And some others, Elder Vasu commented. Basically what our scouts told us. But it seems the Whispering Watchers are afraid to speak for themselves. The delegation stopped when they were over a kilometer away. It was still rather close by some standards, and they were able to project their voices with ease. What is the meaning of this attack? The man representing the Infinite Gate Society questioned. Why have you all joined up with foreign sects to cause war? A relatively younger man with beady eyes asked. In theory, a proper negotiator should have been arranged for on both sides. In practice, it was first come, first serve. That meant Elder Vasu began with some cutting words. Let me ask you this. How do you all feel about being stabbed in the back? Because that's what you are asking for. Unless you are all traitors. You could come a few steps closer and we can figure it out. We have no trust for your revealing techniques, the representative of the Infinite Gate Society intoned. Ah! Shut up. Vasu waved his arm, cutting apart a nearby tree with his bare hand. Your whole damn sect is corrupted. Starting with Vian, I was talking to these other fellows. Hey, rat boy! Bite off his head yourself and you'll see his true nature, with not a single scrap of energy from us. The eyes of the one he referred to as Rat Boy twitched. I am properly addressed as Elder Farouk. Sure, whatever. Vasu narrowed his eyes at the other man. So, lackey, have anything to say for yourself? It's Maliki. And it's not even pronounced like that. He snorted. Well, it is clear you have no intention to do any proper negotiations. It is simply that we are in agreement with his sentiments. An elder from Marvelous Rabbit Mountain, Elder Paula, made herself known. Our sect has already purged itself of traitors. There does not appear to be any hope for the Whispering Watchers. But the rest of you might have some chance. Except perhaps Infinite Gate Society, it seems. Though more words were exchanged, little of substance was communicated, except that they were to spread the word that anyone who fought on the side of the Whispering Watchers would be considered complicit, and the others ignored. Whether they would actually spread the words to the ears of their hesitant disciples would be another matter. A discussion on whether or not to try to take any of them out happened while they were on the way back. It was decided to not be worth it. Not everyone was in total agreement on that, but some were still hoping that the battle lines were not set. "I am taking the shot," Sinaya said. "Of course." That was on Lee after her hands had already gone through the motions, and the arrow was on its way. Adelina sighed, but watched closely as her arrow pierced through the back of Farouk. The elder turned and frowned. Though he was already so far that they could not see his expression. "Wait a moment," Adelina frowned. "Did you? Can you just ignore defensive energy as you please, even if your arrow doesn't react to his defenses?" If only things were so simple, Kunya grinned widely. No, this technique requires a certain honesty to it. It doesn't work like that. Adelina mentally noted that she didn't say that it couldn't be done, however. A simple misunderstanding, perhaps. Or perhaps Sinia would be a fearsome opponent in the future. Not that Adelina expected to have any conflict with the Order of 99 Stars. Glorious Flame Palace? Maybe. But not the Order. "Woo, I am tired of waiting," Alva complained and rolled around on the ground. She wished she could be flopping around on Fuzz's back. But he was still on another continent, a choice she was never going to make again. "This is how it is before every big battle," Anish commented. "Precisely," Annalie affirmed. "And I get tired every time." Alva threw up her hands. Just because you can turn off boredom or whatever doesn't mean the rest of us can. A lack of emotion is actually very much like boredom, Annalie commented. "I am glad I didn't get stuck with the Frost Mirror sect." Alva shook her head. "It suits me quite well." "I think," Annalie said impassively. "Yeah," Anish nodded. Everyone has to find the technique most suited for them." "Do you think we'll have to do a siege?" Alva wondered. "I feel like they might make us." Elder Vasu claimed to be a master at dismantling formations, the other cousin pointed out. "I am pretty sure that just means he would chop it into pieces." Alva frowned. "He doesn't feel anything like Katerina or the others." "Oh, right." Annalie actually blushed slightly. For the brief moment before she regained control. "It's likely quite effective." Anish mulled something over in his head. "You were right, Alva. About Swordmaster Vion's sect. Obviously. How can you have a famous member of your sect who's a spy and not figure it out? It happens more often than you might think." Anish shrugged. Even some of the glorious Flame Palace elders had to be removed. Further conversation was cut off by a wave of energy from up ahead. The defensive formation of the sect wobbled and shrunk in size. The massive change in energy obvious to all but the weakest present, despite the distance. As for what it was doing, it became clear soon enough that there were components of it that could be moved, allowing a slightly weaker but mobile bubble of power to protect the advancing enemy ranks. It was powered not only by the core that normally maintained it, but elders from the various sects aligned with the Whispering Watchers. Its defensive power prevented any attacks at a long distance. And while Grand Elder Kania was the only one who could attack them at the beginning, she could cause enough damage on her own. Various sects and groups within them began to maneuver with relation to the bubble. It would be optimal to surround it. But if any group got too close alone, they might be attacked by the whole of the enemy forces at once. That was a deterrent to most, except for the disciples of the Million Sword Vault, along with Chiker. Glorious Flame Palace was more cautious than them until they saw the approach, then they rushed to catch up. Other sects moved to at least form a semicircle that would be of some advantage to them. The only problem was the barrier. In theory, it could prevent attacks coming in but not going out, which meant they would soon be in range of many of the Whispering Watchers, causing great damage. Chapter 313. Two armies approached each other, only separated by a thin but powerful barrier. On one side were the Whispering Watchers and their allies, Infinite Gate Society, the Hungry Rat Cult, and a smattering of smaller sects and certain powerful individuals. On the other side was the alliance of cultivators from another continent, along with a number of local sects including Marvelous Rabbit Mountain from the western coast and the group from Million Sword Vault. The barrier currently kept those with the longest ranges from attacking into it. But it was assumed that the Whispering Watchers and others would be able to attack out of it, at least to some extent. Barriers that worked perfectly in a single direction were rare, and nearly impossible while mobile. Perhaps certain formation masters might be able to make something workable. But more likely, the barrier had flaws that could be broken through. As the mobile forces outside the barrier were able to move more smoothly, they were in the process of closing the semicircle they had formed. Glares were exchanged across the barrier. Some personal grudges and some simply because of the battle that was currently in motion. Ferak of the Hungry Rat Cult was focused on Sinaya and Vasu. Malaki of the Infinite Gate Society had his eyes on Chiker. Likely because she had Vion's sword. The tension rose ever higher as the groups approached, just waiting to be broken. Members of the Whispering Watchers began to gather their energy all at once, preparing for a volley of attacks. Outside, those with ranged abilities were focused on heading off their attacks to protect the majority of melee combatants. But neither were the ones to make the first strike. Instead, it was Vasu. He stood alongside Chiker, where they were both in the front row of the group of cultivators from the Million Sword Vault. His sword had been drawn since the enemies began their approach. But once the front of the barrier was within 100 meters, he shifted his grip on his blade, taking to wide, diagonal swings. His sword cut an X into the barrier, momentarily tearing open a section that the group began to pour through. Battle was engaged, and both sides surged forward. The side of the Whispering Watchers focused on intercepting those who came through the barrier, while they began their bombardment of deathly energy. while in turn the other forces sought weaknesses in the barrier to break through. Simply bombarding it with attacks was possible, but would take more energy, ultimately wasting effort. If smaller groups could break through and reach the forces maintaining the formation, however, it would be different. A kilometer behind the front lines were Anton, Sinaya, and others with longer ranges. They could attack from further, but were at a range that was both effective and hard for most to counter, though they were fighting seriously. The barrier was a problem. For the most part, they had to try to catch the orbs of deathly energy as they popped out of the barrier to protect their allies. Sinaya was putting in work, but she also had the capacity to casually chat while doing so. Personally, I think they would have done better if they stayed behind their permanent formations, she commented. Unless they don't have enough farmland, because I sure wasn't going to let them bring in supplies. From what I saw, there were some plots being farmed. The land itself seems arable enough, Anton replied. But perhaps they simply rose to our provocation or were swayed by the threat of annihilation. Talking slightly reduced his effectiveness, but he wasn't involved in any sort of deep tactical focus. He was just shooting arrows at every orb he could, piercing into them so they would break apartly. Their power wasn't in their physical form, but the effect they had on people, so they were intended to break apart, just later. Honestly, though, Kinney sighed, do they think we're all spring chickens? I suppose they don't really know Maythau? She frowned. Anton felt just a tiny motion of her eyes, and he turned to look over his shoulder. I don't sense anything yet. No. They're a bit better than that, but also still quite far. Should we? I'll make an announcement in a minute. Anton was pretty sure that meant she would be shooting someone. But it was her prerogative to make the judgment of when and how to do things. Ahead of them, the battle was something like a stalemate. Few except Million Sword Vault had managed to break through the barriers even momentarily. And those inside would eventually be overwhelmed. But the enemy was being cut down as well. If there was a more lasting break in the barrier, the archers could target those sustaining the core of the formation. There were several flags being carried, which were good targets, but taking out those holding them in place would also serve a purpose. Among them were many members of the numerous hungry rat cult, staying in reserve. From what Anton had been told, they had another factor missing as well. It was clear that the front line was becoming impatient, as some of the life transformation experts were beginning to make attacks more suited to smashing through the barrier than systematically break it apart. Everyone had to make their own choices, of course, but the burning ball of fire around Elder Sarka seemed quite excessive. It was burning the dirt and melting the stone in the area near her. Anton thought maybe she was trying an alternative digging technique to try to get under the barrier until she jumped forward and smashed into it head-on. There, she held open a hole with the bubble of fire around her. One that other members of Glorious Flame Palace were quick to rush through, unharmed by Sarka's fire. Other sects were more hesitant. Guess I was late, Sinaya said. She had already turned around to begin taking shots at the approaching enemies behind them, seemingly independents not associated with sects or who had found an excuse to be away. Undoubtedly Twin Soul sect members, unless they were just suicidal. Individually, anyway. The full number of them was making Anton rather nervous about the situation. As for what made her late, even though the enemy was still far enough for everyone to react to, it was Elder Paula of Marvelous Rabbit Mountain. She leapt into the air, almost as if she were flying, positioned directly over the center of the enemy forces. As she fell, she picked up speed, and she somehow twisted herself into a forward spin with a leg outstretched. Sinea's shots were fired before she hit the barrier and cracked it, landing in the center of the area. Elder Farouk of the Hungry Rat Cult looked her straight in the eye, gathering energy. He turned to the man next to him. A late Ascents Collection member of the Whispering Watchers. "Now!" he shouted. Then his energy took the form of two pairs of rodent incisors, with the image of a great rat around them. Immediately, they sliced through the man next to him, as piles of actual rats burrowed out of the ground and chomped at the heels of the group that had thought they were allies an instant before. Elder Paula viewed the move with some suspicion, before deciding she could deal with them later, if it was some sort of deception. Instead, she hopped forward, kicking a rather shocked member of Infinite Gate Society. The woman had swapped from using her energy to power the formation to primarily protecting herself in time. But it didn't stop her from being shunted far from her proper position. Along with the Hungry Rat Cult suddenly no longer participating in its stability, it began to fade and crack rapidly. Even as that happened, Elder Farouk locked eyes with Vasu. The two of them just shared a single word. Later. Personal insults leading to grudges could be resolved in the future. Back across the battlefield, Anton had little freedom to focus on the lives of his friends and family. But the opportunity afforded by the Hungry Rat Cult switching sides was too good to pass up. Perhaps he was burdening Grand Elder Kania by trusting her to protect him from the encroaching attackers. But she hadn't spoken a word of complaint as he surveyed the area. Alva was safely nearby. As her range was sufficient to affect a large portion of the battlefield along with the rest of the snipers. Even if she didn't have the same level of training in horizon shot as Anton, she could still shoot things within visual range to a high degree of accuracy. Hoyt was chopping his way through a line of enemies along with some of the Allied forces. Velvet was probably fine wherever she was. Annalie happened to be fighting side by side with Anish. The fire and ice clearing swaths of opponents. Most battles were going fine, but he contributed a few shots wherever he thought it would do the most good. He just needed the right openings. And most people weren't focused on what some guy a couple 1,000 meters away might be ready to do to them when there was a spear right in their face they had to worry about. Near the edge of where the barrier had once stood, Elder Malaki, who looked ready to Remandanya Nuho, spoke that it wasn't pronounced like Lucky, had managed to reach Chicker. Not that she was difficult to get to, as she was one of those at the front of the pack. "You will return Sword Master Vian's blade to us," he said, stating it both as a fact and a command. "Don't be stupid," Chicker said. "It's mine. Rahayu said I could have it." "That fool isn't even here." Malaki held his blade towards Chicker. "Well, I suppose I don't mind doing this the fun way." Against a sword wielder of her own cultivation, Chicker would have been confident. Against a life transformation cultivator like Elder Maloki, she was in fact still confident. Others might have told her that was incorrect, and she would have ignored them. And if she was wrong, all that would happen was that she would die, which wasn't as bad as giving up a sword she didn't want to. A bristling flower of swords surrounded her, akin to a thistle. More swords wasn't necessarily better. But instead it was her preferred style which made it better for her. The clash of blades began, swords slicing and stabbing, clashing with each other as they were parried and dodged. Everyone around them backed off, not willing to get caught in the battle, even as they were merely testing each other out. Then a sword shattered. "What the hell?" Chickers shouted. "You broke number 15. You'll pay for that." Her eyes narrowed in anger. As if Elder Malaki had killed one of her closest friends, which perhaps was not far off. Unfortunately, her combat style did not benefit from anger. Several exchanges later, 2 more of Here's swords were broken, and 3 were flung far out of their reach across the battlefield. "You are not worthy of that sword you hold," Elder Maloki sneered derisively. "Pathetic, like your master." That taunt didn't have its intended effect, but it did cause Chicker to hesitate in confusion. Swordmaster Rahayu ascended. A wonderful fiction, but I knew the power Vien had to hold. But history is written by the victors, I suppose. So I'll be writing the end to your little story. His words weren't just arrogance, as Chikor was finding herself with a myriad of cuts. So far she had kept the remainder of her swords intact, though some were now chipped under the ferocity of the man's attacks. One sword overcoming many. Then, with a skillful feint, Maloki caused Chikor to overextend, twisting the blade in her hands and disarming her of Vian's sword, which he then caught. He grinned. "Number 1. Chikor looked at her empty hands. Maliki let her have a moment to look and despair before he began his next attack. Striking with Vian's superior sword, he grinned as Chikor stepped forward towards him. Swinging her arms as if she still held the sword in her hands, they swung up, to no effect, of course. An arrow forced him half a step closer, but he didn't care. The blades around weren't swift enough to catch him. His blade connected with her forehead, bringing with it the sound of severed flesh and bone, while the woman uselessly swung her arms down. But 2 things were wrong. His left hand no longer felt the hilt of Vian's sword, and his right seemed to have been severed somehow. How, he asked no one in particular. "I saw Rahayu ascend with my own eyes," Chicker commented. Even if he knew what she actually meant, That would have only answered half of Malachi's question. Took. Instead, he focused on Chiker herself. There was a cut starting on her brow and down to her nose, the source of large quantities of blood dripping alongside her nose and over her now smiling lips. "It's okay, number one," she said to a sword that was not supposed to be in her hands, but was anyway. "You are back with me." A detailed response was not on the way. Instead, there were only more swords and arrows. Malachi had no idea how Vian's sword was now back in Chiker's hands. But he used his remaining hand to pull his own blade out once more. Even with his mistake, he was confident he could defeat Chiker, though the archer that seemed to have locked onto him was making things a pain. Chiker continued her incomprehensible speech. 15, 17, and 12 are a loss. But the new number 3 looks pretty decent. Somehow, Malachi felt his presence had been disregarded by her entirely. The archer clearly wasn't taking him for granted. And, though it no longer mattered, there had been none other focused on him. But Vasu had already returned his focus to reaping the lives of those foolish enough to get within 10 or 20 arm's lengths of himself. Chapter 3:14. Despite the grievous injury Chiker had already inflicted on Maloki, Anton wasn't willing to leave her alone. It was already something of a miracle that she had matched a life transformation cultivator while merely in the late essence collection phase. Of course, much of it hinged on a single blow that could just have easily ended up with her perishing. But Chiker had the apparently justified confidence that the sword would be in her hands instead of his. Anton had vaguely heard of weapons on such a level that they bound themselves to a wielder, but information had been sparse. Anton had only spotted the battle at the critical moment, but now he was participating more actively to keep the pressure off of Chiker. Fighting an opponent with one arm might have seemed easy. But if battle was decided purely by effective number limbs, Chiker would have won long before. Elder Malachi could move several times faster than her, and most of the time she was just barely holding her own. Attacks that she clearly intended to just miss her sliced into her flesh, leaving trails of blood dripping down her body. In order to draw as much attention as he could, Anton amplified his attacks. Some were using ascension energy, and some made use of his new bow that made arrows function like wide blades. Now that he was aware of what was going to happen, he was able to lean into it and take some advantage of the otherwise awkward transformation. His arrows mainly attacked from behind Malachi, circling around so the man would have to choose between dealing with Chiker and Anton's attacks. There were also some enemy troops angling towards the duel, and Anton discouraged them from approaching by scything through several of them. Chiker's attacks had only gotten sharper and more vicious since she sliced off Malachi's arm at the elbow. But he was also taking her more seriously. If he had taken the moment he disarmed her of her primary weapon to attack instead of trying to use it against her, the battle might have been much more in his favor. That sword had belonged to Sword Master Vian. But it was hard to say that it wasn't Chiker's weapon now. The rest of the battle was more or less being won by their side. But it came with the caveat every battle did. There were casualties on both sides. That didn't make the battle pointless, though. If it was a question of waiting until the invasion when the Twin Soul sect had recovered and could fight alongside unknown powerful enemies, or taking care of them ahead of time while they could, it was an obvious choice, even if it was disadvantageous for the cultivators from Brogora, who were fighting on a continent that wasn't even theirs. Yet it was still the right thing to do. And even the practical thing, there was no guarantee the invasion wouldn't spill over between continents. In fact, it seemed quite likely. Either way, it improved the odds of some Win being able to withstand the coming future, and that was enough. Not that anyone wanted to accept more casualties than they had to. Hoyt pushed his way through the enemy ranks, leaving behind a trail of fire as he moved. He was treating himself like a meteor, his danger coming from momentum and heat. It was far removed from his grandfather's style, yet also incredibly reminiscent of it. That couldn't be helped. They used the same cultivation technique, and beyond that, he didn't hate his grandfather. He just hadn't wanted to hang himself on the man's status. He took a sharp left turn as he saw a 2-meter-high pile of rats. As far as he could tell, they were on his side, but that was all the more reason to avoid barreling through them. A ball of deathly energy from one of the Whispering Watchers flew into the mass, but the rats consumed the bodies of their fallen comrades in an instant and surged towards more enemies. Yes, it was best to avoid any of that if he could. It was difficult to find a good target in the surge of people. Optimally, Velvet wanted to take out the strongest she could kill quickly, as it was best for her fighting style. That meant no life transformation experts, obviously. But she now found herself entangled with a late Essence Collection fellow who refused to die. He wasn't even pretending to not be part of the Twin Soul sect now, and was fully displaying a power that made her somehow even more uneasy than the honest deathly energy the Whispering Watchers practiced. There was a gross feeling of something lurking deep inside them that she found hard to describe. The cut she'd made on his neck didn't seem to be bleeding anymore, and not because it had healed. Velvet was pretty Surethman should be out of blood. Of course, she was also pretty sure he should be dead. At the moment, she was dodging around trying to avoid daggers he was throwing. He shouldn't be able to fight forever with such an injury. But he also shouldn't be able to so accurately sense her. Then again, no technique was perfect. And he appeared quite capable of keeping track of her once she had exposed herself. Without knowing if any of her attacks would actually stop him, she wasn't willing to go in for a finishing blow. Perhaps it would be better to draw him towards a member of the Hungry Rat Cult. They seemed quite fond of biting hunks off of people, and even if the man somehow survived, that he would be much less effective. Besides, the rat guys deserved it for almost being on the wrong side of the war. Fire and ice together simultaneously froze and burned entire groups of people. Alva was watching that from afar, wishing she could contribute more than a few arrows. If Fuss was around, she could be closer up and more proactive. but she had to predict her opponents from a distance, though it wasn't as if she was needed at the moment anyway. Anish and Annalie had really gotten good at working together. And instead of disrupting each other, they simply made it impossible for anyone to defend in any concentrated way. They could defend against heat or cold, but not both at the same time. Except in the general sense that all defensive energy would, but very few defenses worked completely passively. Alva settled for spinning around to attack some of those that were getting towards their rear group. Melee combatants had fallen back to assist them, but there were many varied members of the Twin Soul sect that had shown up. In a way that was good, because they would have been hard to pick out if they'd simply stayed in hiding. She shot just as her grandpa had trained her, carefully and precisely. She was a little more haphazard with some shots when on Phosphar. But what was she supposed to do when she was barreling towards an open jaw? Shooting into it was always the right answer. On that note, one of the enemies was riding on a giant wolf, but it was not cute at all. It was missing patches of fur and foaming at the mount, and it has spikes of bone jutting out of it at seemingly random angles. Evan, it didn't seem happy to be a rabid monstrosity, so she was trying to take it out. Its rider did nothing to defend it. So she shot him in the ankle, where his foot connected to some weird stirrups. Alva Wasp's pretty Surath wolf twisted so he'd take the hit when it could have avoided it. One final arrow made its way towards the creature's eye. It went right into the thing's eye, and its head exploded. That was an unexpected result. Technically, the release of energy from the arrow could do that, but only if there was no defensive energy at all. Alva decided to get closer to the limping foe. She had to figure out what sort of crappy beast, taming sect he was from, and teach them a lesson. Soon enough, the outcome of the battle was obvious to everyone. And the forces allied with the Whispering Watchers and the Twin Soul sect began a disorganized retreat. They began to flee in all directions, including towards the sect grounds. Those might protect them for a time, but the defenses wouldn't last, especially with parts of them used for the mobile defensive formation that had carried the beginning of the battle. They scattered in so many directions it was impossible to chase them all, and unwise. Splitting up to track all of them down would leave people vulnerable. The biggest problem was the remaining life transformation cultivators. They were the hardest to kill. But the focus became primarily on them as well. Kania was now harrying one of them in particular. Since there was no tactical advantage to splitting her focus now, that said, while the life transformation experts might be a threat, it would also be hardest for them to blend themselves back into society. The names and general descriptions of nearly every one of their strength were publicly known and carefully tracked, so those who remained would be able to identify them. But rather than hunting them down later, if they could kill a few before they left, it would be optimal. The remains of a battlefield was an awful place. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of dead bodies and pieces of such littered the area. Broken and lost weapons littered the area. and scavenger birds were beginning to pick through the remains. In a pile of swords lay a young woman. Young for a cultivator of her strength, at least. Her actual age was more than 40 years, though she wouldn't look any older for decades at minimum. As Anton surveyed his unconscious friend, he wondered if her wounds were a step up from the last time. Having her head half severed at the neck was pretty bad. But being a fraction of a second away from having her skull completely split into was terrifying as well. Though it hadn't happened, which is why it could be considered better. If Anton recalled correctly, she'd begun the battle with 20 swords around her, more or less. At some point during the fight with Elder Malachi, she'd had 15 or so. Now she had a good 100 or more piled on top of her. One of them was definitely Malachi's, tucked in the fold of her elbow. The one that stood out the most not for quality but strangeness looked almost like a leaf, which meant the spawn of the sword, true in Everhart's realm, still ranked itself among those worthy of being pulled out. And the others? Well, they would likely be sorted through once Chicker woke again. Those Anton knew well had survived. But he couldn't help but wonder if he could have saved some of the others. Shouldn't he care about every member of the orders? Or every life? Then again, there was no way he could care about them as much as those close to him. Or he would be torn apart after battles, possibly literally, as cultivators were often more extreme in their emotional states. Except those who intentionally avoided it, like the Frost Mirror sect. Speaking of which, there was an interesting conflict happening. Sarka and Adelina hadn't gotten along for the entire trip, and now was no exception. With no actual enemies, they had gone back to glaring at each other. It was just that it seemed difficult. With Anish and Annalee happily chatting in between them. At least the future of the sects wasn't so crazy. Though perhaps that was partly because of his own interference in the aspect of cutting off emotions. Annalee still had hers. But they were in control instead of completely gone. Perhaps if she could express things emotionally, Adelina might not just have to constantly be dissatisfied by the presence of the glorious Flame Palace. But while the two elders squabbled, it had at least never erupted into a real battle. As long as it lasted until they could get them back home, it would be fine. Then they could go their separate ways and never deal with each other again. Until something important happened that required the input of their sex, they could obviously pick different representatives. But both were chosen for strength and relative youth. Having an old monster at the peak of life transformation was good for a sect. But having those who would grow to fill in the gaps later was even more important. Especially with just a few decades until a big invasion. Chapter 315. Troubles didn't just suddenly cease after winning a battle, even a critical one. There were various troubles that could occur if they were not careful, including conflict among the various sects. For example, the distribution of loot. The informal and somewhat rushed conglomeration of groups meant there was no strict agreement on how things would be done. But those tensions were eased by the Order and their allies from the other continent, giving up the majority of what they should be entitled to based on their strength. One exception there was Chicker, but it was hard for anyone to argue that Malaki's sword should go to anyone else. If there were any issues, she was backed up by Million's sword vault, who had much in common with her. It might help that she contributed numerous swords that were below her top 100 to their cause. While they might not be suited for use by an essence collection cultivator, anything she picked up had some level of quality inherent to it, though the Whispering Watchers were now effectively dissolved. There was still much work to do hunting down those who fled, and the threats made against those who had supported them weren't made idly. Other sects would fall under the combined might of the army. Anton might not have liked it, but he knew it was necessary, and there were reasonable heads that would limit any unnecessary slaughter. The death of any member of the Twin Soul sect was absolutely necessary, though. All of those who thought of things in the longer term instead of the next decade or less would agree with him. Actually, though Anton would never condone it in any way, it was more logical to join them directly rather than be an ally of theirs, because they would inevitably betray anyone else when the invasion came. The one good thing they did seem to have was a bond of companionship for their actual members. The follow-up efforts didn't need everyone to be involved altogether, and Anton had other things he wanted to do. More productive things. He was still convinced that battles were necessary to make the world a better place, but that didn't mean it was his preferred method, even if it was perhaps the fastest. He still had things he wanted to teach in Arbington and the surroundings. He'd made some promises, after all. And it was the center of his movement to change the way people thought about cultivation on this continent. It would doubtless cause some conflicts in the future, but he firmly believed it was better to have a populace who could stand up against a sect and possibly overcome their rule than to tell everyone to keep their heads down and not achieve anything with their life. I don't get it. Trix shook her head as she frowned at the carefully arranged herbs in front of her. This one cures headaches and causes minor gut side effects, and thus cures those side effects and only causes trivial headaches. Why is that not the right mixture? Because, Idalia explained, the mechanisms they work through are quite different. The headaches caused by the second are from a different sort of imbalance in the body. And though individually the technical symptoms seem to match up, together they lead to worse problems as they react with each other. Where do I put this? A voice called from outside. Just outside the back door. Thank you, Idalia answered, as she always did to Sasho. It was only barrels and other sturdy stuff outside, and though he was quite helpful, he didn't seem to have a good sense of where his arms and legs ended, or his elbows, or how much strength it took to open a door. Idalia wasn't the only one having Sasho help out. She didn't have nearly so many heavy things she needed dealt with as some. And he wasn't good for precision tasks of any sort. He'd been making some progress in a technique that Anton left for him, but he often needed help from others to understand it. Hiram, Idalia, and tricks were his go-tos for that purpose. Unfortunately, he'd been stuck on part of it the last couple weeks. Hopefully Anton would return soon. But Idalia knew there was no guarantee he would. If he was able, she had no doubt he'd be back. But having experienced the sort of people who were after him from an extreme distance, she thought that perhaps he might not. She had confidence in him, but upstanding people died all the time, no matter how many people thought well of them. I don't think I am going to be an herbalist, Trix frowned. I should hope not. You hardly even pay attention. What about the other trades you've tried there? Fine. I don't know, Trix shrugged. Can't I just be a cultivator? If you can get people to pay you to fight or stand guard all the time, absolutely, Idalia smiled. But I am inclined to listen to Anton's wisdom. It's better to do something practical. Here is a lot to learn about how to make use of your body and mind from things other than fighting. And I am not strong enough yet, Trix mumbled. I can't believe that freaking Grey Rock sect. They were so afraid of us, and now they're walking around like they own the place. They were doing that before you came around, Idalia said. But their pause in overt activity seems to have given them the idea they have to make up for lost time. Can't you just poison them all or something? Trix sighed, burying her face in the table. Of course not, Idalia said. I don't have nearly enough for that, and I'd like to avoid getting any innocents involved. They're stronger than we can manage anyway. How are we even supposed to be able to catch up to people like that, though? Trix said, annoyed. If we can grow a certain amount in a year, so can they? It's about knowledge and teamwork, Idalia replied. Yeah. And numbers. Having greater numbers implies a level of teamwork if anything is going to get done. But individual effort is important too. Speaking of which, Idalia gestured. Here he comes. The bell on the door rang as Hiram entered. A strong power tightly held around him. After a year of cultivating, he was on the verge of breaking through to spirit building. TSK. What does he have that I don't? Determination, Idalia quipped. Hiram was close enough to overhear them and contribute. And the fortune to witness a battle involving an exemplar of my same cultivation technique. Though from quite a long distance for the most part. He didn't mention the bit where he was able to steal some Life Force 6A, as that was a touchy area for cultivation techniques. I'd like some more of the usual, please. Already, Idalia frowned. Using this stuff too much can be bad for your health. You know I am properly purging the remnants, Hiram said. And I don't care about side effects. You might not, Idalia admitted, but some of us would like to have you stick around. It would be good to have someone dependable. I am just going to be a killer, Hiram retorted. Idalia shrugged. Need those too. At least as a deterrent. And unless you cut things too close, you should be prepared to live through everything. The first one Anton sought out was Hiram. There were several reasons, but the most important was that he was at the highest risk. Hello again, Anton grinned as he approached the man outside of town. Hello? Hiram turned to see Anton. Should I be worried that I didn't sense you coming? Probably not. You are not at the point where it's worthwhile to worry about people like me. And here is something in particular about that. Anton pulled a ring off his finger and tossed it to Hiram. It's enchanted with some energy concealing formations. It won't do much if you are active. But it's good for avoiding casual scrutiny. And, sorry, about what exactly? Anton frowned. Has the word not made it here? It should have by now. But I suppose what is big news for some gradually dilutes into being unimportant for people making an honest living. The Whispering Watchers have been basically dissolved. And that's bad. Hiram raised an eyebrow. They were connected to some pretty bad stuff. The details exactly a secret, but will take some time to explain. So I'll do it later. But now they're being hunted down. So I went to get you that. Anton gestured. I also have plans to get you in contact with several local sects. At least to the point they know you are using a stolen version of the technique and aren't associated with them. That's safer now. Weren't they? A very strong sect, Hiram asked. The one who came after you was a life transformation cultivator. That is the peak of cultivation, isn't it? Before ascension, yes. And they were very strong. It took the combined efforts of many to cause the damage we did. But you shouldn't need to worry about the full ramifications of that for a few decades. The timescales cultivators think on is strange, Hiram said. Right, Anton grinned. I've been thinking that myself. Most of my life, I thought season to season, with plans ahead for a year or two in the abstract. But working on a farm, you can take things one day at a time. Concerning yourselves with larger scales changes things. He met up with others, though none were likely at elevated risk of peril except for Hiram. Sasho did need his help, though. Try it again, Anton said, pointing to the boulder. Sasho took a stance, clenching his fist and punching forward. Anton had to admit that the force required to cause it to explode was impressive for someone only in late body tempering. I can't do it. Sasho shook his head as he looked at the pile of rubble in front of him. Don't say that. Anton shook his head. Some things are hard for different people. Now, I can't say I'm an expert on body tempering techniques, but I've gone past your stage at least. Anton picked out a rock from the pile. Try it like this. He poked his finger into the rock, leaving an oddly shaped hole that ultimately ended up with a ring or wheel. He'd done a bit more to get it to look nice, but the idea was the same. Sasho grabbed a rock and pressed his finger against it. He strained for a few moments before the rock cracked in half. I am too clumsy. That's exactly what the training is about, Anton pointed out. If someone asked you to punch through a rock, you could do it. Because you already know how. This is about finesse. The point isn't to get it first try, but to improve yourself. Anton hoped someone had use for broken bits of rock. But the farmer who wanted them removed from his field would be happy with smaller chunks. Let's try another time. You want to pierce through. You should focus more on your fist and in front of it instead of just around it. Here, Anton gestured to a smaller rock, still the size of a man's torso, but just laying flat on the ground. Sasho nodded. Looking at his new target, he steeled himself, tensing his muscles and maneuvering his natural energy before punching downward. There was a horrible cracking sound as his hand impacted the rock. And Anton saw the man's fingers and wrists were horribly mangled. It only took him a single moment to figure out why. A butterfly had landed on the rock as he was punching. It wasn't some sort of cultivating beast, just a normal insect. Instead, Sasho had caused the damage to himself. Otherwise, he would have shattered the rock and maybe hurt the fluttering insect. Let me take a look at that, Anton said, snapping Sasho's fingers back into place. Sasho was tough, and waiting for him to agree wouldn't help. He winced in pain. But then it was all done. What you did there was actually a very precise control of your energy. Unfortunately, it wasn't concentrated where it needed to be. See here, Anton kicked the rock, which caused Sasho to look at him horrified. However, when it broke apart, it left a single pillar where the butterfly casually flapped its wings for a few moments before taking off. We'll have to spend some time figuring out the best method, but I know you can do it. Maybe if he tied a bunny to the rock, but if Sasho messed up, he was going to get hurt, either physically or mentally. Maybe he could just paint something on. Well, he'd figure something out. At least Sasha wanted to learn. Though Anton wished he had someone like Aotund around. The practitioner of Western steel body would be better for Sasho. He imagined. But Aotund was more than just a short trip away, so Anton would have to do well enough for the moment. Chapter 316. The western shores of Vasenith greeted the group as they prepared to leave the continent. They had never intended to stay for long, and as cultivators, 2 years had not been particularly long for them. Their goal had been completed, making sure that others at least knew about the coming invasion. Now, they would be as prepared as they could be. Now it was time for everyone to return home. Except those who had died. And a few rarities who wished to stay. Chiker was one of those, though she had no wish to break off ties with the others. There was simply more world for her to explore. More permanent relationships were planned to be set up. But a rarely traveled sea route full of danger wasn't a great long-term solution. The Twin Soul sect had some method, but the information was incomplete. They didn't like to leave behind records. And even much of the Whispering Watcher's archives kept as much information about them as possible secret. But further efforts in that direction would be fully carried out by the people of Vasenith. The cultivators from the continent they called Brogora had already caused enough disruption to the local stability, even though ultimately it should be to their benefit. It was easy to overstay the welcome. Commodore Visser hadn't simply stayed in port with his fleet, but involved himself in traveling up and down the western coast. But eventually, everyone returned to Blackstone Harbor, where they would retrace the steps of their previous journey. Though there had been serious dangers on their previous passing of the route, they had no guarantee there wouldn't be something worse elsewhere. Their current goal wasn't to refine the route, but simply to return home. Given the experiences from the previous trip, the Azalea and Skylark were repaired and fortified to deal with the troubles particular sorts of beasts would cause. The cultivators could deal with direct attacks on themselves, but the ships were vulnerable. Besides the flagships, the others received minor upgrades of their own that allowed them to get by relatively unscathed, though there were always times the ships got damaged by beasts or storm. A larger supply of materials to refit the ships had been brought, but the fleet still would prefer to restock along the way. That meant spotting islands with natural resources, but there had hardly been any on the route before. But there had been an island. It was slightly inconveniently located on the first half of the trip instead of the latter half. But the paradise of 13 Hills had sturdy trees for lumber, as well as plenty of wild plants to eat, and even some medicinal herbs. They didn't currently need it, but replenishing some of their stocks would be nice. Most importantly, they wanted to confirm the location of the island. Grand Elder Sinai consulted with Visor in his cabin. "So," Kania said cautiously, "these charts you have made, how accurate are they?" Visor frowned. "I will admit they are not perfect, given the circumstances, but they should be accurate within 10 or 20 kilometers. It's only a few hours until sundown. We can look again, but nothing should have gotten us far off course since last night. I can feel the currents, after all. I trust what you say to be accurate. Which is why I have to say that the island is gone." "What do you mean?" he asked. "It was not insignificant in size," Sanaya replied, "and it is not anywhere within 50 kilometers of it. Thus, it is gone." "Could there perhaps be a concealing formation on it?" Visor questioned. "That is not my area of expertise. But to my understanding, it wouldn't be sufficient. I don't sense the ocean floor within a kilometer of the surface anywhere. And I've had ample time to go over the area, again and again. It's gone. But I don't know what could cause an island to disappear." Perhaps the island itself had a natural formation that distorted the view of the stars. Visor frowned, looking down at the records. "But each day seems to match within a sensible margin of error." "I am not saying you have to know," Sanaya shrugged. "But I will say unless you have methods that surpass my own, we likely won't be finding it. Instead of sailing around for a few days, we should simply move on." "That's unfortunate," Visor said. "People were looking forward to it." "What should we say? Why not the truth? It's some sort of disappearing phantom island. People might be disappointed not to return, but learning we had the fortune to stumble upon a mystery island when we most needed it. That's something to talk about. At least." Kania shrugged. "And this time we don't need it. So it's fine, right?" "I suppose so," Visor admitted. "It's a shame, though. because I was looking forward to a small bit on land. The journey continued as it had before, with scattered beast attacks and semi-frequent storms. It was almost something that the cultivators could consider routine now. But except for the professional sailors among them, it was hard to feel entirely comfortable. This wasn't their home. It was just a journey to bring them back. The general mood dropped, not just because they had missed the paradise of 13 hills, but because they were approaching the area that caused them to need it. The world seemed to agree with the general sentiment of the passengers as clouds darkened in the sky. By now, everyone knew that storms attracted beasts towards things on the surface, and they prepared for attacks. Anton held his bow, not the one that was half-sword, but his much more normal one. Though the ability to have wider attacks was valuable in some circumstances, the extra drag it caused in the water was immense. He could overcommit to still be somewhat effective. But he'd learned enough about furring into the water that his normal shots were better by far. In fact, fighting aquatic beasts was one of the best use cases for spirit arrows with the properties of light. Water hardly restricted the motion of such arrows. Though he did find that there were some oddities when the arrows entered the water. The first beasts to approach were a few squid and long-nosed shipwreckers. They had never bothered to determine what the beasts gained from the attacks, even theoretically. But part of it must have been related to invasion of territory. With a journey and a half under their belt, it wasn't just Anton that was more proficient at fighting underwater, but the others as well. Swarms of beasts were simply no match for them, and they even handily dealt with the tiny Cultivator barnacles. Those were creatures that the professional sailors dealt with in other places. They wouldn't immediately cause any damage, but they would latch onto ships and eventually eat holes straight through. Killing them before they got a firm hold was best. But the fleet also did daily sweeps for damage to the ships or anything sticking to the hulls. As cultivators, they didn't have to worry about performing such removals in a dry dock. They could sense and even manipulate things from the top of the deck. If they took the effort, a great bolt of lightning struck between the ships. Though none among their number counted themselves as formation masters, there were some who were proficient in such techniques that had helped organize them so that the lightning bolts would be less likely to strike their masts. That was good, because otherwise they had to anticipate the strike and have someone sacrifice a large chunk of their energy to stop it. Lightning preferred to strike the highest target, more or less, but there were ways to manipulate it. As the storm grew worse, protecting the ships became more important. Then the warning came. Kenia was the first one to detect it. But even as the announcement was being distributed through the fleet, others began to pick out the power of the giant creature rising from the depths. The Kraken had returned. It was swiftly apparent it was the same one. As many of the limbs were mangled, but it seemed to have grown more in their place, along with its grudge. One of the smaller ships in the fleet was the first target, a great tentacle wrapping around it. Having some experience with it, The crew and passengers worked together to destroy the offending limb before the ship was crushed. Even so, a few boards were snapped, and a mast was thrown off kilter. What followed was a mad battle with the sea and the sky, fending off lightning as well as the great limbs of the kraken. Attacks were launched on the creature both underwater and at whatever rose into the air to destroy their ships. Smaller tendrils wrapped around individual cultivators to varying levels of effectiveness based on their cultivation. Anton's new bow found its place when limbs came for the azalea. They were nearly uncountable, so he obviously couldn't deal with them all alone, but he shot arrows that became like blades, cutting wide gouges in the tendrils and sometimes severing them. The additional spirit boughs floating around him were used for the smallest tendrils that were primed to attack individual people, as the larger limbs didn't care if they had a finger-sized hole all the way through them. He could allow his arrows to detonate inside a target. But there was mixed success with that, and the possibility of collateral damage with so many others involved. The azalea still carried Elder Adelina, whose ability to freeze the tentacles, even for a moment, allowed the forward flagship to mostly defend itself. In the rear aboard the Skylark, Sarka's flames burned hot and bright, but did not burn anything she didn't wish to. But despite the fleet's prior experience with the Kraken, it also had experience with them. Considering the battle with the Whispering Watchers had resulted in not insignificant numbers of fatalities among them, it was hard to say they were winning, and unlike the last time, it didn't seem the Kraken intended to withdraw to save its life. "Just keep fighting," Kania shouted. "We can do this," Anton agreed. But he wondered what Kania was doing. She wasn't the sort to bother with morale. Not usually, anyway. Then he sensed it. The vast majority of his focus was on the giant death monster below them, but some things were hard to miss. He wouldn't fail to notice lightning strikes around the azalea, and he also wouldn't fail to notice an island approaching. Of course, it wasn't just any island but a familiar one. Or rather, a familiar creature that apparently had never been an island in the first place. But the pieces clicked together in Anton's head. And now he remembered why the turtle soup had tickled his brain. A turtle shell had a fairly regular pattern of humps, which didn't change among varieties. 13, to be exact. Anton really hoped it didn't eat people. They might have more than a handful of life transformation cultivators among them. But they couldn't handle an island-sized turtle on top of the Kraken. But he didn't have to think about it for long, because turtles were fast. When they wanted to be, at least, a giant wave splashed into the fleet, pushing some of the ships dangerously close to each other and disturbing their careful arrangement. Yet it was worth it as the creature dove down and started chomping at the Kraken. The Kraken's tentacles pulled away from the humans and began to wrap around the turtle. There was a brief moment of hesitation from the fleet before they made the choice to focus on the assault. With the Kraken mostly distracted, Brave souls leapt into the water to try to attack the main body, while those like Anton with attacks that were just as good from afar did their best to cover them from the stray smaller tendrils and the occasional other beasts who were still in a frenzy. Nobody knew if they would have to fight the turtle or not, but at least for the moment they could take out a dangerous foe. And everything else could be determined afterwards. Chapter 317. The largest contribution made to the battle by the rather sudden arrival of an island-sized turtle was not when it bit off a couple limbs at a time. But when the kraken chose to fight it, there were still innumerable tentacles in play, and many of them were wrapped around the turtle's head and neck. The turtle began to pull away, swimming towards the surface even as the kraken's maw approached. Most of those watching could only barely make out the details and were in fact more concerned about the waves caused by the motion potentially slamming their ships together. The kraken's maw was large enough to chomp down on the head of the turtle, but as it got close and opened up, the turtle's neck suddenly extended and its mouth opened, the island's worth of natural energy augmenting its mouth as it chomped onto an edge of the opening. It twisted and shook its neck, and the entire kraken with it. The kraken attempted to pull away, disentangling its tentacles. But it was too late. A huge, fatal chunk was taken out of it. As the piece tore away and the turtle swallowed, the kraken began to push away, but the turtle dove after it for another bite. The whole time, Commodore Visser was shouting orders for the fleet, and they retreated as far as they could from the conflict. Either creature could easily catch up to them, or they would have retreated from the kraken. But with them focused on each other, they began to move away. But less than a minute later, the battle was over, with the kraken little more than a mess of half-destroyed limbs and part of a body that no longer resembled either squid or octopus. The storm continued to rage, but without any beasts attacking. They were all either dead or had retreated at the turtle's arrival. It was easily tolerable for the fleet. As for the turtle, the fleet continued to move away, except for a small boat manned by several life transformation cultivators. Knowing the turtle's intentions seemed to be important if this route were to ever be traversed again, since a creature that could swallow their whole fleet in a single gulp was even more of a threat than the kraken. If it intended to eat the life transformation cultivators, they would be able to escape across the surface of the water. Flying was a difficult task, but supporting oneself on the surface of water was simple. And though the turtle was faster than their ships, the cultivators would be faster without. The ships were to provide a place to rest, and the weaker cultivators still needed them. A day later, the fleet found themselves resting at the paradise of 13 Hills once more, atop the turtle's back, specifically. The creature was only drifting with the currents. Very slowly, considering it was wider than some of the currents, and some went crossways with each other. Though it appeared to be in a state of hibernation, or at least inactivity, the fleet had approached from the side, so as to avoid getting near the head. From the simple maps they had made on their first landing, it seemed they had gone directly over the creature's mouth. But there had been no reaction, It was theorized the creature wasn't interested in anything as small as them. But there were some precautions that were necessary. But the resources and stability it provided to repair their ships was deemed to be worth the risk. The fleet was currently anchored on the creature. It seemed the edge of its shell naturally rested under the surface, where the beaches had previously been. At the current moment, the beaches were washed thinner than before. But the vast majority of plant life had survived the wild battle, and that plant life held the proper soil onto the creature's back. "Do you think it should be called paradise still?" Anton asked those around. The regular group, plus family. "And Anish too?" "A turtle called Paradise." Hoyt shrugged. "I am not quite sure. It probably depends on whether it's going to be dangerous. Given the fact that it has a whole ecosystem up here, I am pretty sure it isn't active often," Anton pointed out. "I can't believe it had a beach," Alva commented. They were currently just beyond where the beach had once been. "Atop denser soil and grass." "How long was it inactive?" "It still has some sand," Velvet pointed out. "I imagine something about it naturally attracts such sediment. But it might drift 4 years without doing anything." It wasn't active when we first saw it after all, and it hadn't been. So it came to this part of the ocean over the couple years we were on Asuneth. I can't believe we didn't notice it was a turtle. Anish was looking at the ground beneath them suspiciously. "It still doesn't feel like it, though I can sense the shell if I go deep enough." "Do I have to sense more than a few meters under the ground wherever I walk all the time now? I have to say." "Sounds like a good habit," Anton admitted. "But even I didn't notice anything. I just thought the shell was some kind of bedrock. The weird thing is its energy. It feels like free natural energy rather than that of a creature." Anton made a little gesture. "Controlling it to swirl. I don't feel as if it has anything of its own, but its size could be throwing me off." There were many people on the expedition who were interested in the creature, but only a few people actually chose to stay for an extended period. Elder Tola of the Infinite Wisdom Forest, as well as some of her subordinates. Perhaps all of them might have stayed if not for the effect it would have on the sect's fighting power, and how it might have looked if none came back. Many names were thrown around. The Paradise of 13 Hills had been generally agreed upon before anyone knew it was a turtle. But afterwards, knowing that they weren't simple hills, it fell out of favor. Paradise was still supported. But some were leery of the name due to the massive violence and hunger they had witnessed. It was perfectly normal behavior for a beast to eat another. But it was disturbing to people when they considered possibly being eaten as well. 13 fit, but was hardly a name on its own. Big 13 and Grandfather Turtle were both suggested. Ultimately, everyone would have their own names for the Paradise of 13 Hills, which was most definitely not the peaceful island people had first thought it was. Whatever they might have called the creature, it showed no intent to cause anyone harm, or even that it noticed their existence. Its head was deep in the water along with its limbs, and only those who were specifically seeking them out would notice that they were not some sort of stone supporting the island. And even Sinaya had not realized that there was nothing beneath the island. The shell itself was so thick she hadn't even considered diving deeper. And her senses grew fuzzy around the point. They presumed the creature's flesh would begin. With the kraken dead and being digested, there were no serious threats ahead of them, and they were not far from familiar and relatively friendly waters. The last days of their travel were somewhat subdued in excitement until they finally saw the land of the continent. With a few false starts for outlying islands like Great Leaf, they were close enough to on target that they even arrived back at the same harbor they had departed from. And then everyone split up to return back to their various sects. Those who knew about what had happened were very interested in their stories. But the news only really spread over the course of the next several months, as people realized there had actually been an expedition, and one that could absolutely be counted as successful. Fuzz was the second thing to leap towards Anton as they returned to the order. He was truthfully not very far behind in noticing their arrival. But the Ant Queen was somehow even swifter to notice Anton's return. It seemed she had been quite sad that he was gone for so long, but bringing her along could have been quite a problem. Even other countries weren't necessarily ready to accept strong, intelligent ants living among them. Alva, Hoyt, and Velvet received little enthusiasm from the Ant Queen, but Fuzz greeted them with the first of many enthusiastic licks to the face. After more than 2 years, they were properly home again. The first order of business was to meet up with Timothy and Katerina to catch up on everything that had happened. The traveling group relayed the things that had happened, from the weeks of travel to the meat of their time in the area. "It's too bad I couldn't be there to see their formations," Katerina said. "But I've had plenty of things to study here." Elder Rana and I have been studying Everhart's teleportation formations, though they mostly destroyed themselves. We've been piecing things together from the rubble and everyone's recollections. "I am glad everyone came back safely," Timothy added, "though I will miss Chiker. Perhaps when travel becomes more available, we can visit her at some point." "Maybe things will have settled by the time we're actually ready to build them," Katerina commented. "Build what?" Anton asked, tilting his head. "The teleportation formations, the things I've been studying, you can reproduce those," he raised an eyebrow. "Not fully," Katerina admitted, "but it will be able to. Anything he did can be reproduced. That's how formations work." Anton frowned. "They're just so extreme." I kind of always considered his stuff to be more fever dreams than something that actually happened. The big problem is making teleportation formations that work more than once. If we borrow against their future potential, they just collapse. Katerina shook her head. "It's very expensive. But powering them without is also terribly difficult. It's not worth it except perhaps for rare trips between continents." though we'd want to be quite sure that the Twin Soul sect is wiped out first. And the teleportation formations could make it easier for the invaders to reach us here, or to move across, Anton pointed out. That's easy enough. Breaking things is simple. If I could get access to Everhart's information up there. Katerina looked towards the sky. Like that formation that trapped you. Picking out people by their cultivation styles and ascension energy. That would be best. I might even be able to make it so that people didn't come out the other side. Katerina furrowed her brow. But maybe not. Everhart let people out into a death maze with no exits? Right. I can't be certain if that was by necessity or not. Anton shrugged. Yeah. Katerina shook her head. If only I had some proper instructions from him that were at a higher level. I have an old book, but all his best stuff doesn't have anything I know of, unless he left behind an actual vault for a successor of some sort. Our best bet would have been the one in Ambati, Anton pointed out, since he led us there. But it didn't have information on high-level formations. Could always be more, Katerina said. That guy seemed to have thrown tombs down everywhere. I wouldn't be surprised if... She stopped and bit her lip. You know what? I am not going to bother anyone by saying that. That's ominous, Anton said. It's fine, she replied. But I'll look into it just in case. It's kind of a stupid idea, though. Which is why it makes some essence for Everhart to have done it, Anton replied. But I think I'd rather not know about it. Unless I can affect this theoretical worry somehow. Exactly. And it should be fine, Katerina repeated. But other than a lot of studying, nothing much really happened here. Things have been pretty peaceful. I know, Anton said, nodding. When I came back, I almost expected. His eyes flickered between Timothy and Katerina. Expected what Katerina asked? Don't worry about it, Anton said. It's not important. He had plenty of grandchildren of varying degrees. And pressuring people into having more wasn't good for anyone. Alva had a little less tact, though. He thought you'd have babies. Why else would you guys stay behind? I just was busy with all this research, Katerina said shiftily. Timothy shrugged. I'll admit to just wanting to be with Katerina. But as you can see, no kids? I kinda want to see them, though, Alva said. I bet they'd be cute. I am sure they will in their own time. Or not if they choose, Anton said, as he steered them away from the topic. Besides, the same could be said of you or Annalie. Think there will be anyone on the way soon. What, we don't? I don't even have anyone somehow. Anton's words made Alva blush like a young woman instead of a fully grown adult. And she spoke the truth. But Anton knew a little bit more than she thought. But some things weren't as obvious to those closely involved as a slightly more detached outsider. Chapter 318. After a mere 2 decades of being a cultivator, Anton was able to see a significant change in Greyoton. He was only familiar with a relatively small portion of it throughout the duration of his normal life. but it had been much the same throughout. Good land worked by numerous hard-working individuals. There were, of course, some bad apples in every town or village, but Greyoton was a good country. That was made possible by the order. Even if they failed to perfectly protect the country, they had done their best. They could have used their position to exploit the country for more resources to increase their power. Individual towns and villages weren't much, but the numbers would add up to something real. Instead, the Order of 99 Stars had given the people the opportunity to thrive in a world dominated by cultivators. But while they had been unselfish, the Order's actions hadn't required any sacrifice on their part. The recent efforts, however, had cost the Order time, effort, and a not insignificant portion of their resources. And the country was different for it. Nearly a generation since Santon began cultivating, and the country was changed. It wasn't suddenly a beacon of strength. But every town and village had people cultivating, with the knowledge and training made freely available. People were able to improve themselves beyond human limits, amplifying what they could do in their everyday lives. While some were content to accept a limit in their crafts that they would not go beyond, even they were swayed by the ability to complete their daily work with more alacrity. Others devoted themselves to deepening their abilities, creating useful goods and deep works of art that they might have never imagined possible. There were a number among every sect who devoted themselves to things practical for cultivators, forging weapons and armor, sewing herbs that filled with natural energy, and studying formations. Art of various sorts was popular as a meditative technique. There was nothing wrong with those pursuits. But with cultivators being the main practitioners, it led to truly very few great masters. The order had several thousand disciples when Anton joined. Approximately half of them were in body tempering. Clumping at the peak of body tempering, where most lacked the talent to break through to a higher level. Though no other sects had a large sway in Greyoton, there were various smaller sects. All told, the number of cultivators had been in the low tens of thousands, compared to a population of over 10 million throughout the country. Exact numbers weren't easily available with the current changes, but the new common cultivators outnumbered those who cultivated as their primary focus. Hundreds of thousands at least. Though still less than a tenth of the population, those who were too young, too old, or too stubborn to make the attempt weren't part of the numbers, and some simply hadn't gotten the proper opportunity yet. It was the problem of general education. People couldn't afford to spend time away from their work, even if ultimately they would come out ahead. Not everyone who supported the efforts worked so closely with people to help them maintain their daily work. But every major city had at least one, sometimes up to 10 people dedicated to teaching people to cultivate full-time. Most were disciples of the order who received a modest stipend for their efforts, though Anton suspected that the positions would be coveted in the future, if those fulfilling them made optimal use of them. Much could be learned from the perspectives of others, except for his regular visits to Windrip. Anton didn't settle down in a single spot. The last handful of years had seen him constantly roaming around Greoton and anywhere else on the continent that wanted him. Estery was the most receptive to the movement, while many sects throughout the countries ruled normally against the efforts. The looming threat of a coming invasion made them willing to accept as many people who might have some effect on the war as possible. Nobody was sure if the invasion would happen in 1 decade to 3. But 4 or 5 were the far limits. It had already been more than a decade since Everhart's last tomb popped up, and it appeared as if it might truly have been the final one. The recent years could be said to be a time of peace, but they could also be called a time of preparation for war. While a good number of the most powerful sects had formed an official alliance, there were always conflicts among people. For the most part, they had lately been kept from as much violence, but it would take work to see a real peace last a generation or more. Anton hoped that the rising levels of natural energy in Greoton would be a sign to others. The Order understood. But even inside the Order, there were some who didn't fully believe that everyone cultivating could possibly result in more unnatural energy throughout the land. Anton had to admit that a few years could be a random fluctuation. But he knew that the greatest changes were in the first areas he had established cultivators. People worked at all of their tasks, taking in natural energy from their surroundings and putting it into crops and materials and finished products. The various pockets were beginning to merge together and feed into each other. And Anton knew that soon other sects would covet Greoton more than they had before. But if they were paying attention, a little bit of patience would allow them to produce similar results in other places. Those who didn't have the patience but still had enough self-control to behave properly would still be able to benefit. Greoton's borders weren't closed, after all. Though those associated with dangerous elements were kept out, most sects were welcome to visit. A few even chose to move, re-establishing themselves within Greoton's borders. And as long as they didn't cause trouble, they were welcome. As Aetend was familiar with Anton, he sought him out first when he arrived at the Order. Even so, he was not present for a friendly visit, but an official meeting. Along with Afi, the matriarch of the Tematope clan. There were also other representatives of various portions of Ambati to the west. When are they gonna make you an elder, huh? Anton Aetend grinned. You absolutely deserve it by now. I would not want to chase any of those others deserving the title out of their positions. Anton shook his head. And I like the freedom I have now. I have no desire to leash myself here. Is that so? Aetend grinned. You can do what you like, I suppose, but I imagine they'll foist the title on you when you reach life transformation regardless. If I do, Anton shrugged, that would be at least a decade away still. Aetend clicked his tongue. You are gonna make the rest of us ashamed if you say it like that. Acting as if even being on the precipice in 30 years isn't an accomplishment. When we first met, I had more than a decade as a cultivator and was only in mid-spirit building. Now I can't even hope to keep up. Proper access to resources has certainly accelerated your growth, Anton commented. True, but some of that success we owe to you. The same is true in reverse, Anton pointed out. I treat people like anything worth spending time on. I pay into them and hope they pay back into me. Swift growth of friends and swift death of enemies, Ayatend nodded. It works well for you. Some are afraid of the risks. It helps to hit the point where you have nothing, Anton commented. Then you are not afraid of losing something. That works until you get something important again. Then you become afraid again. How do you not, Ayatend asked. I got to the end and was content. Even now, I think about what my legacy will be. I am willing to die for any of it. But I don't plan to make it easy, Anton grinned. But tell me about you. You have been gone for so long. Was your expedition successful to an extent? Ayotend nodded. The exact details aren't mine to share, but we found others. For the most part, the ocean to the west is dominated by the exalted Ellen sect. They control the entire archipelago, which they renamed after themselves. The exalted archipelago. They were not terribly welcoming as a sect. But they did not forbid our passage, and the locals were interested to see foreign travelers. Something they thought was an impossibility. Ayatend shrugged. As far as we can tell, they have eradicated the Twin Soul sect since the time of Everhart's final tomb. Other than that, they prefer to be left alone. A shame, Anton said. I'd like to visit. Or more relevantly, have another group to coordinate with. But peaceful contact is at least something. Our picture of the world is finally being repaired. Unless we're missing large land masses. The Twin Soul sect has been driven to hide in far corners, if nothing else. Though I wouldn't bet on full eradication. Very cautious, but for good reason. Ayatend nodded contently. Ambati has been holding together, but people have been growing weird potatoes everywhere. I hear that it is your fault. We got the permission of the Tematope clan to spread those crops. And they grow quite well under the care of those with only a small amount of training in cultivation. I looped around through Idle-Hull. It is almost difficult to recognize with all the cultivators there. And most bearing the energy of the order. Anton shrugged. It's a familiar and generally useful style. The complete style is still secret, though mainly for the sake of differentiating proper disciples of the 99 stars. Identification tokens have become necessary. They have little formations inside of them that make them hard to replicate or steal. Though the gatekeepers can still memorize all the proper disciples. For the moment, our actual numbers haven't grown that much. Enough to bounce back from the wars, at least. Except for the life transformation experts, I imagine. They are not so easy to replace. Ayatend shrugged, though your current generation makes that seem incorrect. All of the big sects have a handful of potential life transformation cultivators closely placed, and more following. It's a phenomenon that happens sometimes, Anton replied. A surge in those with cultivation talent. It's said to be signs of trouble, and I have no evidence to refute it. Especially since Weck knows something's coming this time. I just hope we have long enough. We'll need every cultivator we can get. Life transformation the most, obviously. But even the body-tempering cultivators, I fear, will be necessary. That's enough of that. Ayatan shook his head. Or you'll make me an old man before it's my time. Tell me of the good things. Your cultivation. If I am correct, you have surpassed the 50th star. Correct, Anton nodded. It sounds like it's halfway, but it's far from it. I have quite a distance to go still. What about you? Have you kept up with the shrimp and Granny? We work together from time to time. Ayaton nodded. Perhaps we will all work together again sometime soon. This looks familiar, Anton said as he stood in a circular room. About 10 meters wide. Much smaller, though. It's for testing, Katerina pointed out. And for the intended use, halfway, it will be sufficient. I wasn't trying to insult you. Modesty and restraint are good features. Features that Everhart will never have. Regardless, Katerina continued, thank you for being here for this. It is good to have familiar faces around for the inaugural test of the teleportation formation. Test. Anton raised an eyebrow. It's already been tested. Right? Katerina said nothing, but Timothy came up to assuage his concerns. It's already been successful with homing pigeons, larger animals, and then groups of beasts with cultivation. And some volunteer ants, but nothing happened with them. Timothy shrugged. Either way, Katerina isn't the sort to be careless with this stuff, and neither are the rest of those she's been working with. Okay, Katerina said as she clapped her hands. Everyone in the area turned to look. We're going now. That wasn't an announcement to get ready. It was just her saying it was happening. A vaguely remembered flush of power washed over them. And that was it. Anton didn't even feel his stomach leap like it had the first time. Anton looked out the door. But of course, instead of the location they'd set up outside the Order's lands, it was brilliant red stone hallways as far as could be seen. Anton felt himself sweating already. But less from the heat than worry about how careless Glorious Flame Palace seemed to want the teleportation pad to bind Sidithar sect. Merely for the sake of convenience. But it was just a test anyway. Chapter 3:19. That's great then, Katerina nodded. It works. They had teleported from outside the Order to the main headquarters of the Glorious Flame Palace. Without anything in the way of real fanfare, they departed and arrived. Despite the lack of official fanfare on her part, there were excited cheers from all around them. Anton didn't have any real part in putting the whole thing together and just happened to fill in the numbers. He found it exciting, but some of those who had been more closely involved were much more enthusiastic. And the members of the Glorious Flame Palace, who were always quite expressive in their actions. Annalie also happened to be present, giving a fairly subdued but honest round of clapping. I am impressed, Anton said to Katerina. I didn't really expect it to fail since you were confident, but I am still surprised. Teleporting like this seemed like the sort of madness that is exclusive to Everhart. It's not, though. There were traces of similar formations found in the Luminous Ocean Society's area. I never heard about that, Anton admitted. Though it wasn't really relevant to what I was doing. Katerina nodded. It was long after you went. They also weren't immediately recognizable because they seemed to have been intentionally destroyed, likely before the attacks. It does seem to be a security hole, Anton admitted. If anyone can just use these. It's not quite that simple, Katerina said. But we have to assume the invaders would be able to activate them. We thought of that, and these are designed to be disassembled easily. Katerina pointed out a few stones sunk into the floor that could easily be removed, without which the formation would be missing critical functions. Those keystones can be removed safely by anyone. What happens if you try to teleport somewhere that has done that? Anton asked. Nothing, Katerina replied straightforwardly. Except likely a waste of a significant amount of energy. The test of doors Everhart had is actually a better representation of what is happening. They're more like portals that you just happen to be across the threshold of when they activate. So if they don't activate, they're nothing? That's comforting to know, Anton nodded. Though I worry that agents of the Twin Soul sect could just replace the sections that were removed. It would require them being in control of both ends and able to coordinate their efforts. And in the event of an invasion, the plan is to destroy the keystones, or perhaps more. Katerina shrugged. Though keeping them out of important areas is also the best precaution. This one was mostly meant to be temporary. Though the glorious Flame Palace liked the idea of convenient travel to Grey Oton, how easy are they to use? Anton asked. The process is simple. However, I should note that we had set up energy stored ahead of time for this test. If we were to activate even this small formation, we would require the expenditure of the majority of 10 Essence Collection Cultivator's energy stores. That's not too bad, Anton admitted, especially if it could save weeks of travel between continents, for example. Unfortunately, distance is also a factor. From the shores of Brogora to Asunith is several times the distance of this formation, requiring markedly more energy. A few dozen Essence Collection cultivators couldn't transport much more than themselves. There is a minimum amount of energy required for activation and more based on the amount of stuff transferred, more or less. What about storage bags? They only seem to care about the outer portion, which is insignificant. However, there are some calculations still to be made. Earlier tests had anomalies in energy required that we estimated to be inversely proportional to the beast's fatigue levels. The same might apply to humans, which means Anton understood all of the words, but her explanation was insufficient for him to do more than just guess what she meant. higher-level cultivators will likely have to exhaust themselves to travel through. Natural energy seems to be one of the factors of total quantity. That makes it a bit difficult to use them to send reinforcements, but helps with security issues. Except invaders could simply use objects storing energy. It's ultimately inefficient since most cannot be restored. But war is a time people accept inefficient. I feel like you've had these conversations with other people already, Anton admitted. Sorry to make you catch me up when I don't really have anything to do with them. It's fine, Katerina smiled. They're all valid concerns. So about going back home. We walk, or fill it up with energy and teleport. I think the latter is ultimately more efficient, Anton remarked. That's right. First, I have to talk to those working over here, though. Katerina gestured towards the red walls around them. And the people cheering and waiting nearby. The world was changing so much Anton had a hard time keeping up. He wasn't sure if that was true for everyone. But having gone from not being a cultivator to witnessing lost techniques like teleportation formations be reacquired and put into effect, he didn't know how to react. Plus, there was re-establishing communication with the rest of the cultivator world, connecting more people together. It was also much and felt too fast, but also too slow, or perhaps too late. Anton wondered what Everhart was thinking. If he had an accurate time of the invasion, why not give it along with that? If he could have given a few more decades or a century, how much more progress would they have now? The Tomb of Ascension even caused significant damage to the Twin Soul sect, catching some of their members in a trap. It was a shame it hadn't gotten all of their highest-ranking members. But no sect, even a distributed one like the Twin Soul sect, would send all of their members to one place together. Especially when others could take the risk and ultimately give them the information they sought anyway. If that had all happened a century before... Actually, Anton could think of plenty of reasons why it wouldn't have gone well. If it weren't a time of crisis, there could be wars between the continents. And if the Twin Soul sect had been weakened a century before, there would have been a century for them to rebuild and develop countermeasures. Anton wasn't willing to say that Everhart was right about everything. But he could at least understand their wary sense for what the man did. Ultimately, there was no way to say what was right, since only one course of action could actually happen. At the current moment, Anton was taking a break. He wasn't the sort of person who could just sit around and don a thing golf course. He still cultivated. And he was actually living with the Rileys in Charon. Katerina's father and mother did need him to work on their farm. But they also couldn't stop him. Nobody had ever been able to. But now at least they couldn't say he was too old. He was older. But cultivation allowed him to remain active. These are some good-looking chickens, Anton complimented Jasper on his work as they fed the chickens in the morning. That rooster. I feel like you don't have to worry about foxes breaking in with him on guard. That's right, Jasper nodded. They've grown big and strong. Had to upsize the coop for them. But it also takes more work to keep them contained. He shook his head. They can peck through wooden fences eventually, and seem liable to wander off if we don't keep a watch on them. And while foxes might not be able to challenge them, some of the bigger beasties out in the forest might find them a good snack. Anton nodded. I hear Timothy's father has been keeping down the beast population, right? Him and the hunters. The problem is, they're attracted closer to town now. Greater concentrations of natural energy and all that. Anton nodded. That was one of the risks that hadn't been initially obvious, but it should eventually stabilize. And though the total number of those fully devoted to cultivation was not all that much higher, those who practiced the profession of a hunter could handle the local areas. It was the same sort of risks people always had to manage. I am amazed at how these crops have changed. Jasper looked out over nearby fields. The Rileys' farm had expanded over the last 2 decades simply because of their prosperity and ability to work more land. Everything they planted now thrived in an environment high in natural energy. Some of the plants had been developed in the intervening time, while others had been taken as they were. Most of what the Rileys grew were still suitable for people who didn't cultivate, or only cultivated a small amount. Some had larger concentrations of natural energy that required a cultivator to process. They ate some of those themselves and sold the rest. If they hadn't begun to cultivate under Anton's guidance, the couple would have been at the age where they were considering retirement, or at least cutting back on the work. Katerina obviously hadn't taken over the family business, but they knew that would be the case 2 decades prior. Now they were both in spirit building and felt younger than when Anton had first met them. They wouldn't impress anyone with their cultivation speed. But at their current rate of advancement, they would still be outpacing their aging for a while. Time would eventually catch up to them, but it got everyone. Anton was aware of that for himself, but he was pretty sure that the invasion would get him first. He couldn't sit out of it even if Huon Tedto. He knew anti-Ascensian techniques. And Everhart had insinuated that the invaders would be looking to wipe out anyone who knew them. Though he could be lying about that just to spur people to action. That actually sounded quite plausible. Nonetheless, it would hopefully motivate those who thought passivity might save them. Anton supposed that individual lives might actually be spared that way, but that wouldn't protect the world's advancements. So, Anton asked, "How's that queen going for ya?" "I'll be honest." Jasper shook his head. "It's weird. Flora is actually the one who interacts with the ants the most. They can't communicate much, except we can tell them to stay out of certain places. Seeing them wandering around the house is weird, but they clean up crumbs and the like. They help clear the fields of waste, too. Hardly have to worry about other bugs, though locusts are still a threat." He shook his head. "What are they for? Do you really want to know?" Anton asked. "Maybe not," Jasper sighed. "They're a defense against cultivators, I guess. So we appreciate that. Anton nodded. That's the general idea. It's pretty safe here, but you never know what might happen. It wasn't favoritism for them to have some of the ants, either. Not entirely. Anyway, they had been cautiously allowed to expand over the years. But their higher intelligence and ability to communicate on a small level eventually won out. While most of them seemed slightly less intelligent than the first queen that still liked to hang around Anton, they all understood the same things: moderation in expansion and cooperation with humans. They were specifically aware that if they made humans angry, they might get wiped out. While it wasn't necessarily the best basis for a relationship, it was true. And while the ants were a threat in some ways, they were actually more of a threat to cultivators. If they chose to, they could attack and kill a cultivator, perhaps a handful, before people caught on and wiped them out. The same was basically true of normal humans, though. One colony might kill a few. And it also included, in theory, ascension cultivators. The risk of a few people dying, which hadn't happened at the hands of the ants a single time in more than a decade, was very easy to weigh against the mere possibility of taking out an ascension cultivator. Calculating with human lives was callous, but possibly necessary. And again, they understood that cooperating with humans was better. People liked dogs even though dogs kill a person. Besides, no matter what happened, they probably wouldn't be a bigger threat to humans than humans were. So letting them live in peace was perfectly reasonable. Though Anton hoped that when the right time came, they would understand they were no longer supposed to be peaceful. Chapter 320. As on many nights, Anton was outside looking up at the sky. It was relaxing to take in the natural splendor of lights. The connection to the 99 stars cultivation technique was another benefit. As he thought about how what he observed fit into how he cultivated, and what parts were worth emulating. But on this night, he was focused on the moon. After learning about the practical requirements of teleportation, Anton was significantly more astounded by what Everhart had done to bring people to the moon. Thousands of people, many of who were in life transformation. All were brought while full on energy. An unfathomably large distance that also happened to be the smallest extraplanetary distance that had meaning. What future had Everhart sacrificed enduring structural integrity and projections of himself were one thing. But the massive power required to move people was something else. That an energy had to have come from somewhere, and Anton didn't believe it was just sitting around in crystals or other receptacles. Unfortunately, Anton didn't have an answer to that question. Even Katerina didn't know how much power the future of things held within them. Even though that was a feature Everhart used frequently. It was unfortunate that it always resulted in the destruction of whatever it was supporting, including the formations that allowed for it in the first place, though perhaps that was also part of the plan. At the very least, Everhart didn't want people picking through his techniques too early and messing up his plans. Anton wound his way towards the top of the mountain where the observatory had once stood. At some point, he wanted to replace it. But for the moment, it was mostly an empty field with a small structure that housed a moderately sized telescope. Anton looked through it, focusing his vision. In a way, the methods cultivators used to see at long distance replicated the effects of a telescope, but it wasn't exactly the same. It wasn't just gathering more light from a single point and magnifying it. Thus, with the two working in tandem, Anton could see more clearly. The surface of the moon was rough and pitted. That was something that could be seen with the naked eye. Interpreting the details was harder. But Anton had used the observatory's real telescope when it existed to get a decent look at the moon. If he'd known it would be important, he might have studied it longer. As he scanned the surface, he idly thought about how Everhart had even gotten to the moon to begin with. Unless there was already a teleportation formation on the other end, he couldn't have teleported. And if Fairway Zone? The same question remained for some sort of predecessor. Finally, Anton spotted something. It was possible that he was projecting what he thought he might see, but he picked out a small scar on the surface of the moon. Not a crater from meteorite impacts, but a line. The sort that only rarely appeared in nature. One wasn't terribly unusual. But there were more. Barely visible, he began to take careful notes of their positions, as much as he could. Fortunately, it was a full moon, so he could see all parts of the moon that faced down below. The snippets he saw were anything but clean and regular. Perhaps they were simply random chaos. But Anton had the feeling they were something. Whether they meant anything anymore, that he didn't know. As he looked, he continued to contemplate his own cultivation. Essence collection was a cultivator finding what mattered to them. Their driving force. It was a mental connection to things, but that connection was a source of power in its own way. For Anton, that was growth. The thought of growing himself, but also promoting growth in other people and in the world itself. For every cultivator, it was different. Though it was still 8 stars and a major barrier away, Anton also considered life transformation, beyond the point of mental connection. It was a process of changing the self to conform to the cultivation technique. For some, this meant adopting the form of a beast, at least in their aura and method of attack. Those that cultivated various elements made it truly part of them, more than they could do at prior points. For Anton, that would mean more than just having the stars in his Danshin. Little orbs of stored power. It would mean becoming more like a star, culminating in something. Ascension. Unfortunately, that was where the 99 stars fell flat. All of the life transformation experts, Anton knew, agreed that it was not Affloed-technic, just incomplete. How to reach the 100th star was still a mystery that hadn't yet been done. But it should be possible. Cultivators had an intuition for that sort of thing. And there was not really much else they could do to prove it one way or another except to have someone succeed. That wasn't likely to happen, especially not in the next few decades before the invasion. In fact, it was less likely not because some of the Grand Elders didn't have the potential, but because if they'd dassened, that meant leaving the world behind. Everyone knew it involved cutting off their ties to the world, which was one of the reasons Vandali couldn't ascend. It would leave the sect weakened. And though Vondale had mostly been counting on younger generations growing up to support the order, the threat of the invasion was a looming danger that trumped normal worries. If the order were the sort that retained cultivators who didn't care about their own sect, things might be different. But while they certainly had some flaws and even some twin soul sect infiltrators, overall the order succeeded in its mission to have cultivators that were good and not just powerful. But worrying about ascension was pointless for Anton. And even life transformation was still a good decade away, even if his cultivation journey continued to go smoothly. Though interestingly enough, conflicts actually served to drive cultivation forward more than they slowed it. There were many things available for Anton to do, but in a way their usefulness was reversed from how much he liked to do them. His hands were absolutely unnecessary for the order's farming. Even as they continued to expand their work under the watchful eye of Elder Howland. At best, he might serve that purpose by finding new crops, or more accurately convincing some locals in another country to introduce him to something good. Guiding individuals on the path of cultivation was useful, but there were so many people he couldn't keep up. And so few who needed him in particular. Working with the various teachers set up in different cities was good, but didn't occupy him full time. Ultimately, the most useful job for him was meddling, or mediating, if he were to use a nice term. To be fair, for the most part, the order was requested to provide their services in the area of conflict resolution. Other times, they stepped in to stop squabbling factions when word came to them. And that was especially true now with the approaching invasion. Everyone would be necessary to even have a chance. And not all conflicts between cultivator factions didn't have a true right or wrong. Not everyone was the Twin Soul sect. After all, but regardless of right and wrong, both sides in a conflict would find themselves justified with certain things they took to be true. And perhaps their facts were correct, but simply incomplete. He had been called into Droka on the suggestion of the Desert Fox Society, though they were a local authority that could theoretically handle the troubles. They also weren't entirely neutral towards the parties involved. Thus, a more neutral entity in the form of Anton from the Order was sent in. The information Anton had was a conflict overland between the Wandering Bush sect and the Herb Cliff sect. Anton had to admit he was still not entirely unbiased, but at least he had no particular stake in the conflict at hand. If nothing else, he was a bit more familiar with the Wandering Bush sect, and thus potentially inclined to side with them. Even so, being aware of that fact allowed Anton to counterbalance that point. This was one of the times it was appropriate to suppress emotion that might otherwise influence his judgment. The bit of land was out in the middle of the desert. To be fair, most off, Droka was desert, so it wasn't a surprise. This particular piece was simply uninhabited due to it being rather distant from much of anything. That included both sects in question, or the matter might have been easily resolved. At the current moment, there was a meeting just adjacent to the land, atop a nearby mesa. Both sects had set up some sort of camp on either end of the rectangular mass of earth. Now they were meeting in the middle. Though they'd been having regular discussions before Anton arrived. Fortunately, with minimal bloodshed so far. Greetings. Elders, Anton inclined his head to both. If the two of you could explain the situation here, starting with Elder Arvo. The man nodded his head. His appearance put him as significantly younger than Anton. Though based on his cultivation, he was probably similar in age with a much earlier start. For generations, the Wandering Bush sect has had claim over this region, making use of our exclusive rights to collect natural resources and study the excellent samples of our namesake. However, Herbcliff's sect has begun to intrude on our land. Elder Arvo gestured to a scroll he had with him. Here is a copy of our written approval, composed by sects both passed on and those still enduring. Elder Anchoret was obviously eager to speak. And since Elder Arvo had completed his introduction, Anton gestured for him to speak next. And you, the Tumbleweed sect? Anton held up a hand to stop the man. I think we would all be served best by using the proper names in this situation. My apologies. Elder Anchoret bowed his head. The Wandering Bush sect claims to have received the rights to the area long ago. But our claim is just as well established as their document claims to be. Furthermore, they are the ones who have recently begun to harvest our land of a variety of natural plants that grow in the area. Elder Thankerit also produced a document, similarly a copy of something purportedly ancient. If Anton knew he would be dealing with legal documents, he would have brought a long kohar. Even if he could puzzle through them well enough, she was much more practiced in the area. Alas, she was quite occupied continuing her fight against slavery. There was a frustrating gap between the legal eradication of slavery and it actually stopping. And it wasn't just an issue in Ofurg. I will need further details, Anton said as neutrally as possible. Thankerat's insulting tone and enthusiasm might have influenced him against them. But there were perfectly valid emotions behind it. It took a week to squeeze all the details out of them. The two elders weren't necessarily those who most frequently visited the area. Among other things. However, Anton was slowly able to build a picture of what had happened. In relation to their claims, both were equally legitimate, as far as he could tell. If the problem wasn't resolved another way, he might have to view the originals to see if there were any changes from the copies. But they were from similar times. The areas in question overlapped in all of the important parts, specifically along a river where the fertility of the ground was highest. Both were also telling the truth about collecting resources from the area regularly. They had records to that effect, mostly so they could track the value they were receiving. In this case, they were brought as proof of what the others were stealing. The only question was how this had only come up recently. It seemed to be a matter of coincidence. The change of seasons had been slightly different in the last year, to the point that certain plants that Herbcliff sect coveted had sprouted later in the year, and various things that the Wandering Bush sect prized appearing earlier. Thus, they actually encountered each other. Now then, Anton laid out the facts as he understood them. The both of you have been decent stewards, not clearing out the area of its natural resources to the point that your sects never even noticed each other until recently. And for the most part, the resources you want are different, though I admit there is some overlap. The easiest option is to continue to do what you have always done, which is to share them. It just wasn't conscious before. To that end, I have written up a new agreement. It is not final, but it incorporates all the elements I think are important to your two sects. Unspoken was that if they didn't come to some sort of agreement, neither side would really get what they wanted. While either of them would have liked to monopolize certain healing herbs and the like, that simply wasn't going to be possible. It was even possible for one side to sell off their rights to the other instead of taking the journey significantly away from their core of power each year. But Anton didn't anticipate they would suddenly be willing to stop a traditional outing of their younger generations. Both sides, and Anton himself, would probably walk away dissatisfied. But if they could hold on for a few decades, it was possible the whole area would be wiped out, and they would have nothing to fight about. What a pleasant thought to constantly be reminded of.